is on point. Everything that he does in team fights looks impeccable. Like in that first game, even the way he catches with Earthshaker, the way he catches Mars, he literally brought Shaker back from the dead.
He did.
Yeah.
I feel like even when he dies, it looks good. Like he wastes so much time just being annoying that he positions so aggressively.
Okay.
And then he dies, and it's like it's just not worth it. Like he makes so much space on the map.
I thought you were done with your thought there, but
I'm getting distracted by the team.
He's like, I don't want to watch these replays. Well, I'll let you watch them, the highlight reel, because that is the end of our first series between LGD and Boom. We're going to jump to a break. When we come back, it's OG up against Entity.
Coming up next, Entity versus OG.
Stockyard here today to teach British Banks how to be a true-blooded Texas American. How you doing, Mr. Banks?
I'm so excited. This is going to be amazing.
Yes.
I've seen real cowboys.
Absolutely, my man. It is time to forgive all of the sins of the Revolutionary War.
I already did that a long time ago.
Fantastic. I have not. I hate your people, but we will repair it here today as I teach you how to be a true-blooded Texan American. Are you ready?
I'm so ready.
All right. Well, welcome, my friends, to Old Town, Texas, as we will take them through every single thing that makes somebody a true blue-blooded Lone Star. Let's take a peek. Now, the longhorn steer is the national creature of Texas.
Yes. Have you ridden one?
I would guess. No, I've never actually even seen one. The goddamn thing is huge. Now, it is known for its classic, feature is its...
The horns?
Long horns, that is correct. The alpha creatures of their packs. Oh, they have another one. They are switching out the longhorns right now. It's a sad fate for the first one.
One's tired.
They'll be selling that one over there at the steakhouse in just a little.
Oh, that's so mean.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, he's
It already gave us the stink eye.
Very humane. No, the longhorns are not actually used for food.
What are they used for?
Ask your parents. They live good, happy lives, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, that's good.
Typically, in the wild, they would roll around in the dirt and cover themselves in a layer of dirt to make sure that they stayed cool.
It's like the problem is with all these facts, I never know if you're serious or not.
They might be right. I didn't do any research.
You see, because you say it with such confidence, I'm like, I just believe him. Yeah, it's fine. I'm all in. Okay.
So one thing that you should know is definitely the saddle, the positioning of that. So on the front of it is called a horn. Now you grab that in case anything goes bad. And check the ears. Now, creatures that humans ride, typically their ears are the giveaway. If a horse's ears are up, they're happy. But if he puts it back, that means it's in charge mode. It will kill you. Have you ever rid a horse before?
I've never rid a horse. I've never rid a pony. I've never been on any animal at all.
Have you ever rid a mechanical version?
Like one of them fun ones with that you throw off? Yeah, I've done that.
Wow, wait.
I didn't last very long.
What do you think the bull's name is?
Harry.
That's a real Texas name right there. Harry.
Harry.
Harry. He certainly is. Wonderful.
Harry the bull.
Harry the bull. What is this beautiful beast's name?
Oh, this guy's name is Big Jake.
Big Jake?
If the scale was correct, assumedly it's 2276.
Wow, holy moly. And how old is he?
Around 14, between 15 right now.
14. How do you know how long they last?
Usually between 25. Occasionally, maybe I heard. I don't know. I never seen it. But spoken records, 30 years.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is James Banks. He's British. Are British people okay to get on the back? He's not going to have any issues if he's a British person?
We found that out soon as he gets.
Fantastic. All right. Well, let's get him out. I'll hold your microphone for you. Big Jake, please be kind. No, he doesn't like that. That's not good. All right, now. Here you go. A return.
Now, you want me to make it back? That's...
Probably they want you to.
Absolutely. All right, James. Give us your best yeehaw on the back of Big Jake. Here we go. Get ready with the pictures. 3, 2, 1.
Yeehaw!
Yeah! Oh, he did not like that. Get off the bowl. Get off the bowl.
It's the British voice he's not happy with.
Wow, that is great. I actually definitely did not think he'd make it out alive from this. This is fantastic.
I did make it out alive. I'm good. This is quite nice. Well, this is good.
Have fun, James. Thanks so much.
Just leave me up here.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. I don't know how I'm getting down. I'm so stuck.
All right.
Do I just pull myself up the same way?
Get down, for God's sake. All right. All right, thank you.
There was genuinely a scare.
Why?
I thought it was actually going to butt. When he said put your hand up, I was like,
me too. I was really, I took a life insurance policy out on you yesterday before this, so I was really...
Oh, so you were really rooting for my death.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills, in the play with perfect ping, in the runes and crystals, in every frag and gank, in your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone. We've already had our first series of the upper bracket today. So we are moving on to our second one, which is OG up against Entity. And we've also had a little bit of a shuffle on the panel. It is Gods, Lacoste, and Sheep joining me now. Gods and Lacoste, how are you guys going? I haven't talked to you guys today yet.
Doing great.
Doing good. You know, seeing this first game, PSG LGD, they kind of set the tempo for this whole tournament, and I want to see if OG can match it, because they're also known as a very fast team.
Yeah, do you feel that there is similarities in their styles at all? Could we see OG potentially do some things that LGD have done?
No one's doing things that LGD is doing the way they're doing, but OG also, as I said, a fast team. If you remember their game against the RNG, where they did finish the game in 12 minutes, one of the fastest games ever, I believe, top 10 overall. So they know what's up, and they also do have Seb one more time on LAN. You know, last Stockholm Major, he was forcing his Vent Ranger, and this time around, it feels like he's just forcing Earthshaker.
I know that you have some thoughts on the Earthshaker Gods, but what about OG in general? Are you impressed with how they're shaping up at the moment?
I think with OG, it's usually this like steady improvement throughout the tournament. We saw that in Stockholm too, where they didn't have the best group stage, and then even in the playoff bracket, they dropped down and had to make this big lower bracket run. So when you have like a stand-in, essentially, even if it's someone like Seb, who you're familiar with, he's still getting back playing Dota, you're going to improve day by day, and that's what I kind of expect from OG.
What about the side of Entity? You know, they do have a stand-in as well. They have Saberlight playing with. Talk about it then, Sheep, please.
Okay, thank you. I love it. I love Saberlight. I think he's one of the funniest dudes in this scene. He is just a purebred offlaner, man. He like in the lead up to this tournament, I was checking out his on Pro Dota track. I was like, what is he pumping? What carries is he gonna play? Now he just kept playing offlaner. He just didn't give a shit. And that's what we've seen. He came into this tournament. He's been playing offlane heroes, and like I think it's a really good example of how like carry and offlane are starting to like merge a little bit. You know, the heroes he's been playing, stuff like Bristleback, CK. You know, CK's been flexed between offlane and carry in the past. Is still being done. These like Dooms we've been seeing, like 23 Savage playing as a carry. Saberlight's trying it too. Yeah, I think like these roles are very similar, and Saberlight's doing a good job of showing that you can like kind of come in with a strat like this and have success.
That's also what I wanted to ask a little bit about, right? Is like a pos 3 going to a pos 1. How does it feel like when you have to change your fight awareness, how you're using the map? Or do you think that that's why it's working? Is because Saberlight hasn't had to change that?
I think it's working because Entity was also during the DPC tour a team that did experiment a lot with their safe laners. Pure has a wide hero pool, and he did play like Leshrac. He was the one who brought in a Doom on the safe lane multiple times. So this is not that big of a change for the team.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I also think, you know, we always talk about like pos 1, pos 2, pos 3. It's almost like a bit of an antiquated way of talking about roles in Dota, because like a lot of the roles have just blended in. Some games, the two supports are getting equal farm. It really is, in many ways, a thing of the past, even though obviously it still exists to some extent when it comes to players going to a certain lane.
Yeah, well, we can see on this graphic here in front of us, the most picked heroes for the two teams. There are some overlaps with that Puck and that Bat Rider Razor as well, and the Chen too, actually, seeing it there. Does it make you wonder how this draft is going to play out for bans? Are they going to be going for those most contested hero bans?
I'd say Entity is the most predictable teams in terms of how they're going to draft, because so far in the tournament, their hero pool is lowest. So you can expect some of these like offlaners that Sheepa mentioned going to be played, so you know what's going to come out. They're not theory crafting too hard. They're sticking, because it's their first LAN for most of the players, and you want to pick them heroes that they feel very comfortable playing. And also, I think Saberlights, as the tournament progressed, he is playing those carry heroes as well. And I mean, he just has this Chad energy. One of his tweets is like, "Oh, this is the easiest role that I played so far."
But I might just win game.
Carry of the tournament.
Yeah, I think that is going to be like one of my favorite tweets. He was just like, "There's nothing more I enjoyed doing than what was it like? I don't enjoy anything more than like proving people wrong, unless it's like farming and like getting a 35-minute minus." Or something. I don't know what it was.
Either way, we
It's so good.
chatted up, and yeah, I don't think he's had like super success on these natural carries. His Faceless Void, while I think he won with it, his scoreline was like kind of bad, a bit feedy. Like you can tell he's a bit unfamiliar, obviously. So I actually thought he was going to play more Nature's Prophet this tournament, but he hasn't, because that was like something he was playing on his actual team and in pubs leading up to the event.
Yeah, he seems to be playing more of like the frontliney tanky boys, like setting up some of his playmakers, particularly Stormstormer behind him, who's like this, the flashy, the puck, the kind of the carry from the mid lane style of player.
Mm-hmm. These two teams have faced up against each other in DPC. Obviously, now both of them having stand-ins, is it going to be different than how we saw them during the tour?
OG did have their number in Tour 3 and Tour 2. They 2-0'd them 2 times, I believe. And I mean, Entity as a team is growing by each day. I'm going to say that they still didn't reach their peak, because this is a hard-working team. If you look at the progress of some of the players, especially Stormstormer and Kataomi, for me, Kataomi is the best, like the standout position 4 so far in all 6 regions that we have. He's been amazing in terms of efficiency, how he moves around the map, and setting up his course for success.
I'm looking forward to seeing how they are going to be playing. We are jumping into this OG Entity series.
It's OG taking on Entity, and I've got Seb and Saberlight standing with me here. And Saberlight, I've been looking down your Twitter. You had a bit of fun for sure when it's come down to all of this. So if you're the best carry here, right, this should just be easy for you.
I mean, so far it is pretty easy. We're at the upper bracket. It's all going pretty well. So yeah, I'll try to prove it. But to be completely honest, I actually have no idea how I'm winning these carry games. But I'm trying my best.
You have no idea. So you've looked back at it and you've just gone, oh well, it's working out.
Yeah, pretty much. I've never played carry in my life, so this is just like a fun experiment, and it's working so far. So that's good.
Well, that shows good for your skills as well. And people are also saying, Entity's supposed to be bottom tier, but clearly they're not. So where would you put them?
I would put them top tier, certainly above OG. I think my teammates are playing super well, so I hope they carry me to the finals.
So you just said it's easy, right, against OG. This means this will be another quick game. We're looking at 2-0?
Yeah, I think...
Ooh, your voice cracked.
I think, we'll try our best.
Try your best, that's what it's all about. Now, Seb, I want to look at this group stage for you, because obviously we caught up during the group stage a bit, right? You were saying, okay, there's some things you weren't too happy with, some things you were looking to improve. How are you feeling now, and how are you comparing it to the last major?
We're feeling great, feeling really good, super hyped. I think this is our comfort. We're looking for main stage games. Obviously, last major we spent quite some time on the main stage because we had to do the whole lower bracket run. It was like 10 series or something. So yeah, we're happy that it comes down to playing these games. They're much more hype, much more stakes.
And what do you make of what Saberlight was saying here, right? He seems full of confidence right now. You think you can shut that down? You got a good game plan for this?
I mean, last time he tweeted something like, let's smack some kids. Next thing you know, they get dumpstered in the grand final. So I think they just have to come up. Maybe he has to come up with something a little bit better today. Obviously, they're going to get the respect that they deserve. They're a strong team. They're upper bracket. We came in ready, so we're just hoping for, strong and good games.
See, I know this from you. You're never going to be too overconfident with it, Seb, but you're definitely getting the win here today, right?
I mean, we're going for it for sure, but we're not going to let our guard down. Nothing will surprise us, so we'll battle it out.
Nothing will surprise us. We'll have to see if that does happen. Let's get ourselves back to the desk and then soon into the game.
You definitely love to hear a little bit of banter, a little bit of back and forth between the players. But who do you think has whose number in this matchup? If you want just a wild guess.
Yeah, look, Saberlight, he's a good player, a bit overrated. Good enough to be on a top-tier team. But he's got to win a LAN or two to prove it first.
Oh yeah, I mean for Seb, it's easy to say. He can say whatever the hell he wants, and he's always going to be right. He did win those 2 TIs. He did win a major as a stand-in as well. So, I mean, I do like the banter between these 2 guys because it did happen in the previous major. What I call them is Saberlight, as like Saberlight. Maybe we can call it that way.
Oh, a little bit of it. I like it. I like it.
Right, he's been on this panel for like 3 minutes.
I was going to have it. I was going to say, if anything, that's the longest it's been, He held out. He held out there. But
I have a couple of more if you want me to.
Yeah, please, right now.
Like, what do you call Seb when he's a stand-in?
What?
Substitute.
Oh.
That's good.
I actually did like that one quite a lot. Do you think that OG are gonna maybe focus on Saberlight not having that traditional carry pool and try and shut down that safe lane? Could that be where a focus is, or what is going to be a main focus to try shut down Entity?
It could be Saberlight. I think it's rough to focus too hard on a standing because the rest of the team are the ones who have the synergy of playing together for so long. I think Stormstormer has come a really long way as a mid laner. Like back in the day, I knew him just as like the Invoker spammer, and that was it. And now he's coming out with this like Puck and Batrider and like having these absolutely insane like 1v9 performances. You always have to worry about Toby. That's actually a point too. I remember coming out of Stockholm Major, it was Entity that said that they were inspired by Saberlight's Enigma and like the new build he'd made, which was like the own BKB Blink, and they wanted to try that after, and like Toby played it a lot because of him. So it's kind of cool that they're together on the team now. I was like wondering if Saberlight would help make them better as a team, or if it's like, nah, like not my competition, no more Enigma tips for you.
Yeah, it kind of feels awkward when Toby plays Enigma. You know that Saberlight is watching you, and hands might be shaking. If you don't land a good black hole, there's going to be some talking in Discord, in the comms.
Next time we pick it, it's like Saberlight's like, we're playing this carry now. Let's go in safe lane.
He's like, we're definitely going to transition it. On the side of OG, though, where do you think their weaknesses are when it comes to that laning, maybe potential mid? What are the areas that you can capitalize on?
I think it is their laning, particularly because some of the heroes they're playing with Seb. Often it feels like, the Shaker being the big one, he's played 5 Alchemists. He's playing these heroes that make it so that Yuragi's lane doesn't particularly go well. Like there's been numerous occasions, like there was a game where I think they had Shaker Luna, and his lane, his getting beaten lane has to play catch up. But I think where their strength lies is that they've got such a strong mid and off laner that he almost always gets the space to just chill in the jungle farm and kind of catch back up so that he can have such a big impact on these games.
Yeah, I also noticed that sometimes OG really struggle if they don't get their Roches and things don't go like completely smoothly to plan. LGD really exposed this. I felt like when they were playing a bristleback lineup on OG, they try and get first Roche, Arme instantly connects and they remove the Aegis, and OG just become passive. Like they were trying to like make smoke moves, be really aggressive, and then after that they were just like didn't really know what to do, wanted to wait for next Roche got contested, and suddenly they're just playing super on the back foot. So if you're able to identify their win condition and just put a little jam in it, I feel like OG don't do as good.
Do you feel like this is a consistent thing that you've seen from OG throughout that group stage, or is it that progression gods talk about where they've worked on it and it's not as obvious now?
I hope they've worked on it.
I guess I'll talk about how we've seen them over the group stage.
Yeah, they're definitely doing better. One thing that is going nicely for OG is they're already qualified to TI, so they don't there's so much pressure off from them compared to Entity, because even if they win this major, they're not gonna be able to qualify to TI through points. So
no pressure as well, right?
It's a different sort of no pressure.
Yeah. But this is a different kind of, because OG is already qualified, and whatever that comes here, they're collecting some LAN experience. People didn't expect them to do well during the Stockholm major, because these are new guys on LAN, but they proved everybody wrong.
I mean, now that they're on the stage as well, you talk about that LAN experience. Do you think that's going to be playing in maybe a few nerves or a little bit of this inexperience coming into play being on stage now?
Definitely not. For OG, it feels like the whole squad, the whole brand just thrives in chaotic environments.
Yeah.
There's like a certain brand of like these young new players that come in and just don't get like the Langers. Like that's what like Sumail was when he came in. That's what I see with like these OG the young squad.
What about on the side of Entity though?
They talked about it a little bit. I think it was Stormstormer in an interview said that he feels like pretty
Holding
good.
a bunch of papers again.
Oh, not that paper.
Will strike fear in anybody's
Yeah. Entity's opinion, like Stormstormer said, that they're just glad to get this experience before they have to either face TI or like TI qualifiers. So like, I think they're coming into this experience positively.
Yep.
Like you said, it feels like there's a little bit of no pressure from both sides, and that is converting a little bit into them now playing on stage. But this game 1 draft, some of the bans coming out. Entity don't want to let that Timbersaw through at all, and OG just don't want puck in the pool.
I think the contested hero in this year is going to be Chen. Definitely something that Entity will be looking forward to potentially first pick. Even Wyvern on the other side, like as a counter to Chen, but Chen has been super dominant in the laning stage, and Fishman Chen, here we go.
Yeah. He takes it every time he can, it feels like. Sometimes they actually like wait and see if it gets to the second phase, but like Lacoste said, not against this team. OG Tiger's been having a great time.
The retaliation, Tiny Coddle coming out almost immediately, it feels.
Oh, is that surprising to you? Because it felt like Tiny and Earthshaker to me are kind of the same-ish hero. And OG have been hard preferencing the Earthshaker, and Entity have been hard preferencing the Tiny. So for OG to take it instead of Seb Shaker is kind of...
Yeah, and at least historically, Shaker's been considered that hero that's good against the Chen. Like, you can delay the pushes, there's all the creeps, for your Echo Slam, although that's generally, I guess, just not how Seb plays the Shaker. And maybe they're just going to be prioritizing more wanting to have that 4-position playmaker with someone like Tiger playing the Chen.
Yeah.
Playing the Tiny.
Well, the final pick bat for Entity means they pick up 2 heroes that are somewhat contested between these two teams. Right? They both value and they both really enjoy it. How does the bat feel for you, Lacoste, as the opening with Chen?
Very early Batrider pick. Usually this pick is saved for the later stages of the game, fourth, maybe even last pick. But Entity definitely thought it's not going to survive, because Stormstormer did had a couple of amazing performances on this hero. Like Sheepa mentioned, 1 versus 9, and if someone can't do it on this hero, that's definitely Stormstormer. So they definitely need to get some of the bans against the Batrider, because Batrider also does counter a lot of good meta heroes right now, so maybe that's why they're leaning towards first phasing it.
It's also really good against OG's playstyle, in my opinion. I think OG can get so aggressive with themselves sometimes that they overextend, and Bat's really good at punishing that, especially if you can pull someone even more out of position with like that lasso. They could probably, really hurt OG, and it's going to be like really nice that they can't just play side lanes and stuff and like look for the pickoffs when OG are trying to like be aggressive on the other side of the map.
Are there any meta picks that are very clearly dissuaded by either opening here that like you might not necessarily have to ban out because you think you've kind of already counted them?
I was going to say Timber, but it's already banned. Because it's OG and it never makes it past first space bans. Oh, God. They kind of cover a lot in both picks. I don't want to like look at specific meta. It's hard to really say because there's so many of them right now. But
I think the big lane I'm looking at, OG particularly when their second pick, it's like one of the times where they don't first phase a Mars hero as much because they really like to give him this good counter pick. He's often picking his hero after Entity show what their carry is going to be, so they get in that advantageous lane. And OG's just won so many games off of Amar winning his lane. Obviously, the most memorable being the 12-minute GG when he played against RNG. But both those games against RNG, he got to counterpick his lane matchup, and then just they won the game off of that.
Oh, that's a great point, bro. The Monkey King. There's no Monkey vs. Bat.
But there's also no bristle against Bat most of the time, because this Keeper of the Light could potentially say, we want to play Keeper of the Light plus Bristleback, we're going to run at you. This hero does not care about Chen at all, but against the Batrider, it can be a very difficult matchup.
What are we expecting OG to pick up here? Where do you feel that Tiny is potentially going on that Coddle? Is this a duo opening, or are we going to see that by what they pick next?
10 seconds remaining.
They might hold off on picking a mid here because the call, maybe they want to put it there. So maybe they could just take a Wind Ranger, Seb Hero, all good.
I was thinking Seb's Hero just because it reveals the least. They want to get that counter pick for Amar because I don't believe his hero is being picked up yet. The flex is more with the Coddle. I guess. Even the Tiny as well. Tiny can go mid or forward position. Tiger will happily play Tiny for this team. If anything, I'm looking at this, maybe they're just treating Coddle like the mid that can go against Batrider. You sit back, blast the wave, you trade farm, and then you've got this hero that's kind of annoying for Batrider to fight into until he gets BKB.
Oh, damage output from OG is very limited against the Bristleback. He's really not afraid of any of these heroes, and especially Windranger. She's one of the heroes that... This could potentially be a mid Windranger against the Bat. That's why they picked it. So for now, OG did... do a very good job just camouflaging where these three heroes are going to go, because they can go at every single lane. In terms of like Chakra Magic combo, I am a big fan of Tiny, and now they need to think of something for the Bristleback, because these three heroes are very squishy, I would say, especially if it's not a core Tiny, then Bristleback will be able to sustain through all of this damage, especially with the Winter Wyvern's heal, Chain heal. So, gotta be very careful what the next pick is gonna be.
Yeah, a lot of people love to complain about Bristle right now in the current meta. This will give us a good idea of what OG think maybe is the Bristle counter. And you talked about like they want to give Amar the counter pick. Like I don't think there's an obvious one with Viper banned out, so it's the hero that has to be addressed right here.
Yeah, like my biggest problems I see right now is you will need to be able to contest Roche. Like I talked about how LGD dealt with the Bristleback. It was by contesting Roche and keeping the Aegis off him. I don't think OG's heroes are that great at it other than Coddle. If you are fighting around this pit, which is going to be such a big thing this game, how do you deal with getting lassoed? You don't really have any save either outside of a tiny toss. But that's hard to execute, right? When you're getting lassoed away. So I think OG has just got a lot of holes right now.
You can see how long they're taking for this pick. They're like, okay, and Mars the one talking. He knows he sees this matchup. This is where they usually pick his hero, and there's no obvious like, okay, this is the hero that's gonna deal with Bristleback with Viper, Slardar banned out. Like I think Entity set themselves up for a really strong Bristle pick that OG maybe didn't see coming, or just maybe.
It feels like it's a bit of a surprise there, because OG is taking a lot of time. Looking at Entity's two supports, they're one of the teams that do like the pick. Like Wyvern.
Okay. Okay, Huskar, to its credit, very good against the Bristleback. When you get the Ags and you're jumping him, it turns him towards you, and it provides you a way to really burst him. My main problem with this is that there's a Wyvern. You have really good disengage on Entity. They can, like, pull a hero away out of position, and if OG have to then overcommit to try and save them, you have disengage in Wyvern ult. The Wyvern ult is just so good this game in general. It's actually an amazing Wyvern game.
And it's going to be played by Fishman, one of the few teams that do run position for Wyvern. I remember during the DPC, so many clutch ultis, and there was like one specific game where he scaled insanely well, went for damage instead from position 4. So potentially, if this game does allow him, Fishman always has a real, not Fishman, sorry, Kataomi has a good read on how to scale into the late game.
Yeah, because that's a hero in like a suit of like core role, even if it's 4 position with farm. That hero can ruin Huskar's day.
Thinking long and hard about these bans, where do you think OG's direction is going that Entity might want to think about banning out?
I mean, they have damage now. Maybe they're lacking just some AoE control. I think you have kind of single target stun in Tiny, and like Windranger is going to try and get double shackles, but that's not reliable. Maybe they're suffering. What role do they need? This is going to be Amar's Huskar. They need a carry.
Carry to go with the Windranger, it looks like.
Yeah, Faceless is gone. That's one of your teamfight carries. Because a lot of your teamfight comes in the other roles, which is rough. So maybe they'll just go for a completely different direction. Like I've seen them, they paired like Doom in the past with the Huskar, right?
I will
Could be an
take
idea.
your word for it.
I'm just gonna get. You know what? It would work. But
I just love that OG ban AA, because it's like, how do you even fit AA into Entity's draft? It doesn't look like you can, but it's just you got it when you pick the Huskar.
Yeah. Another huge issue, I've seen OG when they've played Huskar in the past, I think they struggle if they commit in and you are able to mitigate this damage with Chen heal and Wyvern heal, they're then in, And it's hard for them to get out on OG. They're going to need to build like 4-staffs if an Entity are really good at disengaging. So I think like their itemization on OG is going to be really important this game, and I want another hero that can help them contest Roche so that Huskar can try and get it instead of this Bristleback.
That'd be pretty big if you can steal Aegis from Bristleback. Maybe mess with their timings a little bit, because they will hit a strong timing. I'm not a big fan usually for Chen and Wyvern as the same like as your 4 and 5, because it does have a lot of downside to it. You can't really play as aggressive, but Batrider as your mid laner does you have BKB piercing ability. You have a hero that can move who is aggressive early on, so he does check a lot of the boxes.
Okay. Well, Entity, what would you like to see for their last pick? Because they're going to be picking first out of this banning phase.
I think something that brings some team fight. We've talked a lot about how Roche is so important. You've got Husker on one side, Bristle on the other. That team fighting offlaner or like a vision hero, something that's going to help those Roche fights go well. Because right now they kind of also lack some initiation. They're entirely relying on like the Batrider running in with like a BKB. So those kind of team fight offlaners, a lot of them banned out. Like the Brewmaster, I think would have been really good. But something that can at least contribute early on and help secure or fight Roshan.
Yeah, like a lot of the good ones that Toby plays are gone, like Enigma and Brew. He's been known to play a little bit of Veno. Visage, lovely. This is very cheesy.
Yeah, Visage Gen. Here we go, with Bristle.
Oh my god.
This also gives them flexibility, because Stormstormer mean Visage player, and they can put Batrider on the off lane if necessary, if they feel like they need to do it. So for OG, I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Jug try to ruin this potentially Visage in the lane or against the Batrider. You need to be thinking about the lane. Even though it's into Winter Wyvern, sometimes you just might say whatever, pick it, and because you do have Huskar from the offlane who does scale extremely well. So picking something like Juggernaut, I think would round up OG's draft nicely.
Yeah, like I'm just so scared. Like Entity right now.
Oh.
Okay, that's new actually. Yeah, I'm just scared. I don't think this is a good solution. For me, I see Entity's item timings. They get the mech on Chen, the Ags on Bristle. If Toby on his Visage goes for like the Boots of Bearing, you just have like constant drum charges. You're constantly running. Avenge is not going to be able to stop that.
It feels like they're just so worried about being run over there. Like, we got to get the most like fast-paced early game. Uragi almost feels like a three position this game, where if he rushes an Ags, his job is just to frontline, maybe die, basically set up a good team fight for Amar as well as BZM's Coddle to dish out all the damage. They're just trying to match Entity's pace with this pick almost.
Who do you think is going to be able to hit that pace first, hit those timings a little bit better?
I'm looking at Entity. OG, they have no team fight whatsoever. This is a Midkeeper of the Light. Last time I saw BZM play it, it was mostly about just putting some things on Bear, just amplifying the damage from the Bear, and seems like they're going to be playing Amar as a real carry, while Vengeful Spirit and the rest going to be buffing him up.
They're trying to use the Vengeance save against the Bat, but and just make him more like the one and only. But I don't think it's like that amazing of a Huskar game.
Yeah. This is the kind of draft Enty's just been winning with. They got their heroes. I mean, they have a wide enough hero pool, even though they've got one of the smaller hero pools of the tournament, that you can't ban everything, and I'm liking them too.
Alrighty, well, it feels like Entity might have the advantage here. They're playing very much to their strengths. Let's jump on into our second series. Game number 1. It is Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Hello, Sunsfan here with Jenkins. We got a sick-ass matchup today. Young lad.
Yes, we do. We got some good stuff.
I think you're doing almost every game today, so we get to get your opinions on each draft afterwards as well. But OG versus Entity, second and third respectively in their groups, basically the same record, although there was obviously one less team for one of the groups. But this draft, I mean, like they said, Entity's been picking crazy stuff, so this is not that big of a surprise. But from OG, the Huskar coming out, and we were expecting like something more of a hard counter potentially, like Bloodseeker really wouldn't make that much sense, but you were talking about Necro being really good. But they end up going for basically a more traditional draft for them, which includes the Visage, so not super worried about the Huskar, because like the panel said, he might already be countered enough.
I do agree, as some interesting high ground action does happen, but no, I mean, I think the Visage is more up Entity's alley. I mean, this is one of their top heroes. They flex it between mid and their offlane, and with, of course, Saberlight, they can flex it to carry as well if they wanted to, so they're just going with comfort, and it's a hero that does function very well against Huskar for about the same reason the Necro does. You have the Visage Birds hitting very quickly. It's very difficult to armlet toggle. Of course, Huskar can disarm the creep army from Chen and Visage, but that has a duration to it. You know, that's not a hard counter.
Yep, as we might have a level 1 fight to start us out, but the Illuminate forcing Entity back, so the runes will likely just be split. One thing I want to talk about is this Huskar Ags, which I assume will be built this game to counter the Bristleback, to make him face him. Do you think that is that like a super fast progression for him, like second item?
I think it's like second or third item. But look at the lanes. Amar is heading towards bot to try to match Saberlight.
Okay.
They want to get... Yeah, and Seb's heading down there too, so they want the Huskar wind lane against Bristleback. Okay. So they think Huskar will just dumpster a Bristle in lane.
Well, he's going to have to worry about the Arctic Burn already. Amar, quite low to start the game. Starts out with Inner Fire, and he's going to be accompanied by Seb on the Wind Ranger, which is no big surprise. He's been playing like 2 heroes, I feel like, this tournament. And you can't really argue with results because they are winning a lot of games. But back to the Huskar, because this is kind of the hero I want to talk about the entire game. I'm not going to lie here. What is the item? I assume Armlet. And you talked about Ags potentially. Do you need to go BKB this game? Do you need anything special?
I think BKB against Bat, even like Visage, Wyvern, these heroes have a lot of magic abilities that sure they have physical as well, BKB piercing, but it's enough that you definitely need it. And the napalm stacks, like you need something. Well, then again, maybe you go Lotus on one of the other heroes and just fully go like greedy on Huskar. You could go for like Armlet, like some Sanj item, maybe Sanj and Yasha, probably more than likely a Halberd to kind of kite and fight the Bristle. That's also a decent approach. He has a Satanic in his sticky buy on Amar.
Yep, of course. We can see a nice Shackle. Saberlight already getting low, but there's no Burning Spears to come yet from Amar. And, I mean, Satanic, if you eventually do get that, it will obviously be a Dispel for some of those sticky Napalm stacks and whatnot.
Yeah, because I feel like the BKB, if he has enough HP and if he has Dispels, then I actually don't think he needs the BKB.
Okay.
But we'll see what his approach is. It's Amar, so probably it won't be BKB.
Right.
If you think he's going to build something, you're almost always wrong.
That's right. He's going to build the greediest thing possible would just be Satanic. It's like the second item, but
which he does on other heroes.
Yeah, he has done it before. Yuragi, this is another, obviously the position 1 for this team, but he's kind of playing an off-lane Venge to start. Do you expect him to go for the utility type build?
God,
obviously the swap with the lasso is one of the big reasons they picked it, I would assume.
Yeah, I have very little read on the carry Venge. I mean, even when it's picked like these days, usually people will play it in a core role to play it off lane, right? So I suppose like Amar is the true carry, and this is something that OG does. A Seb.
Yeah, getting chased a bit here. Already with that Arctic Burn stack, Amar has to be forced out as well as he works on the Armlet, obviously. And then from Entity side, we talked about how they picked some crazy stuff throughout the group stage. The fact that obviously Saberlight is the one subbing for them as the position 1 player, considering that he is off lane for his actual team, TSM. But a nice Shackle Shot is going to set up some right clicks from Amar, but again, Kataomi is ready for the Arctic Burn. That percentage-based damage is pretty damn strong. As Seb might actually go to the grave here. Pops that Fairy Fire. Coil Spray not quite enough, so he's going to get out with just a little HP. But back to the very boring point I was going over, Jenkins.
Which was? I don't remember.
And I was just talking about how they picked some crazy stuff, but Bristleback's very standard right now.
Yeah,
does this feel like a good Bristleback game to you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's sure he can get kited, but he kind of likes to play long fights as well, like this Fishman.
Yeah, he's getting very low. That was the toss back into the Magic Missile, so First Blood the way of OG, and Saberlight might be going down here as well. Nope, it'll be Seb instead.
Oh, they got Amar as well on the creep wave.
You're right.
Okay. And remember, they wanted
into a pause. Okay, okay. What does this pause mean, Jenkins?
I can tell you this is a settings pause.
Okay.
That is a.
So what setting got him killed?
Maybe right click deny or something like that. Actually, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it was there's the new setting that when you right click an allied creep, if it's not below 50% HP, you don't try to auto attack it. So you can click the creeps and your hero's not gonna sit there trying to attack it. I'm gonna guess it's that one.
So was it the aggro of the creep that potentially got him killed here?
I don't think it was the aggro. I think he didn't keep running.
I see.
He didn't keep running because he was trying to hit the creep.
Gotcha. Yep, looks like we're ready, and then Amar disconnects
ready
again. So more settings seem to need to be changed here for him, of course.
Crashing. Okay, I was wrong about that. It looks like just making up stories here.
Well, it makes it a little more interesting than him dying because his computer crashed.
Yeah,
unfortunate, of course.
It's gonna be 2 deaths down there.
Yeah, that definitely hurts. Obviously, Huskar is one of those heroes that this is something we don't get to talk about that often when you're having issues with the computer, but. Maybe the worst hero to have issues with because you're on such low HP all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe Morphling is up there as well if you're Agi game.
It's like a little bit better because he doesn't have the armlet yet, but he's still playing constantly on low HP, and you can see that he went 2 points Berserker's Blood, no points in Burning Spear, so he's playing entirely to stay at low HP and just abuse the regen he's getting from this ability. And of course, if your PC crashes and you just walk into the creep wave and die...
You can see his wand, by the way, his stick, 10 charges.
And also Fairy
Something
Fire.
definitely happened there. That is actually really unfortunate. For Amar. And this is a guy that, obviously he's an absolute beast, but would you say he has the propensity to tilt? Just looking at your face, just the immediate grin. I think you answered the question.
Pubs and competitive are... I think also he's an insanely competitive guy, so...
We got a toss back into the Magic Missile again, but the Mud Golem with Fishman applying some pressure to Yuragi, so Toby actually pops the Fairy Fire himself to stay alive here. As Taiga just beating the crap out of him with that Christmas tree. Just harassments all around. Although the Mud Golem's still blocking Taiga, this is really nice micro coming from Entity, which will lead to a kill onto Taiga himself. A nice turnaround from Fishman.
That's a Fishman Chen, man. This is what we've been seeing all tournament from him. He gets this hero. Level 3 Chen, not a super powerful being in the world.
Yeah,
you would think, but
it's accurate.
He's got some really good creeps to play with and good micro, making it look extremely strong.
Yeah, and not that he needs a buff, but I was thinking it'd be really cool if you could actually suicide the tomato or potato just to get that buff right away.
Insta-kill?
Yeah, that actually sounds really cool. But Chen is, what was it, 80% win rate?
82%, yeah, over quite a few games.
Maybe not ready for that change quite yet.
Well,
as you can see, the jungling BZM for the Coddle. And that's the one lane we haven't really talked about is Coddle versus Bad, because both heroes are just going to kill these waves, especially from BZM's side. Half jungle, half mid.
Yeah.
Very, very strong hero right now. Soul Assumption doing a lot of damage to Taiga in this top lane as the pressure continues from Fishman.
This top lane is an interesting one because clearly OG is they're doing the tossbacks into Venge Stun into Wave of Terror. It's a lot of nukes. It looks pretty good. Oh, Stormy's actually going for it.
Yeah, pops that Firefly. That's the Arcane Rune set. He's just going to get lassoed on the high ground with that 4 sticky Napalm stack. Should be an easy kill for Stormer.
Damn,
so first kill for him in this, I guess you can call it the mid lane, but you can see the CS right now between the mid laners not really that close because of the jungle discrepancies. Yuragi, again, getting gone on by these Mud Golems. Seem to be finding those consistently in the jungle.
Again with the body blocks.
Taiga can't even get to the other side now, but BZM coming to help with the Illuminate. A lot of damage done to Toby, who have to hightail away as Taiga trying to position again, but he's out of spell, so all he can do is right-click at this point. Illuminate, not channeled fully, but it's going to be enough to take out Toby in the end.
Oh, he's got the rocks.
Yep, the rocks come out from the little shard golems, avalanche to follow, and these little babies will not be enough to spell the doom for Taiga. So nice turnaround here from OG this time.
Yeah, nice rotation from BZM. He has his full boots of travel, so very easy, low cost for him to make that rotation. Also, Stormer on the flip side, when he got that kill on Seb, it's actually maxing Firefly on Batrider, which is not a typical build of the last few patches. He's playing entirely to just farm and be greedy, and yet he was able to get a kill, which is really good for him.
Yeah, and if you look at the net worth, he's 500 behind Coddle, but that's not really a surprise. Would you say
Coddle, yeah.
Is that about what you would expect coming out of the landing stage outside of any kills or ganks in the mid lane?
I feel like Coddle's supposed to outfarm almost anything mid because you farm the stacks, right? And
yeah.
Stormer's not really been farming stacks. He's just been kind of cutting waves and jungling.
Yep, Kataomi able to dodge the power shot or the... Well, it doesn't even matter at this point. He's just completely surrounded. The Ancient Capsule coming to help as well, but Taiga with the Avalanche, they're actually going to turn this around onto Kataomi.
He has Lasso because of the Arcane Rune. He's not going to chase.
He got another Arcane Rune? Oh, okay.
No, because the earlier one that he used, yeah.
Okay. But taking a nice juicy stack here. Although the power shot ends up getting a couple kills for Seb.
I think during that fight, the camp stacked, and he's like, oh, all right. Don't mind if I
Efficiency
do.
at its best.
Yeah, exactly.
Taiga with an Invis rune, so he can set something up on this Tiny. And Amar able to get the Helm of the Iron Will, but still a few hundred away from the recipe of the armlet. And that's a neutral item he would like to have, of course. As Taiga showing himself now with that Invis rune, he's going to get lassoed, and there's not really much support coming the way of OG, so that's a freebie for Entity. Did force out Fishman's TP, though. He'll likely just go back into the jungle.
That Shen TP, that's a big one. That's a big one.
He did have a creep with him, so.
He's like, oh, don't mind if I go jungle now. I'm stuck mid. I'll go ahead and go jungle.
Why not? Why not?
You know, I have seen Chen's just absolutely farming in this tournament. Like, the new age Chen doesn't seem to be this, like, early game centric here. Obviously, you're good early game. You still have the creeps, you still get the mech. But people are, like, hard farming jungle to get the mech. People are hard farming to get, like, Ags and Pipe and Vlad's, like, these aura items. And it doesn't feel like the hero really falls off like he used to.
Yeah, he's very rich in every game, it seems, because we've seen, obviously, the mech is like the standard item for him, which he's, typically you get that extremely early. We've been seeing Aghanim Scepter a lot. Which
somehow.
Goes, I mean, that, like back in the day, it's kind of like a luxury item. Obviously, it was different back in the day, but against this team, I don't think the Ags is going to be particularly good. Although, can you dispel the taunt coming from Huskar's ult when you get the Ags? That's the real question, because that could be a nice counteract for the counter itself against Bristle.
I don't think that's dispellable. I'm pretty sure
if it's a taunt like Berserker's call, then definitely not.
Yeah.
And I know it's called a taunt, but you know how things are in Dota. You never actually know.
Yeah, I know how things are in Dota that I don't know how things are in Dota. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Now, DD taken by Seb, so Stormstormer not able to net that for himself, but does have the Boots of Travel. And going to be going for the Blink as the second item, which, I mean, even just a few months ago, it felt like drums were kind of the dealio for him. But now going back to kind of the original build with Blink.
Or BKB Rush was another thing.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
The Blink tells us that he wants to jump specific heroes in this game. And I think BZM's a fairly obvious target that's going to be this backliner that's absolutely worth jumping, top of net worth. Also, getting the right jump onto Amar if he's low and armlet toggling. It's something that can let you, you know, get the pick off on him. But with that being said, if you're playing around the Blink and the lasso, well, Yuragi is Venge. This is a hard counter to the lasso with the swap.
Yeah, well, we're going to see the lasso come out, set up by the own Flame Break there on Stormstormer's side. Avalanche not going to keep Taiga breathing for the moment. So Entity get a nice pick off there. As BZM, again, just continuing to farm away. He has his Boots of Travel, obviously. He's had that for quite a while. A Spirit Vessel done already with 2 charges.
Okay, I want to talk about something here.
Okay.
And this is up your alley, okay? Because this is an Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, okay.
That's my boy.
Here's my issue with Venge Ags.
Yeah.
You're a carry, and you want to die.
Yeah.
I feel like as a carry, you don't want to die. You know, that's the one area of this that I feel like it's an offlaner for this reason. And I suppose I'm answering my own question in saying that.
Yes, you are. Thanks for including me in this conversation. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No. What do you think about this Venge Ags?
It's great. It's very. I remember you ranted about this back in the day. This is a really
back in the
good
day,
ag.
5 months ago. What do you mean? This is new.
People were buying it, and you're like, man, these people are stupid. But then you look, and they're pro players, and you're Div 3.
No, just call the name out. It's BSJ. It was BSJ that was ranting and raving about it. Anything he thinks is good.
Nah,
immediately I'm like, there's something wrong with this.
That's understandable, but it is. He just got lucky that it actually is good. Okay.
Yeah, it had a 37% win rate.
The fact that this because the teams aren't playing around it properly.
Okay.
Yuragi's already halfway there. This is super. I wasn't expecting like a rush of the Ags.
Listen, if anybody can make it work, it's OG. All right, I'm not. This is a major winner. This is a previous major winner. All right, so
I mean, you're going to be swapping, in theory, the lasso targets. You're going to get that damage reduction, so it's going to be harder to kill you like for a little bit. And then even if they do kill you, they're not going to kill you again. I don't know. It makes a lot of sense this game, especially with the role. So I agree. If it's a position 1, maybe not so much.
But the fact that he's basically the 3, I think it makes a lot more sense. Amar is farming. He's hard. I feel like that sentence has been said 1,000 times in the last year that Amar is farming. But no, He's farming triangle. He's farming safely. Like, a lot of the time when he farms, you see him farming aggressively. But in this game, he's taking a carry roll.
Swap, magic missile, but Stormstormer able to get to the high ground, but the power shot and illuminate. Too much burst damage for him to withstand. Curse comes out. A lot of damage being done to BZM by his teammate right now. Gets off the blinding light, though, and looks like he'll be A-okay. As Taiga trying to get some of these creeps. They'll find only the pine cone and left with all these worthless ones.
Got the acorn. Take the tower out as well.
Yeah.
All right.
1K lead for OG.
Yeah, nice rotation from Uragi. I mean, all set up by the initial swap on the Batrider. I think if Stormstormer's alive, that's a pretty easy defense. He's quite powerful.
And Fishman trying to get some more creeps. Only stuck with a tomato right now. And Stormstormer, he wants to get a little bit of revenge. Seb with the win run, but able to close the gap and get the lasso, so that's going to be a pickoff for Entity, of course, just to support. So if you want to call that a trade, then OG will be fine with it.
Yeah, but you're killing the TI winner on the enemy team.
Oh, yeah, that's
got to feel good.
Two-time TI winner.
That's right, and he died 2 times in this game.
Is it 5-time major winner now?
I don't know.
4 times as coach, 1 time as player?
Who cares? It's just...
It's a lot.
A lot at this point.
Yep.
He needs to relax.
Yeah, chill, bro. Well, the crazy... Oh, we're going to see an Ava toss from Taiga onto his creep, and this is going to be an easy kill into Fishman, although Stormstormer's here to try to help out.
Oh, nice
TP out is successful. Nicely done, knowing that the lasso would be on cooldown still. And Amari, you can see, trying to get a little bit involved. Has the armlet Sange. We'll be going for the BKB, then into Ags. What is the shard? Isn't the shard the inner fire little buff? Is that something you go for on this hero?
I think you play to get that on second Roche, because Huskar's going to be taking Roshans anyway, right? So,
okay.
But it is a really good one. It makes it 0 cast point.
I'm going to see the magic missile onto Toby. Soul Assumption to follow it up, though. Apparently that is enough for Toby. He's actually isolated at the moment. Teammates coming to his rescue. And the tier 1 tower falls in favor of OG. I would assume that they're waiting for Amar's BKB before they get ultra active.
Yeah.
Or just the Ags onto Uragi, who's 600 away. So some major power spikes coming for OG.
Yeah, you combine them for the bigger spike at this point. I think, like, if Entity walks away from the Roche pit, probably Amar walks in. But when you have the BKB on Huskar, that's when it's like, okay, it's go time. You can just force Roche.
Yeah. And a nice fresh D-ward there from Entity, so...
Saberlight's got his Ags, though. This is a very early Ags timing for the Bristle.
Yep. So Soul Ring, Vanguard, Ags, completely standard from what we've been seeing all the Bristlebacks in this tournament.
All right, Sunsfan.
Yes.
What's the next objective for both teams?
It might be the old Roshan.
I think that is the Roshan.
Some would call that the ball and chain of Dota in some respects, of course. They just keep coming back from the dead. With more jewelry on them, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, this
I don't know where this
analogy really makes a lot of sense. Continue, please.
Wraith Pact on Toby. Is going to see the curse onto Seb. Surrounded by creeps. And Stormstormer looking to finish them off, but the Gale Force creating a little bit of space. Soul Assumption comes to finish him off from Toby.
I'm going to be honest. I don't feel like Seb cares at all from these stats. This is the dream for a position 5. OG's just playing this like incredibly greedy.
Yeah. No doubt about it. And there we're going to see the Ags. And how far away is the BKB for Amar? Not too far. Just a few hundred away for that recipe. You can already buy the Mithril Hammer with some gold on top of that.
And Taiga's also fairly close to his Blink Dagger, so I think against Bristle in particular, the tossbacks are really important to just separate a fight from where Bristle is or to isolate him so you can actually kill him.
Yeah.
I think I mean, you have Uragi as well to nether swap if you're OG. So that's another option that you have. Toby's just keeping a bird in the pit, by the way.
I mean, it's that important.
That's crazy how important that is. I feel like that could be a Chen creep too, though. But Fishman, of course, he's the captain.
Yeah,
so
I mean, he does have the baby centaur, which is almost entirely worthless. Why not just put that guy in there? I mean, this... Well, they actually did buff this. It used to be... Didn't it used to be 5% magic resist at some point?
Yeah, you could stack them. now I don't think you can stack them.
I see. Well, they're smoking into the pit, and obviously with this Axe, they could take it, but OG might have a little inkling that this is occurring. Taiga on the high ground, breaking the smoke. It might cost him his life. Gets off a nice avalanche with the Gale Force to follow, but the lasso, that's going to find Yuragi's first life, and he's completely surrounded, so even his illusion will die. And that means OG might have to give this up as Amar kind of stuck inside his own triangle. BKB popped by Stormstormer. Life break to the creeps for Amar. He's going to pop a BKB of his own, which means they can't really kill him at the moment. A nice curse doing a lot of damage to Seb as Amar focusing purely on the Bristleback, who's staying alive. Amar going to see the save there onto the Bristleback, although taking a lot of Burning Spear damage. It looks like Amar is just resigned to his death. But Saberlight does die to the ridiculous amount of Burning Spears that were applied to him. And is this enough to go for Roche? I mean, they have an entire zoo with Visage here.
I feel like with the zoo, they can't, like, if this was any other draft, you'd be like, oh no, the Bristle died, Entity can't go Roche, but every one of their heroes can. Oh, Yuragi.
Yuragi, he's alive again. Gets off the magic missile. Illuminate to come. Fishman gets extremely low. And you can see the Roche starting to get low itself, and Yuragi really doesn't care about dying this first time. We've seen this story before. 17 seconds on the Huskar life. Yuragi's first life down again. A lot of damage being applied to the Wyvern, who gets blown up, so Kato Omi out of the fight.
Stormstormer's trying to finish it,
into the pit. Stormstormer doesn't have that much damage to work with, getting quite low himself, just getting beat by Roche. But the Aegis is taken by BZM, and that is unfortunate for OG, or for Entity, I should say.
Very
as
fortunate for OG.
My goodness, able to get in the pit and get a bunch of kills on top of that.
Yeah.
I mean, even with those zoo creeps, I thought that was going to be fast enough for Entity, but nice call from OG walking into the pit.
Yeah, I mean, OG realizing without Bristle that, yeah, the zoo can take Roche, but they're not strong to fight. The BKBs were down, the lasso was used, everything was used. Venge, this Venge debate is letting them play like really long fights. Like BZM, I feel like he got off like 3 big Illuminates during that fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're all enclosed in a nice little space here for him. And, I mean, the fact that they just didn't have the follow-up damage to just finish Roche itself, maybe that was the better play.
Stormstormer's in there desperately trying to kill Roche. Like, guys?
Yeah. I mean, 8 stacks of sticky napalm, the power shot brings that fight to the end. And, yeah, nice job from OG with 4 minutes left on the Aegis. They do lose Taiga here on the Tiny, but they're going to be extremely happy with how this last few minutes has gone. And Amar already point booster into his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. And after that last little Roche engagement, he has queued up the Aghanim Shard. He's not so sure if he's going to be getting a free Roche this game.
Okay.
Looks like both teams very willing to throw their lives away to contest it.
Yeah.
As we saw in that last fight.
Yeah, smoke up. OG looking to get active again. Seb. Actually, Yuragi likely to lead the way. No, it's going to be Seb. The smoke is broken, and they're going to spot Saberlight. Gale Force already there. Fishman is going to get tossed back onto the stairway. He's going to get off his mech along with the Hand of God, but Saberlight just trying to focus with that lasso target. But, again, the swap comes out from Yuragi. Nice counteract to that lasso. Amar gets off the inner fire, focusing on Visage all himself, but he's completely surrounded. Another inner fire to come, and the life break to follow. He's still staying alive with barely any HP, but OG are getting destroyed in this fight. And Yuragi, that is the illusion. They're going to take it out eventually, and they're going to find BZM on top of this. So a full team wipe, and likely to find the kill after the Aegis goes out here. So Entity somehow not losing anybody. BZM with the Illuminate, but it's not going to be much here. And Entity somehow winning this fight handily.
I feel like that started pretty good for OG. I mean, like Amar gets off the inner fire, and he has the shard now, by the way, so it healed him a bunch in that fight. It was a big debate from him, but it's just all of these creeps. Fishman was doing a really good job, not like, you know, pun intended, I suppose, panicking and running away from the creep army and running away from the Wraith Pack. They're legit just standing there and healing through everything and just letting the creeps do their work.
So OG, I mean, it felt like they had an okay lead after that first Roche engagement, but kind of throw it away to a degree, and now we're just sitting on a very even game.
You know, if Bristle is alive for Entity, I feel like it's really good for them to take long fights. Like, both sides want to take long fights. But I feel like Bristle stacking up the Goos, you have the Chen heals, and you've also the Wraith Pact on the Visage, and you have Winter Wyvern who's going to be using his heals. Bat Rider plays long fights, right? You get 10 stacks of napalm on somebody, they die instantly. So Entity just seems to have the better lineup for playing long fights. OG, they need a toss back. They need a Venge swap to start a fight.
You see a couple creeps taken out right now with that death throw. Not going to be used to any effect here, unfortunately, for Fishman.
Very good. You're the one person in Dota that knows what that ability is called.
It's a cool ability. If they just had a suicide action there, yeah.
They did add the ability to GG out in ranked, so...
That's right. Why not?
Why can't Tomatoes GG out of life?
And Amar onto the high ground with Taiga's support, and OG with full control of Entity's jungle at the moment, but that just means Entity's going to gain control of their jungle, as... Yeah, the BKB looking to be next for Saberlight, so not too far away from finishing it. About 1,000 gold away. But the tier 2 tower, I don't think Entity's going to defend this, so might be a freebie despite not having the Aegis anymore for OG. Still getting the first tier 2 tower of the game in their favor.
And now OG needs to make the choice, like, do they want to...
Oh, we have the lasso initiation. Focusing on Yuragi first, the Lotus Orb applied. Gonna bounce back a couple things here. Gets off another swap, and there's the illusion. So that's the first life for Yuragi. But again, swap out to Safety's arms this time, and Amar focusing on Bristle again. Not doing that much damage right now as Amar getting extremely low. There's the Lotus Orb, and he doesn't have enough lifesteal to work with at the moment. That Inner Fire just not providing quite enough HP regen. And now Seb might getting punished here. Visage Familiars, Curse. And BZM would be an enormous kill as Saberlight positioning himself very nicely to get off these goos and quill sprays. Toby finishing him off with that soul assumption. Gale Force not really going to help too much here as another fight going the way of Entity. Seb and the illusion of Yuragi, the last to remain. And Yuragi,
middle tower has fallen.
He's actually going to come back. That is unfortunate timing. Really well played from Entity, knowing that he would respawn. So dies again. And the illusion will likely follow suit. That is exactly what you described.
Okay, I will say,
of the game.
I will say, I was complaining about the Venge carry, and one thing that I did not realize at the time, somebody corrected me, this was on Reddit or something. You can backpack the Venge Eggs to not go back to the illusion. So the fact that Yuragi didn't do that makes me think this is a bit of a failed experiment. You know what I mean? Because that's like, I feel like if you're spamming the if this is your thing, you know, you're gonna backpack that. Because there was some Venge pervert out there that was like, oh, you can backpack the eggs.
It's an interesting way to describe that. But yeah, no, you're right. I'm sure somebody's telling him right now. Probably Seb, knowing him.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that ends up happening again in this game.
Maybe they fixed it or something. Maybe you can't do that.
I feel like
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
That would make sense for it to actually work, though, based on mechanics in Dota. But again, like you said, you never actually know. Could have been hotfixed with no patch.
Is it because if you're dead, can you not backpack? Is that it? Is that no? Because you could put it in your stash.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm fairly sure you should be able to do that.
Maybe there's something funky going on there. But anyway, man, I think Entity's onto something.
They're not afraid of initiating onto Yuragi, and that is going to be another death for him. But again, Illusion comes out, Soul Assumption to follow, and with Toby's Familiars here, you can see OG not really wanting to fight, so that is death number 7 for Yuragi. Again, it is a position 3 this game, but that still does not feel good, as Saberlight and company feeling very comfortable going for the high ground take now. But there is buyback available for the Venge. Tier 3 towers down. Gale Force. Zeb looking for the power shot. There's the buyback coming out. Taiga gets off the nice toss back onto Saberlight. Pops that BKB instantly. Focusing on a Taiga to start this out as he is dead right off the bat. We'll have the buyback as well as Yuragi looking for his 8th death of the game. Amar falls as well. Just too much physical damage from this Bristleback. And a nice curse that might just end this game. GG is called. Entity. Gracious me, oh my. That was a very quick turnaround. The fact that, I mean, it was only like a 6k lead knocking on the high ground, but that fight, that was 3 full team wipes in a row, and I don't think Entity lost 1 hero. Dude, am I mistaken?
How weird was that game out of 10 to you? Like, tell me your honest opinion. That was a weird game.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
Yes.
Out of 10.
Maybe an 8.
Like an 8? It's pretty high.
Yeah.
That's pretty high. Like that it was strange because it felt like there were times that OG were ahead. They're running and they take a good initiation, and Entity just wipes the floor with them.
I'm kind of sad we didn't get to see the Ags on the Huskar at any point because I feel like that is a big power spike potentially.
Yeah, could have.
But yeah, it just didn't work out for OG. So you talked about potential experimentation failure here, but at the same time, you got to give credit to Entity because
I think they're onto something, man, with their drafts. Like they're just kiting. They got 2 guys putting numbers over people's heads. You got the Bristle, you got the Bat. You've got these other heroes, the Kite and Heal, and the Creeps and the Wraith Pack.
They need to add that for Quill Spray stacks as well. Then you have 3 heroes, just a lot of information overload, if you will.
That's true.
So what do you think that OG needs to change? Well, I'm guessing you're going to start with no Venge pick.
I would say Fishman Chen is a very serious contender for that first ban phase.
That is true.
It's got an incredibly high win rate. It's a top tier hero for every team, but Entity is probably arguably the best looking team with Chen out of the tournament so far.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, we've cast a few of their games, and that's definitely true.
They're really good with it.
So with that, Entity take a 1-0 lead to start us off in the first round of the Arlington Major. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game number 1.
It was a beautiful game of Dota played by Entity and Sheep. Actually, you all said it. It was an outdraft. You guys were all in favor of this, but the execution as well coming out from Entity looked fantastic. I feel like you want to say something.
I always want to say something. It's my favorite thing to do.
All right, go. You're going to be like, well, actually...
No, I don't have anything like super specific off that, but yeah, like it was an amazing outdraft. I don't think OG had any tools to stop this power spike. I think like the biggest thing that Entity had against them was their own like misplays, like around that Roche pit and stuff. Outside of that, yeah, they did. They played it slow. They kept it relaxed. They waited for their Axe timing on Bristle. They waited for their mech on Chen. I think they went Wraith Pack though on the Visage instead. And then when they had all these things, it was so easy for them to just group up and fight.
Yeah, on the other end of this panel, though, Look Cost, were you really impressed with Entity? Do you feel like that was the only misplay, or were there some other things that felt like OG could have potentially come back in and capitalized on a little bit more?
I stopped being impressed by Entity by a long time because they've been doing it consistently, and they just show every single game how good they are. They just didn't have enough on side of OG to deal with all these summons, and I didn't think I was ever gonna quote Jenkins on panel to say something about the analysis, but he has a really good point. This Fishman Chen, I think it needs to go. Either you first phase it or you ban it if you don't have the first pick.
100% agree. Yeah. Those blocks in lane, oh my god, he's so good.
It's their most picked hero. Like, take him out of his comfort zone. Enough's enough.
Do you feel, so you say ban it, but let's talk about like actually, I'll save it for later. We'll talk about like how good the Chen was, but the other side of OG, I asked if there was any way that they kind of could have come back into this game, but do you feel that they could have dragged out a little bit longer? Could they have contested if the game went further, or this was always going to be in Entity's favor?
For me, it's tough because with the Bristle plus Chen pick, there's these 2 major problems that need to be addressed, and you guys touched a bit on, hey, there's all these summons that they can't deal with all the zoo, but then against Bristle you need single target burst damage as well. So you need 2 totally different things to deal with the zoo, the Chen, the Visage, and something to do with the Bristle back. And because they picked Bristle so late in the draft, OG only had 2 kind of picks to respond. They went for like the lane matchup with the Huskar, then they don't have anything to address all the summons and the Death Ball. It just felt like more than anything, like there was nothing available that countered both those 2 things that Entity were bringing with their draft.
Entity did a very good job protecting their Bristleback with having a lot of save, a lot of sustain, and also picking Batrider, then going for Batrider, then protecting the Bristleback with a couple of bans, and then ending up the draft with the Visage, because they understood there's no AoE. They literally have nothing other than Inner Fire and like Blinding Light that's gonna be able to deal with all these summons. I think we gotta give credit to Amar because he played really good Huskar, those armlet toggles, staying in top of the fight for a very long time. I thought it might be enough. I'm impressed how well OG managed to do in this game, considering what they had in terms of drafting. I mean, they tried something different. Pretty sure they, as seen in the tournament so far, that they have other stuff prepared.
It's crazy. You said that. I looked down. I was like, wait, he's 1-5-0. What happened to him? I was like, it felt like he did play pretty well, but whoa, that scoreline.
It was close. I mean, he was getting everyone so low, but there were some fights where he just like could not finish the job, and it's because of all that healing.
And that's also the problem with like Coddle's not like a finisher. Coddle does the same thing as Mar. Like you chip at them getting low. You need that like that Ember type hero, that catch, that hero that chases them down and finishes them off. And I think that's something when you have Coddle, Venge, with Husker is like they don't have any way to like truly jump on them and finish these kills off.
One of the reasons why Amar had such a bad score in the end is they didn't have a front line. Someone needed to be that guy, and that was him because he proved the light. He wants to keep the distance. Windranger, she does not want to be in the middle of the fight, and someone has to. But yeah, we'll see how they approach a draft 2.
Yeah, we normally ask you guys for an MVP or someone that really stood out for you, and it's normally on the winning side, but if you were to give one for each team, who would it be? Because despite OG not winning, like I do still think that they had some like great plays, but on the side of Entity, MVP, anyone that stands out that you're like...
Big Chen.
I was going to say Fishman, yeah.
Fishman.
Fishman.
Yeah. The other cores, they just did their job. They picked cheese heroes and they used their spells. Fishman was in the lane, having amazing impact, securing kills, moving around the map. He was healing his team. These guys look good because of him.
Yeah. And then anyone stand out for you guys on OG that you're like, mentally, they've still got to be in a really good place despite losing?
BZM, for me, did a pretty good job with this Coddle. He was getting involved in as many kills as he was, or could, sorry. Like, Amar, we like how he played a lot, but he still only managed to be a part of 1 kill in the end. BZM trying desperately to bring his team back into it.
100%.
It's hard, though. They got stomped.
It's really
weird.
hard.
They got stomped, but like the first 15 minutes, they were actually like ahead on gold and stuff, but it never really felt like they were in control of the game.
But you have a Coddle. Coddle naturally accelerates his farm harder than anyone else in that game.
Yeah.
Was there any way for OG to transition this into a better mid-game for them, or the items and the timings of Entity?
Not necessarily. I feel like if this game could have been played out for another, let's say, like 10-15 minutes, that OG's chances would be higher to win the game. Like once you get the more items on this Huskar, we didn't see the full Aghanim Scepter, maybe Venge gets something else, Windranger starts to scale as well, but never happened.
Yeah, they felt like they're trying to beat the tempo of Entity, but their heroes themselves, like Huska needs his armlet, Venge needs an Axe Scepter, so they themselves are waiting for items and they hit their item timings at the same time as Entity, and Entity are just stronger with their item timings.
It was an amazing performance from Entity. This is a best of 3 though, so we're going to jump to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if OG can do a little bit better in game 2.
Dima, I've been waiting for this. You're gonna die.
You're about to get E-howed. Oh, I'll kill you, kid.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hey, buddy! I said good day, sir!
A fantastic Game 1 draft by Entity did result in them getting a win. So as we're jumping into game number 2 here, I have to ask my lovely panel Lacoste Guards Sheep.
Hi.
This Chen, we talked about it. It was a standout. It was the MVP. Two options. You either ban it or you pick it up for yourself. Isn't there a third option? You let it through again?
Yeah.
Is there a third option? Not really. I think there's only really two. But is there an issue with that second one, right? Picking up yourself. Is it hard to play a hero that your enemy team is so familiar with and very intimate in knowledge on as well?
I mean, the hero's just so strong. It's not like you need to figure out these like weird counters. He's very standard. He's like any other Zoo. You can deal with him with like AoE damage, clear like the Pango, like the Tide, like Wyvern, all this stuff. But I think like the biggest problem is just the healing in these mid-game fights. Like when you try and commit everything onto a hero and they just kind of, it all just gets mitigated. It's really hard to play around that. So more burst damage, more magic burst. They had a lot of physical, it felt like.
I think the other route that they can go for is what we're seeing on the screen right now. Taiga playing that Marcy. I love they played it like 2 or 3 times so far on OG. Lone Druid, Marcy, and they even throw Io in that equation to be able to buff up the bear, something that can match the tempo, especially if Entity is going to play something as aggressive as they did in game 1.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is, we saw Entity have this, death ball lineup, this fast-paced, high tempo. How do you stop that in the drafting phase? Or do you just try and match it?
You ban it. Just ban it, goddammit.
There's a few heroes like Wyvern, I think, that are particularly good against the Zoo strats, although that's just not a hero that OG have really played at all. So I think it comes down to either preparing for it. I don't think you can just say we're going to go Zoo ourselves, because I think there's only a finite number of heroes in both these teams' hero pools that really enable it. So I think banning it's the easiest approach, like Sheep said.
Yeah. It's what are you letting through? Because it's just what are you letting through. They do have like a lot of cheese. I think it's just it was no one. I think there was an interview that just said that like this kind of way of playing is so, even though it's a normal death ball strat, it's just so like hard to deal with such like fast aggression with like non-greedy heroes when you're playing against that. You really have to reassess what you're doing, especially with Seb, who's played these super slow 5s, because it's just not going to work. Like I think Thunder Awaken were another team that sort of showed how to beat OG's like slowness at the very beginning. And this is really good too, because they were never like making any moves to stop Entity from farming their core items.
Yeah, you talked about like potentially what do you let through if you're going to be banning. The bans from last game were the Puck, Nyx, Razor, Timber. If you want Chen to be placed into that, what are you more comfortable letting through?
I think Puck can go through because they pick and play Puck themselves. I think it's just a matter of you get some extra bans when you pick those contested heroes of your opponents. And I feel like that's something OG just didn't particularly do in game 1. So when it comes to game 2, I think they need to basically take those extra bans, pick a Chen themselves. They love the Chen Shaker, pick the Puck themselves. Like, utilize the fact that you have some hero overlap and pick those heroes so you get the comfort of extra bans.
Yeah, 100%. Well, the draft will be coming up very, very soon on your screens, and we do know that OG has the first pick, and they ban the Chen, like we talked about, let through the Puck, and pick it up themselves. Almost exactly what you just said, Gods.
Poor Entity. They had that like, do we ban the Puck or do we ban the Timber? Sorry, it's like, oh god.
Forever perpetual thinking. But Entity, they like that bat. They place importance on it, and so they do bat Winter Wyvern as a response.
They're not going to change anything, having these two heroes playing the comfort, what they already practiced in the previous game. I like that. If OG's too stubborn to bat it out, go for it. I want to see some extra magical damage that can come out to deal with the Wyvern. Puck does have a ton, but maybe a little bit more to deal with these heals that did cause a lot of issues.
What do you want to reveal in this first phase? What do you want here as your last pick for OG?
I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Marcy. I think that's fine, because one of these two combos that have been really popular with Puck were Tiny to break the coil, and Marcy is the other one that can do it. Ooh, we forgot about Viper, because usually it's banned out.
Yeah, they had a lot of options actually on OG because they have the last pick of this phase. They can like counter these heroes they see on Entity, or pick like a core that they want to protect. Or I think you can go when you're playing against a bat, you can pick stuff like Save, like Shadow Demon, Oracle, these types of heroes to protect against the lasso. You can also pick very aggressive like counter initiators when bat is trying to dive a tower. He doesn't have a BKB that early. You can just like use that Marcy, like you said, to stun him, stop him, and then kill him. Like, that's not.
I think Marcy now has to go even more that they picked up the Viper. This lane is almost unplayable unless you have like Juggernaut plus one extra healer in the lane to be able to sustain through all the magic damage. Even like you get disposed, you're out of position, you're straight up dead.
Yeah, your goal is never going to be to win that lane. It's going to be to survive it and then go jungle and catch up and hope your team can create space for you, because I guess the one thing Viper doesn't do well is move around the map. He's just going to look to keep singing that lane and applying pressure. So you do get that room to catch up when you're playing in a Viper.
Considering we're seeing two of the same heroes for Entity, you said, don't change what isn't broken. Do you look to ban Bristleback on the side of OG?
No, you have Viper this time around, so you don't necessarily need to spend a ban on it.
Yep.
Marcy gone?
I would spend a ban on Juggernaut instead, because you're playing into Puck and Viper, and it's just way too difficult to lock him down, because you do have your offlaner, your mid laner, and you don't have that like guaranteed position 5, maybe even position 3 that can go through magic immunity from Juggernaut.
The nice thing is, Entity's not locked into a specific playstyle right now, because these heroes are both just like BKB piercing, good heroes. Like, you got team fight, you got damage, you got like a way to reposition the enemy. Like, you can use these any way you want. You can use them in that run you over strat they did last game. You can play a slightly slower game where they focus on pickoffs. Like, your Wyvern's going to be able to help de-push lanes and disengage fights that you need if you wanted to stop buying time. So they have kind of like the whole game open to them right now.
Maybe the other hero they're thinking about is Earthshaker, because Earthshaker Viper does pull the lane back, and also one of the better counter initiators against the Batrider, because this hero does love to play super aggressive. You can stand in a fog and just be able to fisher him and disengage.
Well, Fishman has been officially banned out.
Yep.
There goes his hero pool.
He can still Bane.
Oh,
we got the Bane.
Oh, the Warlock. Those two are
Is
still
that
in there.
intentional pun, Gods? Officially? He
Oh.
spell it like a fish.
Oh my god, he looks for puns even when no one's making them.
Radius
Christ
is
almighty.
2 levels above ours.
Gods is like, no, I was just speaking.
No, he's just talking.
I wasn't born for this. I'm not a dad yet. I can't make these jokes.
You can just sit. We can just appreciate them.
Yeah.
Potential thoughts for last ban on the side of Entity? Anything that we can like read from their bans.
Yeah, like Nyx, you get rid of that. Honestly, this was one of the heroes I thought they might pick at the end of first phase on OG, because the last time I saw a Batrider get picked, Nyx was the response, and it was so good. Because while you're not necessarily saving the Carapace, you just walk in the flames. Like it totally shut down like the early game of this hero. So I think this is a great ban.
Yeah, this is almost anything saying like, you know, we're gonna ban what's good against this rather than what we. You know, they probably expect Seb to play Shaker more than they do Nyx Assassin, but they'd rather ban out the hero that's going to cause them more problems.
Oh, that's a good response. One of the heroes that has been not so popular in this major. I think picked 2 or 3 times, but against the Viper, you do have ability to make his life very annoying, removing the poison stacks, and also against the coil, someone breaks the coil, you remove the stun immediately. A lot of saves, one more time, from Entity. 2 supports that are very slow, I would say, at the start. It needs like 10-15 minutes for them to build up, but they did manage to get to that point.
Yeah, they're very passive. Like Chen, at least you could use him in multiple ways to help take objectives, push, and he even with like penitence and all that attack speed, you're able to like kill. Abaddon doesn't really do that.
OG with the Elder Titan though, we've seen him a little bit already in group stages, I think 2 or 3 times as well. Still quite low on that pick rate, but what is the Elder Titan offering to OG?
Honestly, it's hard for me to be objective here because I asked Quinn last night, like, why do you think LGD's playing Elder Titan? He just said, style? I don't know, that hero's not that good.
My view on this is it's like going to be better at letting them kill these heroes. Like, because the other option I think for them instead of ET, they played it I think before with Seb is the Shaker, and what ET brings is more damage than the Shaker, because they both kind of have that same kind of like team fight disruption. But what ET does is he amplifies all the magic damage of Puck, Viper, putting that spirit down. It just, to me, they maybe last game feel like they lack damage playing against mass save, mass heals. They want to go damage output.
Yeah, like for those that don't know how Elder Titan works, he removes like your magic resistance and your armor, and the magic resistance is tied to the spirit. So if he throws out an astral spirit in this fight, you have your Viper and Puck like kind of diving and doing loads of damage. If you keep the astral spirit with them, that's going to do like loads of damage.
Yeah, because realistically you're not going to ever get a chance to be close to people to lower their armor.
Another surprising pick, Shadow Demon from OG. Only been played one other time in this major, so very, very unpicked at the moment.
Great save hero, but against the Batrider's Lasso, Winter's Curse as well, but might be a bit too difficult to execute that, considering that you are playing into Visage right now. You don't deal well with the birds, so one of the more difficult ones, I would say. I'd say Visage does a very good job, a core Visage, where he cuts into backlines and just makes, similar to Lycan, makes position 4-5 lives miserable.
And the disruption can just set up the Visage familiar stun, for example, so it's not always going to be the most reliable of saves. I think what OG are looking to, again, like they pick 2 supports now with heavy magic damage, heroes that can kind of defend against that kind of death ball push. It really feels like they're going for like this common theme with their heroes where it's like high magic damage, good against this kind of cheesy style that Entity bring to the table, because they're not picking like BKB cores. Like, yeah, Batrider will go for a BKB. Visage doesn't like to get one at all. You know, the Wyvern Cold Embrace is not going to be good against any of these heroes. It feels like ET Stomp, Shadow Demon can rack up poisons. Like, Wyvern Cold Embrace is just not a save this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looking at their offensive capabilities, you talk about cutting the backline. Is Toby very flexible on how he plays Visage? Because when you go this Wraith pack, the boosted bearing, you're very much like a walk with your team kind of hero, but he has the option to go the Ags. If he went like an Ags and an Orchid this game, I feel like that would be so incredible versus the Shadow Demon and the Elder Titan, who are going to want to sit back. Because you get like free pathing, you can just like scoot around.
Sure, but too good of a snowball, because what they got with the Raid Pact, and none of the heroes on OG in the middle of the fight are gonna sit and kill Raid Pact. Maybe Viper, but these other 3 heroes, it's not their job.
True. I mean, maybe they could pick something up that works with it. I know it's a very terrible win rate this game, this tournament, but Phantom Lancer is not like too terrible for OG this game. Visage and Abaddon have like no way of dealing with it. It's great at purging the napalm stacks from Bat, and Wyvern really struggles to kind of pick out the real one for his ult as well. So
it's a good call. Some kind of a late game security.
But I also Saberlight though. Is he going to play some late game?
I meant for OG.
Oh, for OG. Okay,
for OG.
Sorry.
If they want to go something a bit more greedy, if they feel they have enough to sustain through early stages of the game, I wouldn't mind seeing Medusa, because I like against Visage, against all of these heroes, they don't deal that much damage, and you're not afraid of Batrider because you do have Shadow Demon and ET to counter-initiate and also save you.
Yeah, there's... I love Saberlight because I just don't know what he's gonna do. We've seen his Blood... Oh, I was gonna say, we've seen Saberlight's Bloodseeker, and I really like that one, but OG will take that. Maybe they could... Is Faceless still in the pool? It's not the best against Puck, but I've really enjoyed seeing Faceless like when China's played it. It's like something they're very good at. You want to like either man up against a Bloodseeker, or you want a way to disengage and get out of it.
I still feel like the best pick to me that stands out is the Juggernaut, just having the magic immunity. It's just not a Saberlight hero. It's like, do they go for the pick that maybe fits the draft versus the pick that fits Saberlight? And I don't think he's played Jug this tournament yet, so...
I'm pretty sure he can play it. Juggernaut, like one of the most iconic Dota heroes, so should be able to do it. And yeah, looking at how many BKB piercing abilities they have on OG, Bloodseeker, Shadow Demon, Ulti, Viper Strike. Like if you get purged by Shadow Demon and Viper Ult, it's 100 move speed. You're not moving.
Yeah, this is horrible no matter what because you're playing into a Viper. Like if you want to go straight for the lane, maybe you go for a kill lane with like a CK. Maybe you go for a like Nature's Prophet and outrange it. Maybe you go for Doom. Maybe.
Maybe you do go for Doom.
Maybe, yeah.
Lock in that Doom. Yeah, finalize the drafts. It's going to be Saberlight on Doom. So now how do we feel about these tempos? Is this a different shift for Entity? Are we going to see some different playstyles for them compared to Game 1?
Looks pretty similar to me. On the other side, OG, Bloodseeker, last pick, does give them a bit more like hero that will contribute in these early fights. But if you look at the tower damage, it's non-existent for OG unless Viper picks up the shard, which is still, you know, we're talking about sieging the tier 3 towers, so could be a bit difficult, and Entity might have enough time, even if the early stage doesn't go too well, to recover, because OG, I don't think they're going to be able to finish the game early, even if they have like a big amount of lead.
Well, I'll give you two gods, Sheep, a little bit of space. Where do you feel like this game 2 is going before we jump into it?
I think OG is going to even this one up. I think they've just kind of responded to the playstyle of Entity with their draft, even busting out some kind of non-conventional picks in ET and Shadow Demon. I just feel like they're going to be able to hold their ground against like the Death Ball, the cheesy pushes, while contesting Roshan. And I think that gives them an edge when they can kind of hit this like BKB timings in the mid game.
Yeah, I think Entity is slow. Like Doom's going to want to get a Midas and farm. Abaddon doesn't. He's not going to be making big plays for you. Meanwhile, OG have like lane dominators in Viper. Puck is going to be able to just use spells. He doesn't need items to have impact. Bloodseeker is probably one of the fastest carries to like start interacting with the team. Like we saw EG play it where RTZ was getting involved at like 8 minutes. You know, with that speed, I think Entity are really going to struggle.
Yeah, well, OG is a team definitely known for performing under pressure. So we'll see if the little chat between Game 1 and Game 2 is enough as we jump into it with Sunspan and Jenkins.
Welcome back to game number 2 in the first round of the playoffs here at the Arlington Major, OG versus Entity. OG lose game 1, and Entity, I mean, they kind of snowballed through for them. I mean, I guess PSG LGD really snowballed through the group stage, but Entity, they're kind of picking up where they left off. They've picked up these kind of non-traditional ones, if you want to call them that, for Saberlight all tournament long, which I think I speak for you, based on the amount of games that we cast of Entity. They're probably the most entertaining team here at the Major, outside of PSG, but they're just winning everything. So that's not fun, right?
Don't speak for me. I hate Entity.
Okay. And why is that?
No, they're fun. They're extremely fun to watch. I mean, they're 3 offlaners. They play really unconventional. I don't know if it's because they had to.
Upset. You have to hold that thought, Jenkins. I'm sure it was a very eloquent thought at that.
It wasn't.
He's taking a ton of damage, but looks like he's going to be able to walk away and have enough time to go back to the fountain if he wants.
Yeah.
And he gets away with 4 stick charges. That's actually almost maybe a benefit here.
That is pretty good for him. He's rushing his Triangle Boots as well. So he's going to be real happy about that, not dying while going for some greedier style items.
Yeah, but the thing that we love about Entity is the fact that obviously there was question marks about Stormlight. That's a great book, by the way, just throwing it out there. But Saberlight playing position 1, as he is obviously position 3 for TSM, but they're picking a lot of these heroes, and they did this with Pure to some degree as well, with like the Doom carry and whatnot. These are heroes he plays anyway, as offline. Like, even the Bristleback, although it is more of a position 1 these days, obviously he can play it.
Yeah, in retrospect, for how Entity played during this season of DPC that they've done, or this tour that they've done exceptionally well in.
Yeah.
They've excelled, and it's kind of with offlaners in the safe lane, even though it is pure. So the stand-in in retrospect makes sense, but I think a lot of people are like, this is an offlaner.
Right.
What are you doing?
I mean, I thought the same, but they got these beefy boys, and they're playing position 1. I'm always a fan of that.
Look at the mangoes. He's queuing up a bunch of mangoes. This is the Chad way of playing Visage. This is definitely the way.
Yeah, Fishman, what are your thoughts on the old Abby being picked? Not a hero we get to see all too often.
No, I mean, Abby in this game is really good against both of the Viper. Either side lane he can play in, and it's good because you can take off the Shadow Poison. But he doesn't have it. He has a Disruption, uses it to protect the Courier.
Yep. Disruption is an okay answer to Abaddon. I mean, once you get that Curse of Avernus, I mean, that ends up being kind of a silence onto whoever you end up disrupting.
And you can disrupt him during his ult. That's true, but it's a position 5, so I don't think you care as much about that. You can also purge the shield. Now that I'm thinking about it, Shadow Beam is a pretty good answer to Abaddon.
Yep, for sure. Although I would say the break that comes out of the Ags, not that he's going to get an Ags this game, not that great against Abaddon because you can still just activate it. So you need to couple that with like a silence on top, which,
It is Taiga playing it though, so this is a pause 4.
Yeah, could get some farm.
He might actually get it. He's got it queued up, I believe. Yeah, he does. He's got some high aspirations.
Wow.
My boy.
Okay, that's a little surprising because there's not like a bristleback in the game for like the true break.
Nah,
but obviously against Abaddon, if you're able to combo it, can be really strong.
Good. It's really good against Bat, I think, to just disrupt him in the fights. When he BKBs, you ult him and he can't do anything. He's all based on move speed. I do feel like it's a pretty good Bat game for Entity, despite, of course, always first phasing this hero, it seems. They seem to get away with fairly good Bat games where it's like, yeah, there's a lasso counter in the SD, sure, but there's nothing to purge the stacks of Napalm, which is kind of what counters this new age Bat. It's not about the lasso. It's all about that Napalm.
And what do you think of OG's lineup? Their response to obviously, I mean, the panel did talk about it. Entity, very similar lineup in terms of like the pacing, which shouldn't be a surprise coming into even game 1 because they've been doing this the entire group stage. As we're going to see the Astral Spirit come out from Seb, Kataomi. Let's take heavy damage, but we'll live. We're going to see First Blood, Amar. Okay. Ends up getting him in the end. And Taiga will be the trade on the other side of the map, so it's a 1-for-1, although Fishman getting chased by Yuragi. Getting that extra movement speed, gets off the Aphotic Shield. It looks like it'll just delay the inevitable, which will be the kill for Yuragi, who actually gets the bounty rune as well. But yeah, this OG lineup, their response to Entity.
Well, laning seems to be the name of the game for them. They're doing very fine in all of the lanes. They're winning all of the lanes, such that Saberlight is having to go and cut the creep wave with boots. Second, and of course that does get interrupted by the stomp, even pre-tips, which is quite aggressive, I will say.
It's good. And Saberlight, I mean, he's playing in the off lane. Is this something that they just wanted to get a good matchup for, like in the bot lane especially? Or do they like this Doom versus the Viper? I don't think like anybody against Viper.
It doesn't seem like the bot lane's really doing that well either, though. Toby is... I mean, he's neck and neck with Yuragi, but I feel like Visage is a pretty strong laner these days just because Soul Assumption, even at second point in Soul Assumption, it does a lot of damage on a 4-second cooldown. Super value ability. So, yeah, for Entity. Then again, they played for the Death Ball last game, and you don't necessarily have to utterly stomp the lanes in order to come out and have a Death Ball. But, yeah, early game looking a lot easier for OG, for sure.
Okay. And mid lane, Stormer against BZM. We've got the Puck versus Batrider matchup. Get to see that a little bit. Obviously, Puck has been like extremely contested at the point of almost being permabanned. So we're seeing some Shadow Poison stacks there onto the Visage. But that mid lane matchup, how do you think that fares for the Batrider? Since Puck, it just feels like there's nobody that can really true counter.
To be honest, I feel like Bat loses lane to almost anything. Like the way Bat wins lane is by killing.
Oh, Taiga.
Okay, here we go.
Combo this. Nice disruption with the Blood Right as Yuragi continuing to chase Fishman. 3 stacks of Shadow Poison, just trying to get a collateral kill, but Taiga will just deny himself to the creeps instead. And Toby actually made his way over here just to get some Soul Assumption stacks, but nice deny there from Taiga.
Yeah, support for support, but Fishman goes down first, and the deny comes out, so... Yeah, lanes are going extremely well for OG this game.
I mean, it's already 2K at 5.5 minutes. That is usually indicative of winning all 3 lanes, which to some degree they certainly are.
They are, yeah. I mean, it's a little early. They did pick to win lanes. I feel like if anytime you have a Viper, anytime you have a Bloodseeker, these cores, these heroes win lanes. Puck as well. It's not like Puck really wins lanes, but I don't think Puck ever loses lanes is the thing. Like, Puck will always just shove out the mid wave and go jungle, which I think is why it's one of the strongest mid heroes, if not the strongest mid hero of the patch. Kind of the only answer feels like Tiny. Even DK doesn't feel as good just because the hero's not as strong as it once was. And Barret, I feel like, is the opposite effect, where Bat usually loses lanes because his level 1 through 4 is just weak. Like, all he can really do is kill creeps, and he's not even that good at doing that. Often you can get denied. So this, I think the mid lane is pretty typical, but the side lanes are going pretty bad for Entity.
Yeah, Saberlight just being forced to pull creep waves so you can try to get some farm. As Seb getting spotted out in the river as the 6-minute rune is about to pop, and the illusions will be in the hands of BZM. Trying to turn this around to Stormstormer potentially, but he left Seb alone in the end, so everybody's going to walk away. But yeah, OG, that's the story of the game. Off to an extremely good start. And obviously the Devour was only level 1 up until this point. And that's kind of like your big farm dependency. That's something that you're going to be almost guaranteed to get off.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're down 2K with a Doom on your team, not a great start, to say the least, from Entity.
No.
We see another disruption into Bloodright combo. Fishman able to get off the Aphotic Shield first this time. And the Soul Assumption doing a lot of damage to Taiga. But this is the scary thing about going against the Shadow Demon in general. Obviously the save potential, which we haven't really had to see because Yuragi's been super safe, but the fact that you can take out stacks so easily with Shadow Poison is something you have to contest in some capacity.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Cat to Omi. Get a little tri-lane action here as Yuragi, knowing that a teammate is coming. Disruption there, we see the saving. There's another TP coming in, but you can see Yuragi getting extremely low. Nice Echo Stomp there, but it's not going to prevent the death from Yuragi. Going down to that Soul Assumption. Illusory Orb from BZM looking to take out somebody. The coil even expended just to take out Fishman, as Toby trying to do some damage to BZM. Gets a nice Soul Assumption and not in range for the Splinter Blast. So ends up getting away on the puck. Taiga as well, and very little HP. So a nice little turnaround here from Entity. Losing a support.
Oh, if he gets bashed. Okay.
That would have been disastrous with the TP being on cooldown.
I saw, like, in the 2 minutes ago or something like that, Stormstormer pinged the Ancients in order to, like, obviously he's telling his team, like, hey, you know, go stack the Ancients. Like, it looks like Entity, they want to play the next few minutes just to farm, and you could see that in his build as well. Once again, he went for a 3-0-4 build, holding a point for potentially the ult just in case he's got an Arcane Rune. So yeah, they're gonna play to farm, which I think is the correct approach. After what we've seen in the laning, it is very difficult for them to play either of these lanes, and I don't think they can rotate them in any way. I think they just have to be greedy and play the map to farm, and then that makes it all on BZM to rotate on this puck and try to punish that. So all eyes on him, really.
And I will say a bit of a, call it a power spike from Saberlight. He had the tornado creep for basically the whole game. Finally finds the mana burn with the mana aura to go with it. So going to be annoying to go up against. But of course, he's already at a level, like severe level disadvantage. 2 behind Amar, who's not going to get some backup in the form of Taiga.
Saberlight went Tranquils too as a essentially a carry Doom.
He's going to take a Viper Strike for his troubles. He's already at half HP. Taiga not in the area. Aphotic Shield is going to take off some of the stacks of the poison attack, so he will live, but I mean, damage is done. I mean, Viper versus any melee hero is going to be pretty damn miserable for the melee.
Oh, BZM, he's there.
BZM has his coil ready. Illusory Orb not going to connect, but he's going to go into Waning Rift. You can see the TP's coming in. He expends coil, but he has no mana to follow this up with. Amar is going to get lasso before get any more right clicks in, and Toby's even come to play with the Soul Assumption. So a nice turnaround on from Entity's side. As they're going to find Taiga as well. They did lose Saberlight, so it's going to be a 1 for 2. But from OG's perspective, perhaps they're happy with the fact that they had to TP with basically everybody on Entity's side.
I mean, you know, Kataomi can play bot and take this lane and get some levels. Like, I feel like if you looked at the entity side and you saw a bunch of heroes that weren't farming, then yeah, sure, those are good TPs to force. But you lose a Mar, who's pretty huge. That puts Stormstormer, like, handedly in the game. He is feeling pretty good about himself. That was with an Arcane Rune too.
Yeah, BZM trying to go for a rune here. Looks like it spawned bottom. Stormstormer just forced out of the river. It is a DD. And BZM, top net worth now on the puck. Already has his Witchblade. And I mean, Puck has been kind of the story for the last year. If you had to pick one hero out, like after TI, it's felt like Puck has been the strongest hero from a consistency standpoint.
It has been. Maybe there's a patch here or there where it's like, oh, Lion is being picked. Oh, now we got to be careful of that Lion.
Yeah, but careful.
Nah. It's felt like Puck has been one of the most consistent mid laners. I think Witchblade being so strong is a reason for that too. It feels like such a good item on Puck. I can't think of a better hero to get a Witchblade on, really.
Astral Spirit, just to scout things out. They don't see Kataomi yet, but you can see OG are here in numbers, and there he goes. He's actually going to use the Winter's Curse. He might be able to get the kill onto Taiga. In fact, he does. Nicely done from Kataomi. He's going to force out the coil, though, but here comes the reinforcements from Entity. Rupture onto Stormstorm. He's going to get the lasso onto the puck. Gets a Photic Shield as well. They're doing massive damage, so BZM ends up dropping to Stormstormer, and a nice save onto him as well, as Yuragi will die in addition. So 3 for nothing as Entity clean up this fight really nicely. The Doom applied to Seb. He'll be able to walk away, but still, really nice fight from Entity overall. As Amar getting gone on the top lane. It's going to be a solo kill potentially for Toby with the nice use of the Familiars. Soul Assumption to follow. A couple more right clicks will do it. He has the Viper Strike onto Toby, but there's the save coming out from Fishman. So 4 for nothing across the map in favor of Entity.
Dude, these
huge swing.
These Entity supports are like always in the right place at the right time. That Winter's Curse from Kataomi, this man has a Wraith Band on Wyvern in his inventory. He's actually
done this before, yeah.
I know he has. He's so next level on Wyvern. This guy's so good at Wyvern, and he put this ward down because he knows that the eventual rotation to dive him, it has to happen because Wyvern sits in the safe lane, and everybody knows you have to smoke, you have to go dive him. So that sets up for the perfect curse. Top lane, I feel like Fishman also has been in the right place at the right time with his shields. And he's not wasting them. Like, he's really baiting spells with the shields, first and foremost. It would be different if it's like, oh, he's just walking in and shielding. No, he's letting Viper get 5 stacks of his Q before he shields off. Like, he's really playing it. As much as you can make an Abaddon flashy, he's making it look flashy.
And the game in terms of the net worth is relatively even, but Entity feel like they have kind of had a resurgence because they were down about 2K. As Saberlight getting gone on. First Demonic Purge of the game. Viper Strike to follow. Cancellation of the TP, but the coil comes out not hitting anybody. Well, I guess it did hit Saberlight, but they didn't really need it, I feel like. It's BZM. Will net himself another kill into the game on the Courier. It's very important.
Saberlight is OG's saving grace right now. He's having such a tough one.
Yeah, but, I mean, Doom has comeback potential, right? He just picked up the Midas, and we talked about the Devour.
Level 3 Devour, yeah. He's going 1 for 1 in the Scorched Earth and Devour. Because he knows, I mean, both are honestly farming abilities. The Scorched Earth is pretty good for farming like multiple camps at once. But, you know, he's not the true carry. Like, we've seen a lot of teams like Betboom, for instance, with the Hawk. Like, they basically had their major run because of the Visage carry, Nature's Prophet carry. Like, there's obviously carry potential in the Visage, as well as the Batrider. Batrider's late game, if you get to the 25 talent on Bat, and you get a refresher, the Flamebreaker applies 2 sticky 8 bombs, it's like 10,000 damage in the combo. His late game is actually insane. It's just hard to get there. Because it takes so long, 25 minutes. Usually you win on Bat before then.
Usually.
Yeah.
Or lose.
Or lose, yeah.
As you can see, Stormstormer working on the BKB now.
Still
Wraith
stacked.
Pact was online for Toby. Pretty damn early, 14 minutes. But yeah, the story, like you said, is Saberlight and his rough start to the game. Stormstormer is going to get a sticky napalm stack onto Seb. Flame break into the lasso, but the TPs are coming in the form of the Bloodseeker. But looks like Seb is going to die nonetheless. Saberlight attempting to TP out. And this time, no cancellation, although he's ticking really low on the base. Oh my goodness.
He even bought a Fairy Fire to try to not die. Yeah, and I don't think he could buy a second one either because it would be on cooldown for 5 seconds. Maybe if he got a raindrop. That was still really next level that he buys the Fairy Fire and Fountain.
Yeah, that feels really bad.
Yeah.
So, for Saberlight, that is his third death of the game.
He just bought a raindrop. He buys one after the fact. That's really funny.
It's probably a good choice. So he's feeling more like I would say a position 3 Doom, but not even that. Really.
He's slowly going down that list.
I mean, we've seen position 3 Doom have an okay game and still kind of be leading or close to leading in net worth.
Yeah.
So this is like a really bad start for him.
That's a toughie.
And you're right. Without that, I mean, Entity, everything else they've done has felt pretty damn good.
Huh. Doom has a 30% win rate.
Huh. That is interesting.
That is worse than Earthshaker, which everybody has been very negative about, I gotta say.
Yeah, that's true. OG smoking up. Seb, his smoke's going to break.
Kataomi?
He puts down a ward, so you can see both Toby and Kataomi here. Looking to take out this tier 1 tower, but they know that the defense is here from Entity, at least in part. And they do actually get the deny on the ward, so nice play from Entity without having too much information here. So the tower's going to go down, but it will be denied from Toby. Echo stomped, but the Aphotic Shield to dispel.
And so OG gets the mid tower, and their gold lead goes down.
Oh, we have a coil. It's going to be snapped by Stormstormer. He's on the low ground right now, but the Waning Rift just in range, and the right clicks with the Witchblade. Not quite enough. Stormstormer with 30 HP, but they have vision thanks to the Bloodseeker. In fact, BZM dies to Saberlight. Saber Chad himself, and this time he will not die in the fountain. It looks like his Doom was expended for it, but well worth the kill onto the mid puck.
Yeah. Looks like he got the long-range Doom. I think Seb is dead as well.
Yeah, but it's possible, although he's now...
I'm overhyping something that's not
he's at half
to result in anything, actually.
Yeah.
All right. He's got a Veil on Elder Titan.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
I mean, they do have a lot of magic damage, for sure. As Entity going to smoke up now with the BKB available for Stormstormer. And Amar would be a very nice pickup for them. Flamebreak actually not going to hit because Amar just stands his ground. And Stormstormer, he has to be careful. That's a Viper Strike. He's going to get the lasso off onto the low ground, and with the support of his team, will lead to the kill onto Amar. OG, you can see smoking up on the back end here, getting a D ward. That ward was actually close to expiring, so not the greatest pickup.
So Stormstormer, that's the BKB reveal. There's not much that they can... Ooh, very close.
I thought that was going to hit for sure.
Almost cursed him. There's not much they can do to him through the BKB. Like, he needs to be ruptured. I mean, I guess there's also the they have to press their BKB piercing abilities on him now. He needs to be ruptured or demonic purge, but you don't want to do both, right? Because if you demonic purge a guy that's ruptured, he's not moving quickly. So, you know, doesn't make any sense.
I had to just check because I was looking at the net worth here on the left, and Taiga's last, right? I just wanted to see if he changed his build, his mind.
Nope.
No. Arcane Boots Ags is still what he's going for.
Yeah.
Which, and we haven't seen that many. I mean, in the past, obviously with Shadow Poison stacks and whatnot, but it feels a bit of a grief maybe to be taking that in a time like this.
You know what I totally forgot about? Demonic Cleanse. He's actually got something to take off the napalm
he does
stacks.
have shard already. Okay.
Yeah, he went for an early shard.
Okay.
So he can take off the napalm stacks for 7 seconds. That seems pretty powerful.
Yeah.
And if he gets the Ags, gives him 3 charges of that.
Oh, that's right. It gives 3 charges of Demonic Cleanse as well as Demonic Purge.
Yeah, both.
I forgot about that.
So he can cleanse 3 of his guys and then disrupt the 3 BKB cores on the Demonic Purge.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Saberlight getting gone on. Earth Splitter connects as Taiga's in the area, but you can see Stormstormer coming out to help. But Saberlight is dead. The coil was there. He's going to have to break it through that BKB. Lasso. Going to bring Seb back despite the disruptions. We're going to have a pause.
Uh-oh.
And looks like a little disconnection action from Yuragi.
I think Stormstormer's a little deep.
Yeah, what happens here?
There's not a BKB.
Give me some options here, Jenkins. I'll give you options. The Seb dies is option number 1.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay.
I think Stormstormer's BKB is too low, and Seb has 448 move speed
Okay, but you can. I mean, does Entity have the chase here? I mean, Fishman's in the area. It is just an Abaddon.
They're a little far, and I mean, OG sees all of them, right?
Yeah.
So
and they can strategize right now. That's part of the disconnection here, of course.
That is definitely ethical. Yeah.
So, does anybody die?
I think this is going to be a fight. I think Entity is more than likely to just get out right now because it's 4v5.
No lasso,
Stormstormer's
no
BKB's gone. The lasso's gone.
Yeah.
And Uragi's going to come back to a bunch of low HP heroes and just get in there with his juicy right clicks.
Is this is that a flame? Is he flaming the Abaddon? He's not back yet. He hasn't started playing yet.
Well, with Amara, it's always like partly a flame. But these of course are our previous teammates.
That's true. That's true.
So they're friendly banter.
Okay.
Of course, the banter between Saberlight and Seb was very real. This
hatred is very, very
guttural
toxic.
and visceral are the two words that come to mind when I think of that interaction that they had between each other. I would be surprised if there wasn't a physical fight on the stage actually after this match.
Yeah, Seb, very angry young man. As
Extremely,
we've seen.
yeah.
Always has that smile on his face, but deep inside,
it's an angry smile.
Yeah, it is. You can see it in his eyes.
Yep.
The psychotic look.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay, so you think that Entity will back up here? I mean, obviously they don't have the Doom. Are there TPs from the Bloodseeker? He's TPing already, so 0.1 second.
He's getting in there.
TP.
Yeah.
So
got a BKB.
The TP actually is what crashed him, I guess.
We figured it out.
The particles are just... It's this OG logo. It's just too many polygons. You have to reserve that for like a Morphling.
That's like 6 Morphlings right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a meme for the next 10 more years. They will never have that new polygon. I mean, it's just water. So
shout-outs to the 3 Morphling players in chat.
That's true. Nobody really actually
complaining about.
It's just turned into a meme. Nobody actually cares.
Nobody cares. Nobody plays Morphling. And everybody that plays Morphling, people hate those people that play Morphling.
Yeah.
They're not good people.
Yeah, there's like 20 heroes you could probably put that attached to as well.
What do you think the worst people are that hero spammers?
Well,
who's
the old techies, of course, because I know Slack's on a very deep level.
Yeah, they're pretty
But that's
sick.
the old tech. New one's fine.
I feel like Dark Willow is a big one.
Really?
Yeah, it's like there's a bit of a perversion there. You know
I'm going to say a hero that's actually picked consistently is Viper. Or a Veno.
Really?
Very toxic heroes.
I don't know. I think Morphling is high up there. Ursa players. Ursa, Troll, and Monkey King. The guys that just want to hit you are often just savages.
Yeah, I mean, picking Troll, knowing that the ult will basically lose you the fight.
Something has to be wrong.
Something has to be wrong with your head. That's true.
Yeah, a lot of these people are playing from asylums out there.
Some great internet connection these days.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they got that 10G, bro.
Well, looks like we're ready to go, and we'll see what happens. Like you said, the Bloodseeker ready to TP in, but Entity continuing on. Kataomi with his ult available. He's going to use it, and looks like Seb is going to be the collateral. Fishman is going to get an easy kill, although he's completely surrounded, so it might just be a trade. He's going to pop his ult, attempting TP, and Uragi with no cancellation.
Fine.
That is the counter to Bloodseeker since Days El Memoriam, or whatever the hell that saying is. As Kataomi tries to save himself, but it kind of sets up the Nether Toxin, so OG able to get a couple, or 1 kill out of this. Obviously, it was set up by the Saberlight pickoff early on, about 10 minutes ago before that pause.
Yeah. That was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, but 12-9, this is, I would say, it feels OG favored, but is there like a power spike like last game where Entity's like, okay, this is the time where we're going to just roll over OG?
They're looking for those BKBs.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Black King Bar almost completed on Saberlight. Needs about 100 gold. Once he finishes that succulent creep in his belly, he will of course get that BKB finished off.
Boy, this is very rough farm. We keep bringing it up. I cannot remember the last time I've seen a Doom at any position, even a position 4, be this low on farm.
He's more farmed than Amar now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
It is Doom versus Viper, though. That I feel like that's... Viper falls behind. I mean, Amar, and he's going for his classic
still
Manta build, by the way.
Okay.
So...
And what's the story behind this build?
The story behind this build is that every single time I see it, I'm confused, and then he keeps going for it.
Okay.
But I'm just not big brain enough to...
That's another dispel for the sticky napalm, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah.
As Entity now going to smoke up. Taiga getting some warding action in the enemy triangle. Saberlight. Stormstormer. They have the Blink Dagger on Kataomi right now, but there's the Blink onto from Stormstormer, and the Bloodseeker is just dead. Big pick off for Entity. Taiga able to get off the Demonic Purge, but he's getting chased relentlessly from Stormstormer and company, and Seb just
he should be dead
can't do much about it at all. He's carrying a briefcase. It's business day for him, but back to the grave. 3 dead Entity. Now, do they have a Roche lineup? Not as much as last game, that's for sure.
Visage Ab are decent. I don't know if they're gonna... Oh, Saberlight team top, actually.
BZM in a bit of a pickle right now. And he's just gonna get dropped as well. So Entity getting everything out of this, and that should surely be enough to get the Roche.
I mean, that turned from a carry pickoff to just everybody dying. They just bled out there. That is not something that you see at this level of Dota.
I mean, we see when they're at the disadvantage, like down in numbers, pucks will go into like a side lane and push out the lanes, but there's still a tier 1 tower there. So a lot of capability from Entity to try to catch him, and they punish him pretty hard.
Yeah, I think BZM felt safe doing that because he's got such good ward coverage up there, but still a little greedy. I think he wanted to get the last hit on the tower. It's very low HP, but I mean, obviously all of Entity were just there, right? So you know that that's a risky play making it.
All right, well, Stormstormer with the Aegis on the bat. And the momentum certainly feels the way of Entity at the moment.
Yeah. Fishman's got a Holy Locket. So that's pretty nice for just manning up against the Bloodseeker, the Coil, the ET Earth Splitter, all this ground-targeted BS.
We have a Coil in the top lane. BZM, he's the one that has to be careful, although Lasso's not up at the moment, so we'll Illusory Orb away. And Seb and company, they actually want to fight against this Aegis at the moment, as there is a Viper Strike, but Amar is the one getting chased for the most part as Stormstormer. Has to be careful with the Rupture. Toby is going to turn into the Stone form thanks to the Shard as the BKB is activated from Saberlight and company, but Yuragi is trying to right-click, but a nice Winter's Curse comes out, but it's on top of a Lasso as well. Kind of a weird combo here, but Yuragi, he's taking so much damage. A nice save from Taiga for the time being, as Yuragi extremely fast, and he's just going to be able to walk on out of there. 50 seconds on the deck for the Visage as 2 kills clean up from OG's perspective. Saberlight looks to be next. Big turnaround from OG as they find form, and Stormstormer comes back in, and he has that Aegis looking for Amar, but Amar is just fine.
He has no BKB. His Blink's down for 4 seconds.
Completely surrounded again. Viper Strike to follow, so Amar will be the sacrifice, but triple kill from BZM, and OG take a fight against an Aegis and only lose 2 as looks like Seb ends up going down to the Flame Break damage over time.
Yeah, he's a pathetic support, so he does go down. Literally everybody's dead on Entity. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, Taiga, he wants his Aghanim Scepter, and after that fight, I think he deserves it with the saves that he pulled off. I gotta say, Entity...
And he has a Philly Stone.
He's got that Philly Stone. Entity layering the Winter's Curse and the Lasso. I think if they don't do that, then maybe that fight goes quite a lot better. I mean, it was a decent curse. Like it caught Yuragi and Amar together. Just Amar was hitting up to the high ground, which is a little weird.
Yeah, that was like... Stormstormer's Lasso came a little bit later, so thought they definitely had time. But the fact that Yuragi lives, look at his movement speed. Stormstormer tried to catch him with the Flame Break, but it was just way too quick.
The Wraith Pact also died very early in that fight, which in quite a few of these fights we've seen it getting either ignored or he's just putting it on some high ground, like hiding it away, and it's not going down.
Yeah, most of OG so low.
They're so low, yeah.
But that Flame Break.
Yep, as Seb literally not moving. Oh, there he goes.
Very nice.
There's that smile.
Yep, you know what that means.
He's very angry.
4K lead for OG. Oh, but BZM gets spotted. Doom applied, but Taiga attempting to get out as well. He's going to get stopped in his place thanks to Saberlight. So Shadow Demon the first to fall in this engagement. Amar trying to position himself. Looks like the curse comes out onto the Bloodseeker. That's through the BKB. So Yuragi, he's still so fast. Able to walk away again, but again, with that BZM death, that does hurt OG quite a bit, and a stomp to follow. So 3 dead, favor this time going to Andy. So much back and forth this game. As Seb Will he get chased down again? Flamebreak kind of helps him out. He whips himself into shape. Has the Boots of Bearing as well. But Stormstormer in the area. Flamebreak again. Is that enough to tick him out with another sticky napalm stack? Looks to not be the case.
Nah, he's got this Boots of Bearing. Wand charges. Yeah, in that fight, the curse was a long duration curse because there was a puck illusion hitting Yuragi there. So the full BKB of Yuragi was completely wasted due to the, of course, beautiful Winter's Curse from Kataomi, who has a Wraith Band and building into that Shadow Blade. I love that he does this. I love that he does this. It's just next level. I've seen other people copying this on a pro level now, going for the Wraith Band. Some heroes really do need the armor. I've seen Wraith Band pudge quite a few times as well.
He also has the Brigand's Blade, by the way. So
yeah, playing to do damage.
Comboing the Arctic Burn percentage-based damage. It's kind of cool. As Manta Style now on to Yuragi. So looking for more Dispel. That's definitely not a normal pickup on Bloodseeker. Normally we see like an Aghanim Scepter or something. Not Aghanim Scepter. I guess the 25 talent is the double rupture now, but you see like the refresher and whatnot. I guess that would be more of a fourth item.
Yeah, it's usually BKB, Scotty, Basher, Maelstrom. It's a very standard build, but I don't know. You're playing against Entity. Like, this is not a standard team. It's not a standard draft. They're playing against Doom Carry, you know, Bat Mid, who's top of net worth. So playing to have Dispels and you know Lincolns, I think it makes sense in this situation. There's no like typical carry on the enemy team that you want to man up against with the Satanic Scotty. It's like, who's Scotty good against on the side of Entity? They don't care. Like, they're not carry heroes.
Yeah, that's true. A Witchblade almost done on Stormstormer, so a bit of a later pickup than we're used to seeing.
Did he get the Ag Shard? He did get the Ag Shard. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's awesome. I love this.
Man, when that came out, that was so broken.
Dude, you could do like legit 10,000 damage in a lasso. It was insane.
So it's now a 50% chance to apply a stack of sticky napalm when you auto attack. I mean, Bad Rider does farm really well, and I mean, it's not really going to go for like a right-click build or anything like that, but Witchblade, you think that's enough to get value out of it?
I think so. I've seen more and more people picking this up lately. That like really good Bat Rider players have been trying it, and I mean, it did so much damage before. I've always felt like the 50% nerf was not enough because it's like what, you're doing 5,000 damage instead of 10,000 damage? Like, surely that's good, right? So I'm glad to see this come back because I think this is such a cool build. Does not work with the Manta anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a good time for a whole week.
Yeah, that was good.
Just like the Centaur Manta days as well.
Well, those were the days.
Classic. That was another week of Alliance winning a lot of games. Loto really spammed the crap out of that one back in the day.
Yeah.
Of course, once you killed the tower, you couldn't do anything because the barracks don't attack you anymore. So
no, they don't.
Are pretty pathetic in that point.
Yeah.
Smoke from OG. But just securing some farm right now. Maybe getting a couple wards. Are they going to go into the triangle as BZM ready to go. Waning Rift to start things out. And Fishman with the Nether Toxin can't even get off his ult. So insta-death for him as OG look to pursue even further. Saberlight gets destroyed by the Elder Titan ult through the BKB. And that is 2 quick pickoffs for OG. Obviously, Roche, we won't know another 30 seconds for another 30 seconds here.
That was nice. The way that Fishman went down there, like usually an Abaddon walking into a ward like that is kind of like, oh, we don't want to go in this guy. But of course, BZM has a silence and then followed up by Amar's Nether Toxin break. Then he can't press the ult, and the ult's not going to automatically activate either because he's broken. So very nice comboing from OG there. Also Viper striking him, so he gets stuck in it. Yeah, that was nice. They have the solution to Abaddon in this game for sure, and then the SD as you mentioned earlier. The SD also feels pretty hard to be an Abaddon in this game.
BZM, I mean, he's had this Lincolns for a while, but like super value game against the Lasso and Doom. So Saberlight sticking with the mana burn to try to have that as the Lincoln's breaker, but not having a Centaur stun. Although I guess he does have a blink to go along with it, so maybe he does go the Centaur in the end. But looks like OG gonna get a freebie Roche. And that is Roche number 2, which means a shard will drop and likely Yuragi to take it. So we're going to see the pure damage coming out from the Blood Rage.
Yeah, he was going to buy that anyway if he didn't get the shard from there. It's a standard build on the hero.
He's thinking about it.
He is thinking about it. So, well, you know, let's see.
If they want to go high ground, obviously Vipers is pretty damn good. You already talked about Shadow Demon already having that along with the Aghanim Scepter, so he 3 charges.
Oh no, he gave it away.
Did he?
What did he give?
Oh, we have the lasso initiation, but an instant rupture on the Stormstormer, killing himself through that BKB, but looks like they're focusing on Amar. He's able to get out thanks to the disruptions, but still doomed, so he might tick out in the end, but the Stormstormer initiation completely punished from OG. They find him pretty much instantly as Yuragi kind of put to a stop thanks to the Winter's Curse, but now we have a coil onto the high ground, Blood Right to follow. Toby looking to not break himself out of that coil. He's going to get saved for the time being by Kataomi, but there's so much magic damage to follow it up with. Surely he's going to be dead, but the buyback comes out from Saberlight. And now, see the Echo Stomp from Seb onto 2 heroes as Toby stuck inside the Blood Right. He's silenced from the Waning Rift, but has that Soul Assumption to follow, and the rest of OG now on the run because that's 2 buybacks coming out from Entity, and Seb will be punished, but again, that's just 2 supports dead as Entity kind of getting destroyed in their own base.
Yeah, rest of OG TP'd out. They were just diving there to kind of force the buybacks. Like they know that even if the buybacks do come in, it's a Bat Rider without Lasso, it's a Bat without BKB. Doom has no Doom, he has no BKB, so they know that the dive is okay and that they're only going to lose a couple of supports, maybe 1 extra core if they played that a little bit worse. But yeah, they'll just get out.
As we see another replay here, I mean, I think the story of this game, and we kind of talked about it early, the potential. I wasn't giving as much credit, but like when you're playing Abaddon as a support, you're in front a lot. You can't really do that anymore because a simple 1 demonic purge, which breaks you into a Waning Rift, you're just dead. You can't do anything.
Yeah, they've demonic.
I mean, he needs to get like a Lotus Orb or something, but then again, there's 3 charges of the demonic purge.
Well, then you're still broken even if you have the Lotus.
Exactly.
You need a Lincoln Sphere on Abaddon. That's not very...
Yeah,
no,
so
he's
going to have a rough game the rest of the way if he's going to be frontlining, which he can't do, I think, anymore.
I believe the term is that he doesn't get to play Dota in this game. That's what people would say, is he doesn't really get to play Dota. Which, you know, it's a position 5, so it's not that big of a deal. However, I do feel like in a lot of these games, Entity has relied on Fishman making really solid plays, whether it's on the Chen or the Bane. And so having Fishman in particular not able to really play the game feels a little bad for them, because I do feel like he's had a really huge impact in all the games.
Yeah, but he does have some farm, and that's the beauty of current Dota, right? Like if this was a few years ago, he would have like 2K net worth still.
That's
like,
true.
Literally.
That is true.
It's such a giant difference. So he still
they
can have some
Philly?
impact.
Now he's rocking that Titan
Yeah, it
sliver.
looks like Amar was the recipient of the shard, so they're going to be able to push these towers way faster now that poison attack does work against them, along with the minus armor aspect.
Yep.
And Yuragi, he's going to get lassoed to start things out. He's kind of separated a bit here. Saberlight comes in as well, looking to get the Doom off, but not needed. Yeah, BZM, he has to be careful because there is still... actually getting some backup from his team. Looks like they're going to focus on Fishman instead. He does get off the ult this time despite the break. No silence to follow as Toby going to get Viper struck as Amar focusing on the familiars for now, but it's a 1-for-1 in favor of Entity as the rest of OG now need to retreat. Oh, BZM! He's going to get the phase shift off. Blink up in just a moment, but will he be able to get out? Finds a little bit of distance as Stormstormer. Nice. Flame Break not going to connect. As the rest of OG collapsing a bit, but they do get BZM in the end. That is an enormous kill for Entity. And Amar kind of forced to just stand his ground again, but the Soul Assumption, nice dodge with the Manta style. That's exactly why he picked it up. As the Cold Embrace is going to save Toby. As the Familiars keeping Amar in place at the moment with the buyback from BZM. And they do get the Visage, but the buyback feels like maybe not so worth it now. Unless they can get some objectives on top of it, which is doubtful without the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I think that was pretty favorable for Entity, especially considering I feel like it's hard to play into this SD triple purge, triple cleanse at this point.
It feels like you need to almost initiate on him.
Yeah, you do. And I mean, I guess there's not great save if the SD gets jumped. None of these other heroes can really save. BZM did buy back, so if he goes down in the next fight, it's looking rough.
Yeah.
But of course, it's a Puck. He's got a Lincoln Sphere. He's got a Sanjin Kaya. That's very hard to kill him. He's very difficult to kill.
Yeah. So Saberlight, he's had the shard for a bit, but the Infernal Blade, the fact that it stuns a little bit longer against Puck, who can't really do anything about it as long as you can get the attack off, obviously, can set up the mana burn to take off Lincolns. That's kind of like their big play here, because the Centaur Stomp obviously would work really well, but you need a Lincoln's Breaker, and looks like Saberlight is the candidate for that from Entity's side.
In BZM, he's higher than level 25, so the stun duration is actually higher on the Infernal Blade. 1.8 stun duration plus whatever the regular one is, which is I think 0.6. So it's actually a decent stun.
Yeah, it's quite a while.
2.4 second stun. Amar too, he's a multiple of 3, so he can get stunned as well. Go ahead and do the math on that.
Okay, yeah, the old, do you remember the name of that spell?
That was called level !death.
Wow, you actually remember that.
That's right, because it was so stupid that I think everybody remembers.
Yeah, it was quite dumb indeed, but it does scale really well, because once you hit 25, it just works the rest of the game.
Yep.
Of course, back in the day, you couldn't get higher than level 25, so I'm not actually 100% sure if that's true, but...
It did work at 25. It was...
No, it did, but I'm saying now you can go higher than level 25.
It works now, yeah. Okay. Anything above 25. It used to do percentage damage, but now it's just stun duration on Infernal Blade.
Yeah, we got a big item from Stormstormer.
Okay.
As we might have a big fight here, contesting the ward spot on the cliff. Amar has the Lincolns applied to him. As Saberlight, he's going to get Waning Rift to start. As a Rupture put on Saberlight, he's kind of stuck all by himself in this area as Stormstormer gets the first lasso off onto Yuragi, but no damage follow-up whatsoever. Seb taking a Soul Assumption on the sidelines. Amar pops the BKB, but Saberlight's just dead. That was the original initiation from the Puck, and he's dead for 2 full minutes, no buyback. Amar's going to be the trade. Does have buyback for him, but the fact that they've taken out the support Wyvern already as Toby turns into stone. Going to put this initiation to a stop. As Seb... All right, that's a really late game high five. I like that. Toby. Oh, the bash actually connects from Yuragi as a basher now. And so Toby trying to walk back to base. Probably not going to happen as Stormstormer getting chased in the meantime by BZM. Has that BKB activated and looks like he's going to be fine, but Toby not so much. So it ends up being a 3-for-2, really back and forth. And the fact that Saberlight just couldn't play that fight at all really hurts Entity. I mean, he needs I was going to say he needs a Lincoln's, but he's going to go for a Refresher. And the fact that BZM is 25 now, you're going to have to worry about 2 Ruptures anyway.
That was the most split fight that I've ever seen. Just like people, like 4 different chases going on at once. I think we didn't see how quite a few heroes went down in that fight because there's not enough cameramen, there's not enough obs.
Yeah, we need to zoom out to a global level.
We do, yeah, see the entire map.
Stormstormer, they don't see him here, and he does have a gem, so that'll be a nice pickup from OG, but yeah, they're just going to push out this lane now. So how can you counteract the double Rupture? Because obviously Saberlight wants to start the fights in some capacity.
It's very hard. I think, number one, people are giving Bloodseeker now the credit that it deserves in late game. It is just a very strong late gamer in general. However, I think there's also an argument in starting the fight yourself. You know, like the fact that Saberlight got ruptured at the start of that fight was really what set that to be a bad engagement for Entity. He couldn't do anything.
Yeah, if they fought around him, perhaps, but they have so much AoE on OG with the Blood Right setup and whatnot.
But you can also start with the lasso. You can also have Fishman run in and kind of suicide.
Well, it was awkward because the lasso came at the same time that Saberlight got ruptured.
It was weird. It was awkward, yeah, which led to the entire splitness of that fight. It was also weird.
Yep, Amar gets spotted out here, trying to de-ward this very valuable ward spot here. BZM jumps in. Waning Rift into phase shift. He'll blink onto the cliff as Amar's attack speed is absurd right now. Is this actually been enough to take out Toby? I thought he was perfectly fine, but BZM with the finishing move. They pop his Lincolns, looking for the Doom, but the Viper Strike applied to Saberlight. He can't get off any attacks at all, and he will die shortly after here, but a curse comes out to try to counteract it. Double buyback from Entity, including the Doom with his ultimate still available. But now they have to pop that Lincolns again on the side of BZM. Gets off the illusory orb onto the other side of the trees. And they get the stun on Saber. That is a dieback onto the Doom as OG winning this fight handily. Another buyback onto the Abaddon as Entity have yet to find a kill in this engagement. Looks like BZM's going to be able to get out, and Roche, we can see, is up in 20 seconds, which is pretty timely if they're able to scout it out.
We're finally seeing a very obvious effect of Saberlight's game being very tough. He buys back, and he doesn't have BKB up. He doesn't even get the Doom off in that fight. It's just another one of these fights where one of the cores gets caught out. I think Toby had Stone Form, but
I thought he was definitely fine.
I thought he was fine. It looked like he was definitely fine.
Stormstormer scouted out, Illusory Orb, and no. But the rest of OG going high ground with 60 seconds for 2 heroes on Entity, no buyback. And they could easily get a lane of racks, maybe 2, and then go Roche afterwards as Seb. Is that an Aghanim Scepter for him? Or is that,
yes, it is. That is Ags. So
Very
he's a core now.
All right, as applying some pressure to the tier 3 towers. OG looking to potentially finish this game, and obviously with that shard on Amar, it allows them to just melt through these buildings. And Stormstormer, now they're going to have to try to defend it. These tier 4s are basically dead now as Amar pops the BKB, focusing on the Ancient as well. And Stormstormer just bashed to a high degree. He's just dead. He does have buyback, but the GGs come out as OG even the series 1-1.
They did it. Yeah, I mean, the way that they fought was extremely high level this game. It was very split in a way where I think, like, if you're not mentally prepared to engage in that chaos, you could easily lose by splitting up in a fight like that, right? It was crazy. I don't know how the comms were. The comms must have been like some really precise stuff, because they're like jumping one guy over here and then chasing another dude in the base, and then also like Taiga's being there's Taiga's way over here on the right. Like that was just absolutely insane team fighting.
I agree, Chad.
As I have an aneurysm.
Why do you just stop it?
I don't know.
What is wrong with you?
Well done, OG. Good job.
Yeah, I feel like the story of the game, obviously, I'm always a negative person. Saberlight's one of my favorite players in the scene right now, but he had a very rough game. It started from the very beginning against the Viper. He didn't get a good creep for quite a while. And then the farm just never came. Like every time he got an item that felt like a power spike that would be for Doom, but everybody else was just so far ahead. They're consistently getting ruptured. Like I don't actually know what he could have done that game, because the initiation from Stormstormer were there on the lasso, but the Doom just non-existent. I mean, he couldn't get his ultimate off for most of the game.
The cleanse, the Shadow Demon looked real nice that game. Gotta say, it looked real nice.
The fact that he queued up the Ags right off the bat.
He knew. He's like, this was
nice.
This is the timing.
That was good stuff. But that's game 2. So this is going to go the full 3 games in this upper bracket. Let's see what the panel has to say about game number 2.
That is a very good question. What do you guys have to say, especially about that Saberlight Doom and sort of his rough start and how he progressed later into the game 2?
There was a Doom in this game, guys?
Yeah,
you guys see a Doom?
I did see him. He was tanking the ruptures for his team so they could carry the game. They let him down.
body.
I was far away from a TV, so I had to take my glasses, double check, just to make sure that it's actually the Saberlight playing Doom, and it did, because at one point it was just Tranquil Boots, Hand of Midas. Me and Parker are sitting in the green room trying to figure out, like, does he have another item?
Yeah, Blink's coming on courier, right?
What is his net worth? Yeah, he had a rough one.
Extremely. But we say that Saberlight himself had a bit of a rough game. Ultimately, it was back and forth. OG didn't have the cleanest game either. Entity also not looking as great as they did in game 1. And I want to know why some certain initiations or fights went to the favor of OG and why some went to Entity.
This fight is so important, if this is the one I'm thinking
Into
of.
Aegis, yeah.
Yeah, where they just use their Wyvern Curse and the lasso on the Bloodseeker, and he gets away. He lives because of it, and you're using 2 of your big controlling ult spells.
The good old anti-combo synergy.
It's so sad. It's almost as sad as earlier when there was the monkey getting knocked down from the trees by Mars Arena. This was so big. They lost the Aegis, they lost their momentum, the whole game tempo got reset. Like Entity had to play a lot more passively, and OG really took the driver's seat from then on.
Shadow Demon did look good. Did this pick up a hero that we don't see, like in the DPC tours, did pop up a couple of times, and here it looked amazing. Picking up that shard, finding the big boy Philly, managing to farm the Aghanim Scepter, having a triple dispel mechanic on a course that do have 2 Manta Styles, that do have 2 Lincoln Spheres, and then having a break mechanic. We saw Abaddon also a couple of times dying because he uses ulti on him, or it was Viper keeping him inside of Nether Toxin and the Puck silent, so he can't get the ulti off, and they burst him before Abba gets the ulti.
You say that Entity missed their window, especially after losing that Aegis. What was that window? Like, what timings were they looking for, and like, how did they miss it so much? Was it just that Aegis?
I think it was the Aegis with the BKBs, but I think Saberlight's items coming up so as late as they did just really kept pushing their timing a little bit further back, and by the time, you know, they came online, it just felt like OG had too many items. Obviously, Lucass touched a lot on the Shadow Demon, getting so much value from the cleanse against Sticky Napalm, Arctic Burn, against Grave Chill, but it just felt like that Aegis is where they have to win the game. And even already then, that Aegis with their other item timings was a little bit later than they would have liked, because the longer this game drags, it just gets harder and harder.
Yeah, with the items like these 2 Lincoln Spheres, especially one on Puck, makes game very difficult for Entity to control, because their control is Vibrant Ulti and Lasso, and then you're not going to be able to, like, they don't have abilities that can proc the Lincoln Sphere other than Visage, and if he's not close, that means that Puck can do whatever the hell he wants in these fights. And we saw BZM multiple times using Orb, not caring, and this was Puck who, like, still not even is 6 slotted. Does have a Spell Prism, does have Octarine, Korkaya, Sanj, but if he had Overwhelming Blink in there as well, these late game Pucks is just very difficult to control.
OG did a great job of setting themselves up for success from the beginning as well. They did a lane swap to dodge the Viper into Abaddon lane. Like, I think in 5 minutes or so, they had like a 2k net worth lead. They did like a great job. They just gave themselves the best lanes that they could, and then took really good fights after.
Well, seeing the scoreboard, MVP for this game, you know, the person who was really doing it for OG to tie up this series.
For me, it's probably Tiger. Just, I think his hero did the most. Like, it wasn't like it was like something super flashy. It was just like that pick itself and what it brought to the game was the X factor.
Also having saved against Vibrant Ulti and Lasso, which he did use multiple times, plus the cleanse, plus the break mechanic that we mentioned, and the Elder Titan as well. Like, pretty surprised how well ET does. Like, we've seen in the late game scenarios where Viper uses ulti on one target, plus a rupture, and you're not moving, and then ET ulti is coming through, a Doom disappears from 100 to 0.
Seeing the ET have a little bit more success as well on Seb, does it give you a bit more confidence in what they're experimenting with over on OG?
OG as a team always was a team that is trying to break in terms of like Dota mechanics and everything, and in this one we see a ton of magical damage with the ET aura, also Veil of Discord on top of that, just to be able to amplify that damage even more. So, like, I remember during the DPC tour one game where they were stacking like damage reduction with Lich, Dragon Knight, and not sure what, there was something else, but they always try to find some of these new things.
Yeah, I feel like OG's lineup really made it hard for Entity to itemize as well versus them. Like, you can't buy Force Staffs to save your teammates because of this Rupture, because of this Shadow Demon ult. Like, it just means the Force Staff gets purged instantly. Like, your Glimmers, nothing. Like, you're so limited on save this game, it's very hard to play.
Entity tried to hold on as long as they could in game 2, but ultimately OG got that victory. They tied up 1-1, which means we are going to a game 3 happening after this break.
at the Stockyard, and I met a new friend, the U.S. Marshal, in fact. What was your name, sir?
Trace Morgan, U.S. Marshal.
Trace Morgan. Now, you have a beautiful accent. I heard that. What do you do here?
We're the gunfighters down here in the Stockyard, so we hold 2 gunfight shows each day, 11:45 and 4:15.
Oh, fantastic. Now, I love your accent, and we are from a video game where we have a lot of characters. They say some weird-ass stuff. I was wondering if you would do us the honor of giving us a Texas rendition of what some of these guys say.
All right.
All right. Fantastic. Can you read any of these? I will recite them to you if not.
Well, like I said, I ain't got my glasses.
Oh, okay.
But let's blow it up so a blind guy can see. Let's see.
Here we go.
There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity.
Oh, that's a good one. There we go.
Good news travels slowly. Bad news has wings.
Oh, beautiful. Now, this is the most important one. I will do this as our last one.
From the ghastly Erie, I can see to the ends of the world, and from the vantage point, I declare with utterly certainty that this one is in the bag.
Yeah! All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, sir. We'll check out the gun show. I hope you live.
Don't worry.
All right, thank you. Now, one of the most important things you can see down here in Texas is something called a cattle drive.
What is that?
About to get into it, but...
Okay, you know?
Here it is. Now, a cattle drive. Now, the cows, you got to move them for food, for beef. You got to sell them.
Yep.
But you can't just cross a river, the Mississippi, the raging Mississippi, as we call it. Got to go around
But
sometimes.
they're strong, surely. They can make it.
They will not make it.
Oh.
It's raging Mississippi. So they
Big
had to go
sad.
around. They had to do these large movements with the cows, move them from one place to another. It's called a cattle drive.
Nice. And we're going to do that. Do I get to
We
do that?
are going to do that right here. So we are going to see a reenactment here at the Fort Worth Stockyard of a real cattle drive. People used to line up on the side of the roads and watch the cattle go by.
That's what we're doing.
They used to, this is what they, back in the day when they didn't have video games or TVs,
Yeah.
a cattle drive was the most exciting thing that could happen.
This is the most exciting thing we're going to do today.
That's right. Here they come! Stand up! Here they come! Look at that one.
I like it. I'm
An
down.
exciting moment for all of us, and we must say goodbye to the cattle. What's the opposite of yeehaw?
Hi.
Hi, little cows. Hi.
Hi.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
It is the upper bracket second series of the day, OG up against Entity, and we are going to game number 3. OG taking game number 2 here, which begs the question, Entity, how are they going to bounce back, not only mentally, but when it comes to drafting again?
Ooh, I mean, just stick to what you can get. Maybe they need to pick up not a Bat Rider in first phase. I mean, I kind of liked it. I didn't think it was that bad, but it does kind of like close your draft off early in terms of what your mid can do. Obviously, they have to really discuss what these first phase bans are going to be as well, because I think Puck did be it was a massive problem for them, let's be real.
Yeah, well, it's going to come down to who has that first pick. Like, my opinion is first pick is just kind of better in some ways because of the puck problem, as well as the Chen being such a key hero between these two teams. It just feels like you can kind of get first grab when you have first pick.
Yeah. I mean, it does make sense then to pick your mid in response to the puck if it does get through that way, but looks like Entity has second pick. They actually took second pick on purpose.
Okay.
So they seem, that's like confident. That reads confidently to me. You're not worried about this puck problem again. Either you're going to ban it or you have a better idea of how you want to counter it.
Yeah, Lacoste, I know that you've seen these two teams match up before. When they did, it did go in the favor of OG as a 2-0. So how do you feel that Entity does do when they have this chance to bounce back?
They definitely have more versatility when they played with Pure in DPC Tour 3. And now I feel like this last pick, Doom, didn't really, I mean, as we've seen, didn't work out. And there were a couple of better options, but seems like they were very limited in what they can pick. So maybe try to pick up Saberlight's hero a bit earlier in the draft, because he does play the offlaners from the safe lane. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Night Stalker pick up early on, not necessarily in the first phase, but in the second phase, try to get the hands on the hero, something like that, and to be able to also flex it, but also have Saberlight's hero if necessary, because a lot of these heroes that could potentially have been picked up in the previous game were out of the table.
Yeah, usually a last pick is meant to be the hero most set up to have a good game.
Yeah.
And he was the one who had the worst game of everyone. So that, to me, showed they're drafting in a place where they just couldn't utilize that last pick. So
Okay, this is some speed drafting. Entity definitely expecting this one to happen.
Same opening? No, they prefer Visage. I'm okay with it.
The draft hasn't come up on screen yet, but it is.
I mean, it's going to be Viper again. It has to be Viper, right? Having a break mechanic and a ton of magical damage during Winter Wyvern's heal. Also forcing people out of to like not move. This Viper did cause a lot of issues.
It's so hard to draft your carry into Viper, it feels like. And that's what OG seem to like to do when they have the first pick. It's like, okay, we don't get the counter pick, so we're just going to pick the strongest possible offlaner for a Mar to have a good lane.
Something you brought up just before as well, Lucas, before we saw the draft, was that Entity had that more versatility when they did have Pure. Is it easier to ban against Entity knowing that they're essentially playing quote-unquote 2 off lanes, or it's still quite difficult to predict what's going to happen?
They didn't even ban out most of the offlaners played from the safe lane. They left things pretty open, I would say. And the first game was Beastmaster, Brewmaster, and Enigma. So I assume that they want to get rid of Enigma one more time if OG does not want to play it. And might be a bit too difficult. Into Wyvern, into Visage, just doesn't feel like a good Enigma game, so most likely they're going to ban it out.
Yeah. Well, OG, with that Alk, even though Viper was in the pool, they go for Alk here as their last pick.
It's a flex pick for OG, because Seb did play it before, and also they could play it on the mid lane, they can play it on the safe lane, so keeping things open. I don't think this strikes me as a Mar hero. He definitely loves to play different ones, but yeah, but still very flexible.
It's probably going to go to support, though. Just given how Seb's been. While they can flex it, I know that like Ame has said he likes the hero more when the enemy doesn't have like as much potential to invade his jungle, because then he knows he can farm fast and hit his timings right. With Entity, the way they've been playing, like especially in game 1, they are quite good at trying to just take that map space over. So maybe Outcore would suffer here.
Visage is a really good hero because he gets that level 6 fast, and then that means that he can be very aggressive. Usually, we're speaking of like 8, 10, 15, 12 minutes into the game, you don't have what it takes to kill Visage Bird's Wyvern a bit more slowish, so he doesn't put too much pressure on the Alchemist, but if you combine Visage with another potentially position 4 that can move around, even though it's Entity, so most likely Wyvern is going to be played as 4.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight as well last game when when Kataomi was playing his Wyvern, this is like the mark of someone who really loves like a hero and feels comfortable on it. He was going Shadowblade.
Band.
Yeah.
You know he's better.
Yeah, he's like so off the like standard item build, and it was kind of necessary too when you're playing versus Puck. I think BZM, like he is such a god on the mid lane, but with this Puck, he's fantastic at catching the backlines. When OG was kind of sieging the base of it, like Puck's just in the tree line hunting down the Wyvern and making his life misery. So yeah, like when you're itemizing like that, he really is just being creative with ways to try and not die.
With OG's band, it is the Doom and the Bristleback. Do you feel like they're trying to capitalize on what they've seen come out of Saberlight, or are these just ones that they don't want to have to come up against again?
I think it's more the latter. Like, NG have shown that some of their best strats have been around these two heroes, particularly the Bristle. That's what NG, of course, won with going back to game 1. But even though they destroyed Saberlight's Doom in the previous game, this time around, Entity, if they're going to pick Doom again, they're going to learn from their mistakes in game 2 and set it up to have a better game.
This is a good ban from OG. Dead Prophet can be played from the safe lane, which Saberlight did play it, and it's one of the heroes that doesn't fall off quickly, as you think about the hero as an offlaner concept, where it scales extremely well, gives you even more momentum, roche taking potential, so definitely would be a great fit.
I just want to see an answer on Entity's side now coming for the Puck. Because while you can set up on like a Wyvern ult, again, this Puck's probably just going to get a Linken's again. Your Visage keeps going this like Wraith Pack type build and not like an Orchid to try and deal with him. So what do they want? And I saw.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. Night Stalker once you.
Sorry, I took way too long.
Oh, you're good.
Let's just pretend he's a god.
Is,
Gods, you're so good at predicting heroes.
I mean, that's a hero. Like itemizing against Night Stalker is hard. Force Staff is like you don't want to get that on Puck, but your teammates can, of course. But
yeah,
like you don't go BKB, you can't really deal with the Night Stalker. And this is a flex between offlane as well as safe lane, although I think more likely this is going to be Saberlight's safe lane hero.
Yeah, like Kost brought it up earlier, right? This hero is insane, and he's so good as well because when you get the shard, you're able to sustain in fights really nicely without having to rely on like Wyvern to stick in it.
Entity is making changes in the game number 3, picking up something for Saberlight potentially, like looking like his hero here to have a bit more control against this Puck. Vision game is pretty nuts. This is Visage Bird, Night Stalker, and Wyvern as well. All of them are flying.
Yeah.
With the Aghanims.
Is Luna viable? Visage Luna.
Yeah, it is. Lots of teams are playing Luna.
Yeah, it's like teams have stopped running that strat since like LGD showed how busted it was in the past, and I'm just like...
You can have budget Luna plus Visage. Just
Marcy?
Picking up Marcy, yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like that, the Visage Marcy. Oh, we got an Amar Slaughter out here. My man buys his Mask of Man, his BKB, never gets his blink.
Yeah, that Slaughter and that Ench. Last time we saw OG on that Slaughter, it was a dominant performance. Like, it was insanely amazing.
Yeah, it's going to help a lot with the keeping vision of Night Stalker as well, so he isn't able to just juke.
I'd be down to see some switcheroo from Entity. I know a lot of people don't like it. Nature's Prophet on the safe lane to be able to deal with Slardar, and also one of the heroes that can build into early Orchid and put this Night Stalker on the off lane, because Slardar does make his lane very difficult.
Mm-hmm. Where would you put the Visage?
Can be mid Visage. Stormstormer definitely played it during the DPC tour a couple of times and looked really, really good.
Mm-hmm. I also wouldn't mind seeing a Clockwork for Fishman. It's so hard for Slardar and Ent to kind of deal with him in a fight. They don't have natural mobility. If you can disrupt that, it gives your other heroes much more space in a fight.
Wow. What a great prediction.
Wow, God, you need to get better at this, honestly.
Yeah, she got in there with enough time to spare.
Yeah. Honestly, the clock disrupts everyone except Puck on this team. Mm-hmm. And you have heroes to deal with the Puck. I think you can just bring your heroes to any rune spawn and you'll be able to find Puck and kill her with the Night Stalker fear.
Mm-hmm. I do feel like that safe lane can still be very volatile. Even with Clock, Ench Slaughter, that packs a punch there. I imagine this is going to be Tiger Ench playing in the 4 role with Seb playing that 5 position Alk, and that Clockwork you have to play that so perfectly.
What are we thinking that either team might be missing in their lineups? Do you feel that they have the ability to take those objectives? The laning phase is looking a little bit weak for either side.
Usually when I see Puck, I want to see like a lot of AoE damage to dump on top of it, which they kind of lack so far. They do have like good damage spread, magic on Puck, like physical Slardar, pure from Ench, so they're kind of okay like with dealing with Wyvern heal. And Entity, maybe they could do with some more magic nuke themselves.
Where do we feel this Ench is going?
4.
On the 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at the Entity's heroes, I feel like they're gonna have Fishman playing Clockwork with Visage potentially on the off lane and Night Stalker safe lane plus Wyvern, because playing 2 melee heroes into Slaughter and Enchantress might be a bit too difficult, so they will need to make a switch.
Yeah, I think as far as the two teams, there's a lot more flex potential with any, because even the Wyvern could theoretically be mid lane, for example.
Yep.
They don't have their mid laner yet. There's nothing that's been proven to be great against the Puck, so if they could just be a mid Wyvern.
Yep. I mean, they're also going to have overall last pick, so that bodes well for them. OG having the pick coming out as banning phase while we're waiting for it to finish, anything that strikes as good synergy for them.
For who? Sorry, OG?
OG, yeah.
I would like to see physical carry that really takes advantage of the amp. PA is kind of out of the meta, so I don't think we'll see her. Obviously, it's not always great to pick a physical carry into the Wyvern, but you're going to be able to just like contest this. Oh, you really want to do Roche, sorry. So here that can just like kind of take advantage of that would be good. I think both teams will want to be fighting around the pit a lot because Entity are also just still running this Visage that wants to do it. It's much harder for them actually on Entity.
Yeah, I don't think they want to go too greedy. They can sort of do the Alk safe lane, but I think carries like Jug also look appealing.
Yeah.
Just early fighting, benefits from Corrosive Haze, Roche Taker. Ursa maybe still in the pool too, so there's options for OG. I think they're less focused on making sure they win that safe lane and more about like having the right hero for the game and for their strategy itself.
Radiant team pick.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. That's not a physical damage carry. That's a Phoenix.
Carry out. Okay.
Yeah, sounds
Different direction.
So this is gonna make Night Stalker's life miserable. It's almost unplayable. You're like flying, but you're not moving. You don't get benefit from your Darkness in the Night, Hunter in the Night, and they don't have egg hitters. Like maybe if Visage gets some attack speed from the Grave Chill, a Night Stalker. It's daytime. And also look at the heroes. They have very good heroes at protecting, especially Slaughter with his AoE stun to protect the egg.
I mean, you need a mid, right, on Entity?
Could be anything.
Like Lena's still in the pool. She's a great egg hitter. She rushes a BKB. She'll be able to deal with the egg. We'll be able to not care about coil after like 15 minutes. I think the only problem is she's really susceptible to like the anti-armor from Slardar, so if Alk is like ramping up, gets his blink, she could die.
Either that or Stormstormer Invoker could be a thing.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Well, it's going to be a TA for that last pick for Entity. Stormstormer is going to be playing hers. How are you liking the looks of Entity now?
TA into Puck is solid, but there's a lot of things that give TA a rough time. I think particularly the Phoenix, the damage over time there. It gives them an okay-ish egg hitter. I think the TA, with the Talon, the Dragonlance, you get a decent enough attack range. But I think mostly it gives them also a way to kind of control tempo, control Roshan. They're playing on that Radiant side. You need to have Roche Takers when you're on Radiant.
Yeah, if they can utilize the trap vision and stuff, and Night Stalker to just even find Tiger in a fight and kill him first, like it's so much easier for Entity to play.
When it comes down to now we have the carry Alk, the carry Night Stalker, who do you think is going to struggle for these matchups into the later part of this game?
I mean, Alchemist is just a better late gamer, and if it gets to that point, looking at how good Entity is, every single hero on their side does have something that provides vision. So might be a bit too difficult for OG to take a fight, because you will be taking fights on Entity's terms.
All right. Well, I look forward to seeing them jump into this. It is game number 3, OG Entity. Let's head over to Sunspan and Jenkins.
Thank you very much. As they said, game number 3 between OG and Entity. The winner of this gets the absolute pleasure of playing against PSG LGD, who have yet to, I mean, I guess they did lose one singular game.
That was to Sonics,
this
yeah.
entire tournament to the dominant force, as you said, which is Sonics, who are no longer in this tournament.
Salt in the wound.
Yeah, something like that. But let's talk about this game number 3. We have, again, interesting drafts. I mean, this Night Stalker was picked relatively early, so we just assumed it was going to be position 1 from Saberlight's side, and it is. But with that last pick, Phoenix, a little bit of a little difference maker here potentially for OG. I mean, it's Yuragi playing the Alchemist. We saw the position 5 from Seb not too long ago. It looked honestly kind of pathetic, but...
pathetic. A lot of 5s
The fact that you're able to flex it in some capacity, which they did.
It's a big deal.
Nice,
That's a
nice
big
job
deal.
here from OG.
Yeah. But looking at these drafts, I think Phoenix is a hero that, honestly, I expected to see a lot more Phoenix into Night Stalker in the previous DPC tour and also this tournament. It's like one of the hardest counters in the game, if not the hardest. It is so annoying. Even if it's on your team, it counters it. Because it turns it to day, and you're just slowly running around. You're quite pathetic on Night Stalker. And obviously, anytime you are using Dark Ascension, Phoenix is going to probably want to use the egg as well, because that means a fight is happening.
Okay, now the real question, as this is a very stupid one, so we're going to have to hold off because there might actually be something important here. The fight for the rune with Stormstormer Company looks like Entity will win it out with OG just backing away. What gets priority? I know that this hero's not in the game, so don't go off on the...
All right.
Luna ult or Supernova?
I think Supernova takes priority over everything.
Over everything?
I think so.
Okay.
But I have been
I was going to say, that would have been
about
a hilarious counter to the counter.
No way. No way. I mean, that'd be sick, actually.
I know.
I think it would even be cool if they tried it and it just pathetically failed. I would still be impressed. I'd still be impressed that
the fact that this mechanic exists, I think, is really cool, and I hope that they do this with like more heroes in the future. Zamar has the early crush, accompanied by Seb with the Nature's Attendants. He's gonna, that's a big damage soul assumption to Amar. Definitely has to be a bit careful.
And Toby, naturally, he is rushing a crap load of mangoes.
Yep, typical.
So he wants to keep putting out this harass. I think with Clockwork, this is like particularly feisty. This is a nice combo. Like Clock does so much little magical damage running at people, and also like he gets hit as well. Like look at him getting hit. So Toby's gonna constantly have stacks of soul assumption down in the bot lane.
So it might be a bit of a rough lane for OG, but we'll see. On the top lane on the other side, I mean, would you consider this a good Alchemist game as a position 1?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, there's some tower push in the Visage, but I feel like Night Stalker, like generally any lane against Night Stalker is kind of a free lane. He's basically useless until 5 minutes because that's when the nighttime is. And so, yeah, Alk is fine here. I think Alk does very well against TA if they're both allowed to have a free game. You get Radiance, you have Acid Spray. It's multiple ways of taking off the refraction charges. I don't think this is a free TA game by any means, but they do have the minus armor draft. They've got good vision for her. So I see why they picked it, but it's not like one-to-one, like, oh man, they picked TA into Alk. That's so crazy, you know? It's not like that.
No. And from Amar's perspective, the first thing I think of with Slardar and him is this Mask of Madness. Does he do this every single game?
From what I've seen, he does,
okay,
and I would
looking forward to it.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less. I mean, it's like a farming item on Slardar because of the extra damage that you get to creeps with your bash. I think it's super reasonable, and Mask of Madness too. It puts you to this threshold where like against most heroes, you can just man up on them and like almost perma bash them. It's especially good now that you get those little puddles whenever you ult somebody, because if you Mask of Madness and you've got the puddle speed as well, you are able to just stick on top of somebody. It's insane.
And you get the extra regen if you get the Aghanim Scepter, which he probably will not get because he's more right-click. As Taiga does take heavy damage in this top lane, but dives away. Very good skill in that dive, of course. Icarus dive. For those out there not...
that is an S-tier skill.
A tier 1 skill to get away.
Skill, yeah.
But
S for Icarus.
Okay, not sure where you're going with that one.
That's it.
But looking at the two lineups, do you have a preference?
I like OGs. I feel like this is a pretty free Alchemist game. And as Synderin said...
Oh, who?
Synderin?
Okay.
What was it that he said about Alchemist?
It's an Alchemist game.
No, that's not what he said.
Yeah, it is.
No, he said Alka's very good against Templar Assassin in a one-to-one matchup.
Oh, okay. Didn't I tune him out a lot, so apologies.
Yeah, that's all right.
I don't tune you out, though, because you're a very good caster.
Appreciate that.
Very good. You need all the help you can get.
Yep.
But Stormstormer in the mid lane, as you talked about, the TA versus Puck matchup, something we've seen a lot of. Maybe not as much recently, because I think there's been a lot of position 1 TAs these days. Is going to get ganked by Seb, but the Centaur not in range to get the old stomp off. And looking for this water rune. He's going to take an illusory orb, though, and BZM just blocking him off. So nicely done, as he could probably get the other one as well with the cover from Seb.
Nice mid rotation. Very nice mid rotation. Just like given how the lane was going, that feels really bad to be Stormstormer. Like he's having to walk all the way back to Fountain now with no boots.
Oh, CD. Okay. All chatting that.
So
just don't hit that shift key. Little fat finger there from Fishman.
So they do communicate using in-game text.
That is weird.
That is interesting.
Oh, Seb setting up a little bit of damage onto Fishman. Wants to get some use out of this Centaur, as he will have a heart attack soon enough. Top lane, though, the chase is on to Taiga, who gets through the little avenue in the trees. Concoction from Yuragi. Kind of puts that to an end as well. So no first blood yet from either side.
No, just slow and pathetic harass going out between both supports. Both are low, and both are trying to block the enemy camps.
Yeah.
So this is one of those scenarios where you have 2 lanes in the top lane. There's the support lane, which Kataomi is winning because he got the bounty rune. And then the core lane, which is the normal one.
And the fact that Saberlight has been essentially playing off lane this series. We talked about he's playing position 1, kind of, but now he's been off lane. It's kind of interesting. They have that flexibility. As the Cogs, with the battery assault, setting up the Soul Assumption, but Seb trying to position himself on the other side of Fishman to try to slow him down so that Amar can hit him a couple more times, but looks like that's going to be broken up as well.
Okay, Seb heals. Yeah, Toby's got a lot of wand charges to work with down here, so a couple of Soul Assumptions. Fishman?
Yeah, Fishman is fine, cogging off that. And OG with a 1k lead, but that is likely just the Alchemist effect. As he has Concoction, it will be applied to himself as Saberlight looking for the Courier. He's going to get it in one fell swoop. That's the Chainmail. So no delivery this time for Yuragi. Wasn't going to be a full phase boots, as he's going to get chased under the tower. Saberlight trying to bait some TPs, but obviously doesn't have any more ammunition. So
neither does Yuragi, though. There's no regen on either of these 2 supports. Taiga's not even sending it out. He's sending out a smoke. So, and in his stash, he has a Tango. I think his Courier is going back. Because, yeah, this is a very awkward lane state for OG. They're not going to be farming this for the next few minutes.
Taiga with another dive. Ended up netting himself the creep there. As Yuragi, yeah, he's got some nice stacks. Mud Golems are one of Alchemist's favorites to see.
The one hero in the game that likes getting Mud Golems.
Well, I would say Chen, especially based on Game 1's performance from Fishman.
Yeah.
They were quite good.
Fishman makes every creep look good, all right?
Every creep?
Yeah.
I don't know, the baby Centaur looked pretty pathetic.
The Kobold, too. The Kobold always looks pathetic.
That's true.
Nice Chalice, idiot.
But he does die with the Chalice held up high, so you have to have respect for my boy. There's Kataomi with the Arctic Burn. He's going to get Waning Rifted, but obviously with the terrain walk and BZM finds a Courier. Now that he has that haste, he feels very comfortable just doing whatever the hell he wants.
It's just Couriers dying this game. There are no hero deaths so far and a 1k gold lead for OG.
Yep. Kataomi puts that healing salve to an end as Taiga getting pursued by Saberlight, but again, dive is up. They have a lot of getaway from both sides, apparently. But
Yuragi's level 6 now.
He's going to be happy with this farm. It's going to be a straight Radiance right after these phase boots, so see how fast he can get it. I would say the 12-13 minute mark is what you usually try to go for, or try to hit, in terms of your goals from an Alchemist perspective. Fishman. There's the Mud Golem, this time from Seb, so a little bit of retribution for Game 1. But Fishman will survive, as the hits are quite pathetic, as you brought up earlier.
Yep. Now Seb is just jungling, which we've seen from a lot of these creep-type heroes. Oh,
now Kataomi forced to take that regen, but yeah, BZM already expending the Illusory Orb, gets off the phase shift and the Fairy Fire, and that's going to be enough to survive. I thought for sure he was going to go down, and still no first blood. Oh, the rocket flare, too.
Oh, that would have been so funny.
Just off.
Yeah, yeah. Because he did tip as well. He tipped.
He tipped ahead of time.
Yeah, he tipped ahead of time.
Oh, boy.
So that could have been very bad. But no, I think Entity were a little afraid of TPs coming in there. Because otherwise, like, you know, surely they clicked him and saw the Fairy Fire. Maybe they didn't. Maybe that was just not one of those situations.
Yep, Stormstormer did get a lot of damage out of that Tier 1 mid. So despite this slow pace, he's farming exceptionally well right now. Tops in the CS department.
Yep, he's the biggest of boys right now.
Well, it is TA, and that's a woman, so not so much. Biggest of ladies, I guess. With all that, I'm sure we could get some great lore after this game from Slacks.
Where are you going with this?
I'm just going to pretend I didn't say anything. We'll just continue on with the cast. There's a TP out from Seb. And again, no kill, but Crush, Amar forcing a TP. Fishman, it's a level 4 Clockwork, so he's not really going to do much. And BZM gets a Waning Rift to get to that low ground. This could be first blood. Trap is there, Illusory Orb. Stormstormer trying to pursue. And even the Rocket Flare missing again, but look at this. It's scouting out Yuragi, who is getting nice, big, and juicy here. Kataomi gets off a pretty good Splinter's Blast, taking a couple creeps for himself and leeching some of the XP, but Saberlight is the one that draws first blood. So Taiga ends up dropping. I thought that was not going to happen considering the consistent Icarus diving he's been having there. Kataomi going to be ignored by Yuragi, who is trying to stack.
He's trying to stack right in front of the support. That's so funny.
Oh, BZM. Kind of in a terrible spot here. A
The
nice
side
job
blades.
from Stormstormer, getting that nice angle on the creep. So that's going to be the first death for BZM, and Entity off to a 2-0 lead.
And Amar takes the rune. He actually heads mid and does some rune control as an off-lane Slardar.
Okay. That's a good boy.
Yeah, he doesn't want to lane against a Visage at level 6, which I think makes sense. I feel like even a Slardar with the laning prowess that he has, maybe there's one of the few heroes that, like, yeah, sure, you can kill a Visage, but I don't know if you can lane against him. That sounds rough.
And Stormstormer out farming an Alchemist. Obviously, he hasn't really truly gotten online, but that's still pretty impressive, considering that the free farm has essentially been there for majority of this game for Yuragi.
And he's
a lot of stacks as well.
Okay, he goes for the Blink. I was wondering what he was going to go for. He queued up the Deso and the Blink. The Blink means he can actually have a fast timing and play with his team and contest the Alchemist in his own jungle, and I think that's definitely the play. As Yuragi getting harassed a bit, but nah, he's fine.
Yeah, Saberlight was thinking about popping the Dark Ascension, but not this time, as Seb getting slowed to a crawl, and Stormstormer with one Meld Strike brings that Bambi to an end.
Should be the tower, though. Catapult's still there.
Catapult's still hitting it, but they should be able to get the deny at the very least. But either way, OG happy to have that tower out of the way.
Both sides have good Roche heroes, so I feel like getting the mid tower is incredibly important. Although with that being said, that's going to go both ways. Stormstormer almost got the mid tower as well. It's 50% HP, so it's not like it's, you know,
it's
the
only
worst
a matter
situation.
of time.
Yep.
And Saberlight, how long are we till this next nighttime? Looks like another 3.5 minutes. He hasn't really been too active this time, but does have one kill. And based on the last game, this is an enormous improvement. Obviously, he was dying a lot as he's going to pop that ult in that top lane with the Crippling Fear, but just a simple TP away since the Void has already been expended. That's the one stun that he has at his disposal. But we'll just auto-attack these creeps and at least get some damage on the tier 1. We'll see if OG want to try to defend, because this is a lot of damage coming from Saberlight in that ult form.
I think without Taiga sitting in the tower and holding it, this is a little awkward of a defense, which is probably why he pressed the ult to go in there. Like, obviously if you can kill Taiga there, it's fantastic.
Hook shot, Fishman's level 6 now. Cogs back into the arms of Stormstormer, but Seb, he also has his ult, so the right clicks won't come too quickly, as he is truly untouchable.
Level 1 heal, and he's still this tanky. He's actually got level 2 pointed impetus. So he's playing the 4 Enchantress this game, really.
Yeah, going the Dragonlance, so it's going to hurt quite a bit with the impetus. Saberlight back in the jungle, so relatively slow pace from everybody. I mean, typically with, I guess this next nighttime, I would assume is when Night Stalker really wants to try to get something going other than the farm. I mean, we also did see, I think it was him as well playing it, the Aghanim Scepter, just to help him farm even more. I'm not sure if we're going to see it this time around, but It looks like he has the shard queued up.
Yeah, I don't know about the... I mean, I feel like in that game where he got the Ags, he was more in, like, the farming role, whereas he's got a TA this time, so TA is going to be, like, consuming all the creeps on the map. I mean, it's always a bit awkward to be Night Stalker versus Phoenix, because, you know, if you're just going around, like, purely nighttime, well, then Phoenix can change that in an instant, right? So, I think other people should be played around, other items.
Oh, Fishman looking for an opening, but you can see that Amar is here as well to accompany Seb. Actually pops the sprint. So we're going to see the coil with the egg being placed. It's going to be broken. Stormstormer just trying to limp away. The right clicks are doing quite a bit of damage. He's going to get dove on, but looks like he will survive. As now Fishman, with that corrosive haze, will likely be brought to an end, although he dodges out the crush, but it's not going to matter. It's going to be a 2-for-0 as the Visage and Clock die on the side of Entity. Good. Kataomi does have ult, though. Winter's Curse available. Not really finding a good opening here, as Armlet now finished for Amar.
Yeah, Saberlight has no ult. Well, now he does, but he did not have ult. It was not nighttime, so he's completely useless. There's just no way to fight that for Entity, especially if Toby goes down, because I feel like Toby is the strong hero right now. Obviously, Stormstormer is the most farmed on the team, but Toby's like the hero that really wants to fight right now. He's got a Vlad's. Only 2 points in Gravekeeper, so he did go down in that fight, but he wants to fight. He wants to run around, take towers, which is exactly what they're going to do.
And now the push onto the tier 1. The fortification's there, but OG might have to give this up, considering the amount of the Radiance online, so around the 15-minute mark. Not too shabby from OG. So both tier 1's down, and there's no way they're going for Roche, is there? Are they actually? Okay.
Yeah.
I have the double meld available if they really want to go for it, and this is going to be a nice Roche attempt. You can see OG on the other side of the map. They're going to take out the tier 1 tower. I'm not sure if they even know this is happening. They just scanned, so now they do, but it's too late. So this is a really nice pickoff for Enty. You're talking about both lineups can take Roche, so
yeah,
taking full advantage of just being in the right time or right area at the time.
Pretty important, because we saw the Puck Coil and Phoenix Egg combo onto Stormstormer the previous fight. It was enough to not kill him, but at least take him out of the fight. As BZM, he's got to be careful, dude. That's a Night Stalker.
Yep. And obviously Crippling Fear. We've seen it so many times against Puck this tournament. A lot of times you get the Force Staff on Puck to try to counteract it, which he's actually opting for a Ghost Scepter.
Similar idea, okay. just to survive during the duration of it, and also, you know, TA Visage. These heroes are primarily physical damage. So I do like this. I think it can build into an eventual Ethereal Blade. So this is kind of the greedier option, because I don't think BZM's game is bad. Like, he's got an Alex, so he's not farming, and then his offlaner's Amar, so he's not farming. But his game's not bad. He's 1-1 and has tons of XP.
This does feel like a game you could go for an Orchid on somebody from Entity's side to try to punish this a bit, because you won't be able to get a whole lot off for Puck, because you don't want to go for like a Yule's on top of all of this. As Saberlight again being TP'd out in front of. We've seen Orchid from Visage from time to time, but
it happens, yeah. Even Clockwork sometimes gets Orchid, but he's a pathetic 5 position, so
yep, it happens.
Literally no way he's going to get farmed for that.
And it is natural nighttime for Saberlight. See if he wants to pick up the pace a bit. I'm used to seeing, I mean, he does have the shard now, so can eat the, well, if he wants to eat an Enchantress creep, he can. Zuragi kind of getting forced out of the jungle, but he got most of that farm, so he's going to be perfectly happy as he is working on the BKB. Taiga, no dive, thanks to the Crippling Fear and Saberlight. It's pretty damn good ability against both Puck and Phoenix to have these getaways, and they don't want to build items to try to counteract.
No, they don't. They don't. Now it's a good time to, like, anytime that Phoenix is dead, I think Saberlight is really happy to fight, obviously because the nighttime, the daytime factor. Oh, mid.
Yep, Coil, but there's the ult pop by the Night Stalker. Trying to get that silence off. Instant Ghost Scepter from BZM, but there's the curse onto Alchemist just to try to delay things. You can see Amar keeping everybody at bay here, taking some right clicks from Stormstormer. A couple more will do it. He's going to armlet toggle and survive, though, as Yuragi with the BKB focusing on Kataomi. Going to get these two supports relatively easy along with the Night Stalker, so 3 for nothing as OG looks to take this fight in spades. That's the Aegis down as well.
He's dead twice.
Absolutely. Toby's here, though, with his familiars. But if he's not careful, everybody's going to go down on the side of the Entity. That's going to be the 4th down. Toby left to his own devices and will likely get chased down. All this impetus damage is a double kill from BZM. And OG lose absolutely nothing. And that is against an Aegis.
Ghost Scepter really paid off in that fight for BZM. And also the fact that Amar went for Armlet instead of going for the Mask of Madness build. Stormstormer couldn't kill him. I think he okay, well.
Yeah, Taiga's dead, so
gonna get a freebie.
Get some revenge here, but still, just the supports going down in these like in-between fights, if you want to call it that. But Amar, his armlet toggling, definitely working out that time.
And also just the armor from the armlet is enough to look how tanky he looks to Stormstormer when he tries to turn around and take this fight. They have to back off of BZM.
Yeah.
BZM's also not right-clicking Yuragi because of the Ghost Scepter. Amar's in the side and getting focused. The only thing that goes down is the Courier.
Oh, I didn't even notice that before. That was an extra right-click that could have been applied to Amar, but it was the Courier, and so I'm not sure if that was a misclick, but...
No, it got side-bladed.
Oh, okay.
Which apparently can happen.
Oh yeah, we've seen that before.
As the exact same shot of Seb.
That's just a replay from game number 2.
Getting tricked by that one. That was... I've seen
Cogs
that before.
from Fishman. He's just going to get jumped on by Yuragi, who now has that Blink Dagger, so... Oh, gee, starting to run away with this bit. Obviously, a 7K lead looks like a lot, but it is an Alchemist, of course. So, production, of course, is telling us that Seb does smile a lot. That's the first time I've had production tell me that was actually awesome.
Yeah. I didn't even know they could talk to us.
7K lead for OG, though, as a Blink Dagger now on BZM. And if Entity's not careful, OG can really open this up with another one fight. And I feel like that's going to be quite difficult for Entity to get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like it's passing the point where TA can have this monstrous snowball to deal with an Alchemist, especially if you're going to go down.
Stormstormer's all alone, and the corrosive haze means that there's no shenanigans coming out of that meld.
Oh, and Amar
big pickoff for OG as Yuragi just picking them apart all over the map. And then the crippling fear, but he's going to break the coil and just die to the illusory orb. And a little bit late on the Winter's Curse, and this is another punish from OG. 3 dead, and barely any damage done to OG's side. Concoction coming for Fishman. It'll be on.
Does he get the bounty? He gets the bounty too? Okay, all right, Fishman. We see you.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
That's my boy right there.
Yeah, that was I mean, they're still losing.
Yes, that is the that's the brown lining of that.
Right, right. The old skid mark of Dota, I see.
The win probability is at 87%. And yeah, OG... It's not over yet, obviously, but if they do win, it'll be a face-off against PSG LGD, which is going to be a pretty damn hype matchup. Despite PSG LGD just crushing everyone not named Sonics.
Previous major winners, though, so you can't, Momentum. Momentum, that's the name of the game for OG. And in this game, they also do have quite the momentum. It is looking rough for Entity to take any fight.
Yeah.
I think there's good counters to TA, who might be...
Amar, they have vision. Here. Looking for the opening. There's the coil. Blink by Amar into the bash, but the counter hookshot comes in. But look at this damage. Concoction onto 2 heroes. And again, OG getting away with murder with no reciprocation whatsoever from Entity's side. 5-13. And again, that doesn't really tell any of the story. As ever since... that fight with the Aegis, when Entity had the Aegis, I think they've killed 1 support and lost 10 heroes.
Is under attack.
Yeah, what does that say about the draft? I guess that can happen.
Are you? I'm just asking.
Yeah, what do you think there, Shanna?
Well, I think maybe OG figured out Entity a bit. They forced Saberlight into the off lane every single time, which.
Doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to BS here, Jenkins. I'm not the analyst. Thank you. OG's good. There's my answer.
Yeah. Player MVP. Oh, there we go. That's good.
Oh my goodness. All right. He was 4-10 MVP apparently in that game number 2.
That's a bit mean. He's gonna go kick Production's ass.
Entity, they're smoked up. They absolutely need to win this fight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to force it out here. There's Amar, he's gonna break it. Saberlight with the initiation, crippling fear, but gonna try to take down the Phoenix to start. He has a Ghost Scepter himself. Just the itemization coming out from OG has been masterful, and there's the Winter's Curse turning into a kill onto BZM.
Double kill, okay.
So a nice pick off here for Entity, as they're going to try to continue on now. Focus is on Uragi as that BKB, though, with the concoction to follow. Fishman getting saved on the outskirts of this fight, and Uragi, he has to be careful. The BKB is now ending. They don't have enough damage to finish him off quite yet because Amar's the one that jumps in. He's going to get decimated. So a 3 for 2 as the Visage is fallen. And that's the buyback from the Phoenix on OG's side. So really good fight from Entity, and they need a few more of those to get back in this game.
Kataomi, I mean, this guy is so good at Winter Wyvern. It's insane. Like, this is not an easy game. The curse on a puck, that's the perfect target. He's hitting the saves as well. Yeah, I mean, another Wraith Band in his inventory, of course.
That's what you need.
It's a classic build. Also, in that fight, Uragi did not have Chemical Rage. So, at the start, he used the BKB, and then the Chemical Rage comes up after, but it wasn't at the same time. So it's a bit awkward, so we can't really man-fight versus Stormstormer without that ability. It's, yeah, OG, they need to have their spells ready. They need to have good positioning. Like, Entity is not going to roll over in this game.
Yeah,
especially
no
with this
doubt.
Wyvern.
I mean, this is for the upper bracket to continue, right? Like, if you lose this game for either side, you still have another life.
You lose your heart, though.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a kick for sure, because...
Who's getting kicked?
A kick in the balls is what I meant, more than anything. And Amar has really big ones from what I've heard. Based on how he's played, I think I do believe it. The rumor is probably true. OG with the 4-man smoke now. And likely to go into the Entity Triangle. That's Stormstormer. And we now have AC online for Uragi. And the smoke is going to break. Stormstormer TPing out. We'll be fine. They get the ward up a little late, and they think for sure he's here, but we can see, obviously, that he is long gone. Good attempt from OG. And next Roche is going to be up in 40 seconds. And like you said, they can take it extremely fast thanks to the Slardar, so really the question is, do they even need a pick-off? Like, how good is the pit fight from Entity? You have the Curse, you have the hookshot initiation. Not too shabby.
I don't think they need a pick-off, because I feel like if Entity leaves the base, I mean, they've got to get some insane jump in order to win the fight.
Yeah.
And they're trying, but I don't know how much they can hold this area just with the birds. They don't have a ward on the high ground.
Yep, Roche coming back very shortly.
Neither team has a ward on the high ground.
Entity do have vision there thanks to the traps. There's a concoction coming out, but he can't use it on Toby because he's Stone. And that doesn't work against Stone, apparently. Fishman gets off the cogs, and there's a jump in from Stormstormer. Trying to take out Amar. He's already at half HP as the buyback onto the Wyvern already comes to fruition. But look at the damage coming from Seb with these impetuses on the side. Double kill for him. He's just cleaning through everybody. And now BZM with a double kill for himself as well, as 4 are dead. That's a dieback onto the Wyvern. And OG only lose 1, and it's Amar. And Seb pretty much out of mana, but the concoction is coming as Toby will go down again. Triple kill, and that is looking real bad. That's 2 diebacks from Entity, and now Roche should be a clean one for OG.
Radiant's top tower is under
Seb almost has more net worth than the enemy carry Night Stalker, and he does have more net worth than Amar, who we've talked about. Very greedy boy. But and yet Seb is more farmed, obviously getting a triple kill in that fight.
Look at the build on Amar. This is not a typical one at all. It looks like Saberlight's fine, but I mean he went for,
not typical for him.
Yeah, for him. This is a normal-ish build. Maybe the armlet not all the time, but you're gonna see a replay here. But maybe it has something to do with Seb being in the comms. Like, nah, maybe don't go for that Mask of Madness this time, young lad.
It's worked out. This almost was a really good setup by Entity, but Uragi just barely not getting chain stun, so he gets his BKB and his ult off.
Yeah. Oh, the hook shot from Fishman to try to counteract. He's gonna... Oh, the snatch is actually from Uragi, so technically Entity get the Roche kill. Doesn't matter that much, although We'll see who got the shard. Let's see if we can find that shard there.
Smiley face. Amar gave him the old European smiley.
Yeah, the one with
where you do it's just parentheses.
Right, of course.
It's a classic. It's a passive aggressive one.
It was a good attempt, but ends up not resulting in too much. I'm actually not sure who got the shard, but TA has a shard now.
Taiga got it.
He didn't have one before? Usually you buy one.
Well, he picked it up. I don't know who he gave it to.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yep, Yuragi looking to try and finish this game with the Aegis advantage now on the side of OG and a 20k lead. As okay, gets a nice curse off, looking for the Phoenix kill. But the taunt, okay. Taiga will live. Ghost Scepter actually lets him separate from the pack. Now the rest of OG could just be taking this out. That was a nice E-Blade. That's what I missed there, is BZM keeping his teammate alive.
I think that's why he got the Ghost Scepter, so he could eventually build into something that's...
counteracts the curse?
Yeah, that saves his team. As Yuragi BKBs.
Yep. That is a questionable choice for sure. But one set of racks in favor of OG now.
Was that a BM BKB?
It might be. It's very possible. He's going to take a Melt Strike. Yuragi getting quite low. Arctic Burn to follow, but there. Getting healed up a bit, but the instant silence from Saberlight, who jumps in with a crippling fear, has the nullifier as well, it looks like. So down goes the Phoenix, along with the Aegis. And nice attempted save at Saberlight. He's going to take so much damage from Seb once he's able to actually click on him. Stormstormer with the BKB, trying to take out the Alchemist. He's going to get him.
Dead.
BKB, along with that Cold Embrace, as we have a buyback on the Alchemist, so it looks like OG want to try to finish this, as Stormstormer will be dead with no buyback. So 3 done. And Seb I wonder how much damage he has done this game with these impetuses, because they are absolutely shredding Entity. Toby in the stone form, but it's going to get saved by Kataomi as well. But you can see Impetus with the Waning Rift. They can just burst right through it. So OG look like they're going to go on to face PSG LGD in this second series.
That's it.
In the playoffs. GGs are called. Nicely played from OG.
Curious to see the damage numbers in this game. I feel like as the game does indeed get paused here.
Yep, that's typical.
Yeah. Yeah, Seb. I mean, they just Taiga and Seb just swapped positions that game. That was not a pause 5 Enchantress. That was a 4 Enchantress. Hell, maybe even a 3 Enchantress. Maybe Amar was the 4 that game.
That's true. It felt like he was playing more of a normal Slardar role.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, when it got later, Seb was just doing a lot of damage, but really the story was, I mean, it started out Saberlight having a good start, like just farming. He wasn't really trying to find kills, but OG just, after that one fight in that mid lane when Entity had the Aegis advantage, it just fell apart completely.
Entity had the Aegis,
yeah,
and then
they
OG
took a full fight
wipes them.
Without losing anybody.
Yeah, and it was all from the Ghost Scepter.
The Goat Scepter.
The Goat Scepter, if you will. And the armlet on Amar.
See the handshakes coming through. Obviously, Entity will be going to the lower bracket, so still alive at the Arlington Major. How about OG? I mean, with Seb on LAN, obviously we wish we had the full roster here, but things happen. But Seb is a pretty damn good replacement to have. Having somebody like that just so much knowledge, previous coach, previous TI winner, major winners, and all that good stuff.
Other than, of course, the drama that he starts with
Saberlight, yes.
With Saberlight, which
a lot of hatred.
Some backstage stuff going on, which, of course, can't really talk about, but lots of hatred there.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sure the panel can follow this up.
They can let you know
great conversation.
What happened there.
But yeah, OG take this 2-1. Let's see what the panel has to say to wrap this one up.
I'm interested to know what these people beside me do have to say, but I'm also interested in that post-game interview when it does finally happen, see what OG has to say for those on the side of Entity. But Game 3, the series went all the way, and again, it felt a little bit of a resemblance of Game 2, where Entity did have a lot of strong points. They were looking good, but ultimately kind of just crumbled towards that mid to late part of the game.
Yeah, it was pretty rough how they handled both of the Aegises that they got in Game 2 and 3. When they took that fight mid around the Tier 2 tower, like Visage was top, he wasn't even there with the team. OG had reached like a lot of iron timings, Puck had a Ghost Scepter, so Night Stalker couldn't jump him. The Alk had this BKB ready, like it went bad.
And it almost felt like they were rushing things too, like because as you said, they were kind of split up, and they just know that they're on a bit of a timer, playing against Alchemist, playing with carry Night Stalker of sorts. TA being the real carry, but TA is also this carry that can kind of fall off a bit. So it just didn't really feel like they were synced up with their timings.
Well, considering you're playing against the Alchemist, one of the slowest games I've seen so far in this tournament, the score was 3-3, like 12 minutes into the game. You need to be out there putting out the pressure on the map and trying to get the Alchemist killed. Didn't happen. He was having a really good time. And it's also Slaughter Amar. You know that he's going to be farming up a bit of a different item build this time around, not Mask of Madness, but going for the Armlet instead. And this is all about farming up, getting to that one crucial point for OG, and they needed to play much more aggressive and trying to make stuff done in the early game.
Yeah, we could talk a little bit more about this, but someone who we want to hear from more importantly is Tiger, who is being joined with Banks right now.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, that's right. I've got Tiger with me here, and he's got a smile on his face, but it certainly wasn't the easiest of series there. I want to start with this first opening game, right? Because would you say you got outdrafted in it, or was it something else? How do you view it?
I think we were prepared for the heroes. We expected them to pick like that, but I think we underestimated their lineup, like all 5 heroes together. We had no damage to kill the heroes, and they just keep healing. Eventually, we run out of sustain, and we lose the fight.
Sometimes it'd be like that. But then, in between the games, right, what did you guys talk about? Because I had a little peek into the room, I saw some serious conversation, and then you did give the respect band to the Chen.
I think Fishman Chen plays amazing first game, and we wasn't sure how to deal with the Fishman Chen, so we had to respect ban him.
You're the little cheering squad over there for sure, right? But now, going into this, right, you got to ask this question. It came from some of the talent in the back. They were saying, who's the better Enchantress? Is it you or is it Seb?
I think Seb is he's a core player, but that's disguising himself playing support. So I think Seb is better just because he's not really a support. He's playing the carry role.
All right, I like that. Now, your next game, right? You've survived this. You get a day off tomorrow to get yourself some more practice in, but you're going against LGD. That's certainly a tough opponent in that one. But how confident do you feel going to a matchup where they kind of look unbeatable?
I feel pretty confident, to be honest. We have Seb in the main stage against LGD, TI8, with Reunion, prepared.
Prepared, I like it. Well, hopefully you can get the job done. Tiger, thank you very much for your time. Let's get ourselves back to the desk.
Great interview with Tiger there. And something that he said was that Seb is almost disguising himself as a support. Sometimes he doesn't really play it that way. And this game 3 was sort of that way. You guys impressed with how OG were able to adapt and shake up who needed the priority in that game to succeed?
You have more net worth than Amar. Yeah, you actually have more net worth than Amar.
I don't think there's any kind of priority in the team. Seb takes just whatever hell he wants, pretty much. And, he's trying to sell us that this is how position 4/5, whatever you want to call it, is being played. But yeah, he's extremely greedy, especially when he plays certain heroes. But it's not about how much farm you get from the team. It's about what do you do with the farm that you take from some other members of the team. And he did some heavy lifting with this build on Enchantress, getting that Hurricane Pike and also getting the second item, Heaven's Halberd, against Templar Assassin, against the Night Stalker. It just cripples them way too much.
Yeah, I think the itemization is a really good point, because I feel like that's something where, the game started off looking like it's in Endy's favor. They've got the momentum, the Aegis, they're controlling the tempo, but I think there was some really smart items, particularly the Ghost Scepters and then later on the E-Blade on the Puck, that made such a big difference. It entirely negated the Wyvern Curse in some of these fights, and it just gave them these kind of defensive tools where Night Stalker, can get on top of someone like a Puck, but, you don't need BKB, you don't even need the Force Staff when you've got this Ghost Scepter to keep you alive until that silence wears off. Until he got the Nullifier from Saberlight, he had to get this Nullifier. It just comes too late because it's an expensive item and it's not like a natural build-up for a Night Stalker. You need that BKB, and as a result of getting Nullifier, he hasn't got BKB for these fights.
We always ask that question for Entity. Do you feel there are some learnings for them as they go further into this competition, because they can't do that lower bracket run still?
I mean, yeah, experience is experience. You're playing around with Saberlight and what he can do. They've tried some more traditional carry carries. Now they've gone back to more offlaners. They're trying lane swaps. This game they put him in the actual offlane. So obviously they have that. It's always going to be hard when you don't have your real carry. It just very much limits you on your playstyle. And I think as this tournament goes on, you are going to start to get figured out.
Yeah, Entity is a team that I think their kind of playstyle and picks, it works better in the group stage than the main bracket. Of all the teams playing here in the playoffs, they have the smallest picked heroes. Like their hero pool is the smallest, and that's I think more okay in the group stage when you're sticking to your small pool of heroes. Teams have less time to prepare for you, but on the bracket you have 24 hours before every match you play, or sometimes more, to get ready for an opponent, and that just means that OG, they knew they were going to play the Chen. Obviously, I think the takeaway for OG is we shouldn't have given them Chen game 1. I don't think future teams are going to give Entity Chen, so Entity have to be prepared maybe even look to widen their hero pool if they want to succeed here on the main stage.
The other thing is OG getting their hands on that puck yet again, showing why it is so favored. Do you feel that other teams now watching this should maybe have a little bit more respect or importance placed on that puck?
There's definitely other heroes that they can bang out, but looking at the puck, BZM always a treat to watch, one of the better puck players out there. It's like me and Gods had this discussion. I don't think there's too many things wrong with puck. It's more about the Witchblade. If you take that out of the equation, that means that like if the item is nerfed, puck would not be able to dominate the early game because he needs that extra damage. His combo is just not powerful with his Illusory Orb and Waning Rift to kill anyone. Witchblade gives them that thing to be able to connect onto one target and completely delete it. And we see Seb here, 6 kills, 10 assists on his Enchantress, and looked very good. And he had only one death. That's pretty impressive against Templar Assassin, Night Stalker, like Visit, like even Clockwork. Some of these heroes do tend to dish out serious amount of magical damage, especially Clockwork, who can catch him early on and then Enchantress dies, but happened only one time.
Yeah, I think Seb had amazing early game impact. Like there was a lot of not explosive action around mid, but just action. Like Seb came mid for like the 4-minute water runes and forced TA off it. TA had to walk back to base, giving Puck like a super free lane. And then like the response from Entity is like, oh my god, and they bring Kataomi mid on his Wyvern. They're basically dual laning for the next 6 minutes.
I love when Seb came mid and used the creep so that the Sideblades from Templar Assassin could finish off Puck. A bit of a grief there, but I'm sure they had a good laugh about it.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, he was just so good. He even came mid with a 10-minute catapult timing too, and like died just to secure the mid lane tower because they know that like Roche is such an important thing this game for both teams that they had to open that map up a bit there. So Seb definitely MVP for me.
Well, game 3 went in the favor of OG. This series was such a great performance from them. It means they continue in the upper bracket, soon to face LGD in a couple of days. But the day is not over. We are only halfway through, as we do have 2 more series for the rest of the day, and the next one is going to be Outsider's Spirit after this break.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Coming up next, Outsiders versus Team Spirit.
Howdy, partners and partnets. It is I, Sir Actions Lane. I'm here with Toronto, Tokyo. How you doing?
Hi, I'm Bolt.
All right. Yeah, are you bald? You're not bald at all, you son of a... All right, anyway. We're going to go and see how much you know about the Dota 2 map. That's right, we're stealing content from Reddit. Shout out to Tim over at Reddit. Thank you. This game, GeoGuessr, you ever played before? You ever seen anybody play?
No.
Okay, fantastic. It's going to show you a picture, and you have to guess where it is on the map, all right? Here's your mouse. Here we go. Picture number 1. Where is that? All right? You can bring the laptop with you. It's all good. Now, as you can see, there's a flag there, you know? You got some cobblestone. You got the trees. It's definitely on Dire, right?
The quality of picture is not the best.
Okay, don't flame the guy. It's just a community member.
I see the dark side and Radiant side, and it's a river. It's mid tier 1.
Oh, click on it. Where do you think?
Wait.
There you go. Use the mouse.
It's mid tier 1 here, and maybe it is from...
20 seconds left.
Here?
There. All right, click. There it is. Hit guess. Oh my God! Absolutely perfect. Look at this guy. This guy knows. Oh, how do you know where that is? That's crazy.
It's logic. I have good IQ, you know.
Oh, a big brain on this guy. Big TI winning brain. Okay, where's this at?
It's harder.
Oh, come on. That's definitely, you know what side of the map it is.
Maybe it is
30 seconds. Now, I do know that there is a statue there, but it's this part that I'm worried about right there. I would think it's more in 15 seconds. Time to make a choice.
I don't know. It's like a YOLO.
Click. Whoop. Nope. Click. Oh, there it is. Guess. Quick. 3 seconds. Oh, that's been off. Yeah, that'd be on the high ground rating. That's not fair though, because you hardly ever do high ground defenses. You're usually winning, so it's like, you know, you don't have to defend. All right, next.
You're winning by defending, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
It's defense.
No, it's offense of the ancients for you typically. Okay, all right, come on. Big hints in here.
Okay, I see the crystals.
Yes.
And the skulls.
Now, crystals, we know what side of the map that's on, but that's got to be a jungle camp, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So a crystals with a jungle camp. I think I know where it is. I'm going to bet you on this one. I'll let you select and then I'll... Oh, okay. No, I disagree. I think it's over by the ancients over there. But no, whatever. Hit the guess. Let's see who's right. I think it's by the ancients. Oh my God, that's 2. You are the best we've ever had so far. How much time do you spend in the jungle?
I would spend all my life in the jungle and farming tapes, you know.
if he could. Okay, next.
You know, the sound of the gold.
Yes.
That's why I play Dota.
Do you hear that when you sleep?
Sometimes.
Wow, that's very disturbing. Okay, 2 more. Here we go. Do you have any idea where that could be?
It's Fountain?
I believe so. It's a very easy one. I like that they're almost T-posing. All right, hit it. Oh, you see, wrong side.
Oh, it's the same.
It's not the same. They're both on 2 different sides. That's the shopkeeper.
Shop is left?
Yes, and then neutral items.
Oh, it's neutral items?
Yeah, you see?
Another?
Yeah, there's 2.
I didn't know.
You don't even know that? You can click on this and see what neutral items you have.
I usually click on the right, on the shop, on my window, on my screen.
Pro players, hotkeys. I get it. All right, last one for all the comeuppance here.
It's a river. It's from the high ground.
Yes. Well,
it's a like big high ground, you know, because you see it's small.
Yes.
And this is big one.
So you think it's the pit?
It could be here and also maybe here.
Okay.
But it looks like a camp.
So,
but it could be here and it's okay.
All right. We're going to take the guess here. Now, this is important. You are in the lead. If you get this one right, I'm pretty sure no one's going to be able to beat you.
Okay, I bet it's.
All right. Let's see. Here we go. Oh my God! All right, by far the best one. Congratulations, Toronto Tokyo, living God on the Dota map. Anything out there to say to other cartographers?
Yeah, it was nice game.
All right. Can anyone beat Toronto? We will find out. Thanks.
What's the prize, by the way?
There is absolutely no prize. I'll tip my hat to you. There you go.
Okay, next time I will not come.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Fresh meat.
Hello, everybody. It is the Dota 2 Arlington Major. We are done with the group stages. We are now in the playoffs. It is the upper bracket. We have more series coming at you today. First up, obviously, is Outsiders versus Team Spirit. Here to bring the show right now with me. Still Sheepstick, still Gods. Hey, we got Mr. Napman over there, Lizard, powered up and energized.
He was napping?
Well, you know, just a little.
Liz.
15-minute power nap.
Yeah.
15-minute power nap?
Do you do those?
No, I do my job.
Ah, okay.
Whoa.
I get up at a nice crisp 6:30 a.m. and I get ready for the day and I stay awake
That
forever.
she actually does do, I can confirm. I go down to grab breakfast. Sheep is already there, getting all the notes, getting all the...
Writing a lot of notes.
Little things.
Just about, like, firing Lizard for napping.
Well, no one's getting fired. Not yet, anyway.
There's lots of time left, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. For now, let's take a look at the brackets and how things have performed so far, because we already had 2 series play out. And, yeah, PSG LGD is still absolutely dominant. The Goliath of the tournament right now. Not necessarily a surprising 2-0, taking down Boom right here, dropping them to the lower bracket. But Entity OG, I feel like that was the series we saw prior to this. That one's a quite interesting one, and, you know, 2 of you covered that.
Yeah, it was very fun.
Yeah, very fun.
I don't know, this Saberlight stand-in meme is great fun. He looks like he just makes the team more fun. And Entity's just like improved so much since their first time.
I was literally speaking with Metrim and Stormer just before their game started, and they were talking about Saberlight, and they were like, this guy, he's playing with us for this tournament only, and he has gelled like he has been forever in our team. He's just a fun person, fun to play around, easygoing, and it definitely did show so far with their results. Not necessarily in the last game, but overall, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, the implication of everybody in the tournament right now and how they are faring out on this bracket as far as where they're going to be locking in their TI slots. It's pretty pivotal. I think with Boom dropping Tundra, they're just like, yes, we're in. Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you, LGD.
Yeah, right. Thank you so much. But I mean, even with this particular series, like we have Outsiders, Team Spirit, and even the one after with Aster and Fnatic. Again, they're going to need these wins to get themselves to the top 6 because I believe the math right now is top 8 minimum for a lot of them, and they're all kind of just clawing for that spot. So that is going to be a curious one here. But as we take a look at the Outsiders Team Spirit matchup here today, those two I believe like going to be very important. I know Outsiders need that deep run, but with Boom dropping, I think they got a little bit of a bump up here. Right?
Yeah, my understanding of Spirit is just one win. One top 8 secures them TI. So if they win today, they're going to TI. Whereas Outsiders, they maybe need a few more things to go their way, not just a top 8 because they are they're outside of the top 12 and are a bit further away from that TI being secured.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that I do have, while everybody is getting ready up top here, we were kind of talking about 2 players that I was personally curious about because I found it very interesting. I do have a head-to-head here with GPK and Toronto Tokyo, just because they are the mids of the tournament or of this matchup, and I found it very interesting that. And we confirmed this, right? Lizard made me walk to their practice room. GPK is also the captain, and it's not something that you see quite often as far as captains go, playing that mid position.
It can be very difficult, right? There's a reason why position 5s are usually the captains, because captaining a team is first a skill set that you need on your own that's usually gained from experience, and secondly, it's something that takes away a little bit from your own gameplay, from your own game plan, because you have to be leading the team. It's not only you focus on last, it's you focus on your lane. Your eyes have to be pretty much everywhere. But it reminds me of one other special person, S4, right?
And you can see,
I love how you...
It's great. You can see in the numbers why captaining works for GPK, but maybe wouldn't for Toronto Tokyo. This guy's active. Look at those average kills. He's got almost double Toronto Tokyo. He's generally playing these active playmakers, these spirit heroes, these pucks and things. He's always moving around the map, and even when other players play these active heroes, they don't get as involved as GPK does. So it doesn't surprise me when I see these numbers that this guy can kind of captain with the way he plays.
I was looking at the heroes they've been playing in these group stages so far, and it was actually kind of the opposite a little bit. Toronto Tokyo's been playing a lot of spirits and Maz, and then GPK just has such a wide pool. He's been playing Necrophos, DP. He's been playing Lina, which is a hero that used to be very much more popular and is now tailed off a bit. And Lina is a hero that loves to just farm it up. So it is actually surprising to me to see him captaining so effectively.
Kills, right,
yeah, I mean, exactly. He's got those boots of travel and just whoop.
Well, to break this down further, to give us a little bit more insight onto both the teams here, we do have Mr. James Banks on the stage to give us a little bit of an introduction.
It's Spirit and Outsiders going head-to-head next, and I've got the players with me before we get settled into this one. I'm going to start with you, GPK, on the fact that you are a veteran player, but you are here now finally on a Tier 1 team, showing your stuff. But I wanted to see if you felt like you were ready for this success earlier, if it was kind of held back in any way at all.
Грубо говоря, он говорит, I'm just translator.
Okay, cool.
Он говорит, сейчас ты тут, мы на том турнире, но ничего не думаешь ли ты, что ты раньше должен был уже начать ебать на всех турнирах и приезжать на такие крутые чемпионаты? Что ты об этом думаешь?
Ну, хотелось бы приехать на прошлые турниры.
He said he's wishing that he wanted to come the earlier tournaments, and we were super ready, but there were some situations that didn't allow us to come to the earlier tournaments this year.
Okay, it happens. Now, in terms of looking at this game here, right? Spirit, TI winners, looking like a very good team overall. Okay, in the DPC, you guys had good results against them for sure. It's something you'd be happy with. But do you feel like you're the underdogs in a matchup like this?
Говорит, андердоги ли мы, Спириты выиграли TI, крутая тема и так далее. Что думаешь?
Ну, мы готовы на 100% к этой команде, так что посмотрим, что произойдет.
He said we're ready for 100% for this matchup today. So let's see what happens. We're just gonna play our Dota.
There we go. That's what it's about, playing your Dota when it comes to this. Now for you, Miposhko. Obviously, you guys, in terms of form, when it comes to looking at TI, great. But since then, things have slowed down a bit. How do you feel your form is here at this tournament?
It's actually hard to say exactly. Like we had a lot of problems before the tournament also, but now, like we're trying to improve, we're trying to find ourselves, and now we're probably not ready for 100%, but I think we're ready enough.
Ready enough. And are you ready enough to get some revenge against these guys?
Sure.
And how is it going to be different this time around? Because obviously, like I mentioned to them, in that DPC games, they were the ones getting the win over you.
We will show.
You will show. Well, let's see if you guys can show it. Let's see this game start, and let's get ourselves back to the desk.
Well, you heard Miposhka say it, we will show them. I mean, interestingly enough, I was looking at the stat line here. Yes, Outsiders have been performing very well against Team Spirit, but the overall numbers have still been in Team Spirit's favor. Maybe there's that a bit of like land buff for them, perhaps. I'm not sure. Versus online.
Yeah, I mean they've been posting vlogs on their YouTube channel, and they've been like really insightful and stuff. They talk about how they were having problems during the DPC that they weren't like quite aware of, and it was impacting their performance. And now they're feeling like much more confident, much better. Like they have more faith in each other, I think.
Yeah, and I think the circumstances that led up to this event were just a lot more favorable for them. Like there was like a very last minute kind of qualification for the Stockholm major. A lot of players were they were relocating, I think, their entire team to Croatia, I believe it was. For them, it was just a very complicated situation to be in, and they showed up to Stockholm and underperformed because of those conditions.
Leave it to the Americans to get geography.
Somewhere in that area.
It's close enough. It's Serbia.
Serbia.
They border. They're in Belgrade. They are enjoying the food. You can see that they gained a little bit of weight here and there. How can you not when the portion sizes are like quite big there?
I want to expand on this a little bit more while the players are getting ready, because we've seen the opposite, right? It's kind of been this storyline for some teams, and now you're seeing OG, you're seeing Spirit. On LAN, they do well, while others not so much, as far as the dynamic that you're creating when you're in the same room. Like how volatile can it be? Because that's what it feels like right now.
Is it volatile? What do you think? It can be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at least when looking at these two teams for Spirit, I think they've won TI now. Like the pressure is at least off to a little bit. I think while not having quite qualified for TI, I don't imagine they're showing up to this event and feeling like there's nerves and they have to emotions are going to be riding too high. I think Outsiders have a lot more to prove. They'd rather avoid those scary Eastern European qualifiers. It's where anything can happen. Team Spirit almost lost those qualifiers if you go back to the last TI qualifier run. So I think there's a bit more pressure on Outsiders. I think they also have a few players who maybe known for being a bit more animated and had issues on previous teams for what it's worth. But I think for the most part these teams have gelled and are just excited to finally get to play on LAN together when it comes to Outsiders.
Yeah, I mean, there is that pressure, though, of if Team Spirit want to try to do that OG run, get another TI under their belt, this is the game to secure themselves a spot.
That's the pressure, right?
That's the pressure.
High standards have been set by Seb and the boys a few years back, and now, it's on Spirit to prove that they're just as good.
There's no TI pressure in this tournament in the sense that, you're probably just going to lose to LGD at some point. But when you get to TI Grand Final, that's when LGD can choke and you can really get that second Aegis.
That's literally what happened a year ago, because PSG LGD was playing tournaments before. They were winning every single tournaments prior to TI, and they actually won the last Grand Finals against Team Spirit a year ago, just before TI, and then they lost the actual TI Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. Like post TI reading everyone's kind of opinions on the games, like Zinq saying like, oh yeah, like we lost our nerves, I was too scared to break smoke, stuff like this. I don't think they're going to have that on this stage. Team Spirit also just, their form has roller coasted since that TI, going from like not so good to kind of hot again, not so good, and like right now I think they're looking definitely better than the DPC, so I'm feeling pretty good about them, and I hope they can make it more competitive versus outsiders, because I think 2 out of the 3 last matches they played versus them were stomps.
Yeah, I think Spirit's weakness, they've had some really rough laning stages. Like they'll often fall behind early to mid game and have to kind of try and claw their way back in, play a lot of like high ground defense, look for those big team fights, which are heroes. They've been going back for like the Mars a lot on both mid lane and off lane. Like they're playing kind of some of these slower drafts, it feels like, a lot of the time.
One of the games that I have casted Team Spirit play, like in the last seasons, the way they defended high ground, man, though, like you're talking about, yeah, they kind of fail in the mid game. They do make a couple of mistakes. They have to resort to that last high ground defense, but when they do defend it, it's just like it's a pleasure to watch. It's like you should look at it and copy it, right? Like write it down how they do it.
These thieves, they took Marcy. I think that's outsiders like most heavily favored hero this tournament so far. Like they just first pick it. If Puck's not in, of course. They will first pick the Marcy like every game they can.
So
Puck's out. Like I'm so happy right now.
What does this leave? Like it leaves us with the Razor, perhaps. That's an option, right? Tiny is also banned out. Is there anything else that stands out like real hard that you might think?
Yeah, I've seen outsiders play with like Dazzle and Doom. They've been picking, obviously DM's Timbersaw is a massive one. I don't know if they're super confident picking it outside of the last pick of first phase, so not sure about that here. They like, their bat's gone as well. Yeah, two of their most played are gone.
This is what I'm thinking. Like, are they thinking about Chen, Razor, and Earthshaker, something like that? That trio? Yeah. Oh, they just go with the
Alright, they got the confidence. I like to see it. I like it.
Especially for a game 1, like this is where it's like if you win game 1 with a Timber, suddenly Spirit's forced to start like first phase banning Timber in subsequent games, and it gives you such a big, not obviously the game win, but also a draft edge going into those later games.
For sure. The last time though the outsiders did get Timber versus Spirit, it was very outsiders favored. Back in Tour 3, Spirit, Toronto, Tokyo, he was playing a lot of Zeus. GBK also played a little bit of it, but since then, like kind of none. Like Spirit has not been drafting Zeus anymore.
That's bad.
That's an interesting one. Like when you think at outsiders and the organization, and before the Skyrat is a very popular hero in the whole region itself, right? But the way they opened, like Timber plus Skyrat, no Razors, nothing like that. They're actually leaving it for Team Spirit and saying, yeah, here you go. If you want it, you can have Marcy Razor, which was considered a really strong opening up to now.
I feel like with the Skyrath, like since like maybe like the Mirana fall off, it's been one of the 4 positions that I've seen paired with the Timbersaw a bit as far as securing the lanes, and also taking advantage of once you can leave Timber alone, making those rotations towards like the mid lane particularly. Like, you know, we touched upon GPK and like how, you know, heavily involved he is in all these skills. A lot of that comes down to the supports of outsiders and how active they get.
Yeah, they're very active. I really love Skyrath. I'm glad to see it. Spirit, I guess they're just judging up what they want, because Viper's also in the pool if they want to pick that up against the Timbersaw. Probably better than the Razor, but again, Razor has his own strength.
They go with the Viper instead.
Alright, so I'm assuming Razor will get banned by one of these teams now.
If you're thinking about Spirit, like they already have the Viper, it can be put on that position 5 as well, right? But I do believe it will be the offlane with the Marcy, most likely.
Yeah, Spirit's definitely a team who I've seen swap their lanes when needed, so even if it's core Viper, they may want to try get that Viper versus Timber matchup, for example, if they don't feel like whatever they pick for Utoro can, you know, so, a lot of carries don't like laning versus Timber.
So are you thinking like some 5 Viper that zones the Timber?
Either that, or I think 3 position Viper and you like swap the lanes a bit.
Swap the lanes,
yeah.
Okay.
I do really want to talk about this Viper a bit more, because Collapse is a guy who can generally like carry a game from offlane very well. I think he's usually the MVP of Spirit, and they played this Viper in the grand finals, both games against LGD in the Riyadh Masters, and it was kind of criticized, like, why isn't he playing a more like, you know, mobile hero that can
Where's
do a lot?
his Mars? Where's his Beastmaster?
Exactly, but he's really good. Like, he stomped his lanes. Like, if he was playing against any carry that wasn't Ame, like Ame was able to recover. Outsiders, I don't know. Like this Viper is so good at stomping its lane. If they were able to kind of mobilize themselves on the map properly, I think like that's good, because that was kind of their biggest issue versus LGD, was that you can't just like invade your own jungle with the Viper. He's very slow. So if they can just like snowball this lane win, because they're gonna get it, then they can potentially just like stomp the game.
It was also the item build, I believe, in that game with the Viper. He went a little bit greedier, no BKB early on, but so far Team Spirit, if I recollect correctly, all the games that they have played versus Viper have been successful at this tournament. So they do understand how to beat the hero as well. It's not only they like playing it. When it comes to these bans, Jug and Nature's Prophet, I think it's something that outsiders just play on Ramses recently, banning out some comfort picks.
It's sad to see TA get banned as well, because both GPK and Ramses are so good at the TA. Obviously, you don't really want to pick it into Viper, but God, anytime they get these heroes, it's wild. And Nature's ban makes sense too. It's been pretty popular versus the Razor and the Viper, right?
Yeah, I just really love your point about banning out the TA, not only the TA but the monkey as well. The moment you see Viper on their side, you're thinking they can get these heroes, we can't, so let's just eliminate them.
Yeah. I'm not sure how outsiders play with their Timber usually. I haven't watched like loads of their games, but it is a hero that is quite greedy and likes to take up a lot of map space. So with an aggressive support like Skyroth, they could just add more kind of aggressive heroes here that can ball up on the other side of the map and like fight a lot, and just let Timber like farm up really hard, and like then they increase their net worth more than Spirit, who are a little bit
I was about to say they really
slower.
like Tusk, and there he is.
Oh. Yeah, this is great. They're going to be able to fight so much. Like, they can go to the Timber side of the map and fight. They can go to the other side of the map and fight. Like, they're giving themselves a lot of options here.
Now, on the side of Spirit, like, I know that Timber, or you mentioned Viper as a counter to Timber. Is that going to be enough, or would they want to lock in something like, I know they've played like the Necrophos before. Is that something that perhaps, if they feel like it's going to be too much of a problem?
Can be a bit rough. Like if you pick Necro here, you're picking it into a save, that's a Tusk, also into a Silence and high Magic Burst, that's a Skyrat, plus Timber can do decently against him. But yeah, it's an option that they have drafted before. So
the big thing is, if they're doing offlane Viper, which it probably is because of the Marcy Viper lane and what it brings, picking a carry that can have a decent game against a Timbersaw. Like, you don't want to pick a terrible lane matchup, because generally, you know, once Timber hits 6, you have to go jungle, so you want to make sure it's some hero that can jungle well, and also that first, like, you know, pre-level 6 farm in lane.
I think, like, oh no, Bloodseeker's ban. Oh, these are good bans from outsiders. I think they've covered a lot of their problems.
That's your carry. Yeah. It should be at least decentish in the lane, and later on you always have those Fury swipes to actually stack up and be able to take down the Timber.
But the problem is, this matchup was picked earlier today or yesterday, and it's like, and Timber can beat Ursa in lane. I know the one earlier didn't go 1-1. They went 0-2-1 and then started to go reactive armor. But you do have that option, especially with such kill supports like Sky Tusk, to just go super hyper aggro on this Ursa.
I completely agree with you. My question is, if you aren't taking the Ursa, what are you taking, right? Like, what other hero does at least decently well against him in the lane? There aren't plenty, so at least you have that, right? It does some different things for you. Generally, it's a decent hero with the Dazzle. It opens up the Rosh Pit as well. There's a lot of early game potential, mid-game potential on the Spirits lineup. Just look at these heroes. They're...
I don't think you're worried at all. I mean, even if the Ursa versus Timber lane isn't won, the issue maybe what can happen is you've picked Ursa not knowing the two cores. Like, you don't know what the carries, you don't know what the mid is. So now outsiders get the opportunity to basically guarantee they have cores that Ursa doesn't like to play into. They already get the Terrorblade. Curious, Terrorblade Tusk, this seems like a lane that at least can hold their own a bit against the Viper, and I think most importantly, you're playing versus Marcy Viper, you expect to lose your lane, pick something that catches up in the jungle. TB, illusions, you farm super fast, you always have that opportunity to catch up, and Viper's just not a good hero to, he's not mobile, he's not going to invade your jungle. Dazzle, Marcy, these supports, you're pretty safe to kind of play that catch-up game.
And keep in mind that this is probably one of the best carries that Ramses ever played, right? Like, when it comes to his hero pool, Terrorblade ranks very, very highly. Enjoys playing it a lot, and it shoots a problem at Spirit. Right now, Spirit does have this extreme mid-game potential, right? But can you go late versus the TB with what you've got? I would argue you can't. They need a ton of magical damage coming from that mid lane.
Yeah, and that's all outsiders have to ban here. I was going to say Zeus. You said that, I'm like, is it even worth bringing up the Zeus?
I was setting you up.
I didn't even want to mention it because it was just such an obvious ban. I was like, yeah, let's just
no.
Let's take the low-hanging fruit.
Dude, the chat is 2K. You think they care if it's obvious?
Oh, the other ban I think is
flames.
less obvious. I don't know what the other ban is, but...
Well, I see two big issues for outsiders, which is A, the Terrorblade, he's gonna, once, like you said, he's gonna probably lose his lane, have to leave, he's gonna go recover, he'll use meta to farm Ancients, and then he's playing around the top side of the map. Like, outsiders will take that safe lane tower from Spirit quite early with the Timber, hopefully, and that means that, like, TB is gonna be using his illusions to, like, kind of control the top side of the map with the Timber if he wants to stay there, and this means it's really hard for Spirit to kind of sneak the Roche. Like, there's always going to be that contention. Not to mention, Spirit really struggle to take towers. If you don't have the shot on Viper, they very much lack tower taking. And if you want to do Roche, ideally you want to take that mid tower. So it's going to be a little difficult for Spirit to do that this game.
Yeah. Some things have changed a little bit overall in the gameplay of all the teams that I've been watching, though. Like the
10 seconds
the heat map has shifted a bit more towards that mid lane, right? And Roshan is always protected well, no matter what you've got. Seemingly at the moment, it's much harder to get it than, let's say, even 6 months ago.
Yeah. I mean, so bringing up, I guess, Sheep's point of, like, they need to take these towers, perhaps. They also need magic damage. There's only one hero that fits that, in my mind, which is Leshrac. I don't know if that's a consideration, because...
Versus a TB, it always was, right? But
yeah.
The other one was Ember. It doesn't really help out with the tower
push.
It's going to be the other Spirit.
Oh, no objective taking, but they get a playmaker.
Don't underestimate Viper Shard, though. Like, that Shard...
Yeah, I like it. I just feel like no one buys it.
Now select your heroes.
Yeah, that was a quick lock on the Kunkka there. So just kind of looking...
GPK Kunkka.
Yeah, looking at this lineup between the two teams, is there anything that's a little more favorable? It seems to be a bit of a timing, perhaps, on the side of Team Spirit here, right?
I love Outsiders draft. I think they can delay the they can defend their towers really good with Kunkka and Timber. They can do really good pick-off damage. They have a carry that's probably going to outscale Team Spirit's heroes. I love it. I love the draft.
Yeah, I'm a big fan too. I think to just hype up what Spirit can do is they can have a really strong laning stage. You're looking at Viper Marcy lane. You've got Dazzle Ursa, who at least have the potential to win that lane, even though it doesn't always go Ursa's way against the Timber. And then they've got the more active, more mobile mid laner to make plays on the map. So Spirit need to have a good lanes, need to be aggressive and find those kills, because otherwise they lose to TB late game.
Yeah, both of you have very fair points. It's hard for me to go one way or the other. I really like Collapse Viper. I think that if he gets a good laning stage with the Marcy, he can kind of crush that mid game, and it should go Team Spirit's way.
Gotcha.
In my opinion.
2-1. 2-1 is what we're looking at here. Well, we'll find out soon enough, but we got the lovely casters, Lyrical and Trent, to take us on.
Thank you so much, Nikki and Trent. I'm so excited for this one. We got to cast so much of Eastern Europe throughout the whole DPC, and now they meet together on the big stage. I mean, you'd love to see them play other regions, but it's pretty cool to see them play again.
Yeah, you know, they don't actually play that much all year either, right? You know, you get to see your buddy in the DPC, then you go play some other teams, and then maybe at the end with the tiebreakers and stuff, there's a little bit of madness. But here we are facing each other, and it's mostly gone one-sidedly.
That's true.
In this matchup.
And I'm a little bit concerned because they picked Void Spirit on Team Spirit, and this hero has just looked garbage. It's been so bad.
Don't be a hater. All I wanted was a Spirit last. They banned Storm Spirit, they take the Void Spirit. I'm in. I'm down with Team Spirit. I think they have the pacing that they need for this lineup to work.
Was it just the name? That's why you just want Spirits?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Good
Team
job
Spirit
here.
with Spirits. It's really all you need. No, I think that the panel has great points. I do think this is a timing-based game in the sense of just Team Spirit have a very significant lead that they want to grow during that laning stage and then push into that enemy side of the map. And it's going to be hard to get back in this game in some ways because like there's going to be the Dazzle Hex. We've seen that versus Terrorblade. Pretty annoying for all those illusions. So we'll see if they're going to hit those marks they need, though.
Well, we'll see as we get into this game number 1. Another thing that was just tweeted out recently, where I go for all my information, the lovely Knoxville, because of the results of that LGD series, this series actually determines who is qualified to TI. Muted right at the start. Love that. All right, good stuff. Okay. Now,
yeah, but if you had him muted, you would know. You wouldn't know that he was so clearly, you know.
That's true.
Muted now, I guess, is what he's saying, huh? Good choice. Good choice here.
He's making him use it 8 p.m. early. That's what's going on. Collapse already knows what's happening. But yeah, a lot of implications for this game for both of these teams. Want to make their way over. Oh, that's pinged out though. So they saw that smoke. Dazzle with the early ward placed down. They know that all of the side of Outsiders is down bottom.
Yeah, pretty sneaky ward that he's got there, right? Outside of the high ground there, so unlikely to be dewarded. Gives you a little bit less info, but the question is, can you really capitalize on this? They're going to try and sit mid and see if they do the big cross through, and you know what? They are going for it right now.
Dude, formation. They've done the math. They know what's happening. Do they send somebody out to try and be a little bit of a bait here? It doesn't look like it, so won't get caught at the very least. Doesn't look like there's going to be any early skirmishes either.
Are we sniping a mid-courier? Is that what's happening here? Is that what this board tells me?
I mean, that'd be kind of cool. They're hanging out. Maybe they're just waiting for them to walk back over to go to lane.
But even then, you don't have enough to do.
Yeah, I don't think so. They're just going to throw out the concussive and then back away.
No, trying to figure out what these lane setups are from Outsiders, right? And, you know, they want to see what Team Spirit are up to. And, well, they're just going to do collapsing the bottom and Zenyatta up top.
And that means, I mean, they're sticking the Tusk down here for a little bit longer. They obviously know the Skyreth is in the area, but this looks to me like an attempt at first blood down bottom. And who are they going to go for? Yamich shows up. Okay, maybe not. Maybe Yokoda's just hanging out down here for a second, then he's going to TP away.
And this is one of those situations that kind of works out for both teams, right? Because in a sense, like DM's playing the Timbersaw. Obviously, you really want a good start on this hero, especially when you have a Terrorblade who we're assuming is probably not going to have the best time. So there's going to be some pressure on you in that earlier part of the game to try and make moves. But oh, there you go, rebound, jump there. Don't even need the dispos.
Very
on the
well played.
Oh, and
Mira.
Courier. Oh yeah.
That is rough in this tri-lane versus tri-lane that now we've set up. Getting the first blood and then also a courier snipe. So Ramsey's no regen at all. Sky's going to have to come back with a boatload.
This guy with the 8th on the way out at the very least on the GPK. Nice trade.
This will be interesting to watch if they continue with this tri-lane. I mean, again, Timbersaw facing off 1-1 against the Ursa.
Right, so this is where we talk about how like Ursa's a pretty good counter to Timber, especially in the laning stage, because obviously you can get the Fury Swipes. But this is what ends up happening. If you get a 1v1, then you just split the lane. Like, the wave just gets pulled apart. Ursa doesn't really get to benefit from all the benefits that you have in terms of having the Fury Swipes and everything. And Timber's just going to run away from you. He's going to catch the wave somewhere else once he sees a couple points of reactive armor, and you don't get to push the advantage you should have.
And instead, this happens down bottom, where they managed to get the kill onto the Viper. So that was the Metamorphosis used, and early pressure being thrown back the way of Team Spirit by Outsiders.
And now the importance here for Team Spirit is they need to punish when this meta is down, right? You can't just like abandon this tri-lane at this point.
And a couple punches, a couple body blocks. Damage, taking some damage. Mira now shards in. They will lose the Tusk. Mira, a couple more punches, and almost able to survive, but Ramses gets it with the reflection there.
These are some nasty spells.
It is.
A little bit of poison attack, a little bit of poison touch. It's poison all the way down.
And in the meantime, that does leave us in a complete 1v1 mid, although they do rotate in one hero, the Dazzle, to secure the water rune. So Miposhka takes that away, and that sets Toronto Tokyo up to have the bottle refill there.
Oh, and then you know what's next after that, of course, would be the bounty runes, but Miposhka, not dealing with that.
Not for now. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you want to punish this Terrorblade whenever that Metamorphosis is down, and Ramsey's maybe taking a chunk of damage, but Mira might have gone a bit too far here. And stuck over, saves that rebound for that entire period.
What a hero.
Dude, I mean, that was all a bait. Yimich is going to get punished and killed.
Yeah, you got to get the full chain down there if you want the kill. And as you can see up top, observers are showing, like, look at him. DM's just running around. He actually's got his courier. He walked his courier right into the giant horde of his own units.
I mean, I don't know about that one.
So this is just, the matchup does not go Ursa's way in this case at all, right? Because, I mean, again, yes, now I'm talking about how, like, a Timber's getting a free game and Ursa's also getting a free game. And
True.
he can go for this Battle Fury a little bit more comfortably. He's going to have excellent scaling. So this can actually help increase the window that Team Spirit have in terms of this, like, this concept of, like, dominating the laning stage and really controlling Outsiders' side of the map. You have more leeway when you get an amazing start for your Ursa like this.
Yeah, it gives you a lot more freedom, for sure. And again, anytime any of these supports leave the lane, it starts to get very hard to stand close to that Viper at all. Already 9 denies on the Viper. And Terrorblade just having to wait for that meta to come back up again before they can really contest.
You also saw Yamich, because they can't contest in the lane, he went mid to try and help with the water room, but because Toronto Tokyo has the Aether Remnant, he can just sit it right on top, had a great timing, and ensured that even with that minimal duration on the pull, he still got the water room for free. No contest there from Yamich.
Dude, another pull through too. Down bottom. That is frustrating. Yeah, they have just not been able to get the Terrorblade to the lane at all. And now Mira runs in aggressively, finds TB, the silence to stop the poison attack, but Ramsey still might be in trouble as he is slowly burning down to that poison touch. He's low, and I mean, even if he's not dead at this point, this is a catastrophe of a lane.
Yeah, they have a couple salves they can throw out there. At least a salve and a couple tangos, I should say. So, good news, he didn't use meta. Didn't try and go for an immediate turn, because I don't think they had the damage for it. So, at the very least, that's not down. But, yeah, it's going to be a little bit before they can find that moment to get back into it. Whereas, meanwhile, I love how we just keep getting the constant pictures of DM just, like, farming the lane and the neutrals, right? The worst-case scenario. Hence why he's at the top in last hits and just dead even right now with the Ursa in terms of net worth.
Level 6 is up top. Timbersaw probably the hero that can threaten Yadro much more so, unless there's some crazy shenanigans going on, but obviously has the Enrage to deal with that big hulk of damage that comes through. Ramsey's popped the meta and is just leaving the lane. He's done.
Yeah, well, same thing for Yadro, because it's a level 6 Timber and he just used Enrage, and so he has to go back, get his salve, and it's scary, right? So this is where the rotation comes through. This is where you try and bait DM to go aggro again, and then Mira's going to try and jump in and get a turnaround play.
DM,
there
does he know? Chase, dispose. He was slowed by the Chakram, though. They can't get on top of him. DM just gets away, so the gank will not succeed.
Yeah, that Timber Chain, 4-second CD even at level 1, so keeps you pretty safe. And yeah, careful now.
Mira in trouble. Couple more punches, dies to the Timber Chain. DM is having a hell of a game.
Yeah, you thought. You know. Come up here and help your Ursa. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm a free farming Timbersaw. It's going to stay that way.
And just nobody rotating mid either, or out of mid, I should say, as both heroes level 6 now.
Yeah, what happened to the 6 heroes mid at 6 minutes like every other game that we cast?
Listen, it's a sort of honor thing here in the mid lane.
You know, Yadro, he actually has Yadro God on the back of his jersey now, I noticed.
Oh, okay.
So he's really committed to this. This is what happens when you win TI.
I see.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
I mean, think about what he gave up for TI. He shaved his head, he colored his hair. It was all wild. Now he gets to reap the benefits of getting to call himself God.
Yeah, he even came and took our tea. The series started. He's like, can I get on that?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
All right, yeah. So I know he's well hydrated with a little bit of, you know.
That's right. I didn't see what he got.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't take notes. I apologize. I am a failed analyst. I did not write down what kind of tea Yadro was into.
He drank some Earl Grey. Very good for the hydration. I don't got anything else there.
Yeah, they didn't pay for that shout out. So now you have to flame them at the same time, make it even.
I think it's a style, not like a brand.
Well, I'm not a tea man, so I can't actually tell the difference.
Very even, as we just make the segue back into the game. But I think the big thing that we're seeing is this differential of the Terrorblade that has really struggled to get anything going, but is a hero that can retreat back to the jungle and try and catch up. We'll see if Team Spirit give him that space. I feel like with all of the early aggression heroes that they've got, they can maybe just bowl on in there, but we'll see if a DM can maybe make that space.
That's the name of the game this time, and with the help of a Kunkka, I mean, GBK, oh, there's DM right there. GBK, that's his goal. He's got the max Tidebringer, so he's got the big damage. He's ready to hunt out. Has a DD rune, not the best rune for a Kunkka overall. You want that mobility of the Invis or the haste rune or something to try and easily hop on top of someone with these earlier points in the X and sort of guarantee a kill, like you can on numerous heroes, but that will be the goal. Go out and hunt. Yadro, a pretty good target, especially if they could force out the Enrage in lane again by simply pressuring him with the Chakram.
I was trying to see if they were typing to each other, but then I realized they're all muted for each other too, so probably not.
GBK wants you guys to follow his socials.
Good job.
Yeah, so get in there, help a guy out.
So we get back into this. Only 6.5 minutes into the game. And Outsiders hoping to put the pressure on Yadro to free up some space for Ramses, who is 3 levels behind him.
I mean, I'm just watching Yamich trying to hang out in the lane right now. He's like under an OBS and a sentry. He's like kind of trying to punch the creeps, but then there's a Viper. He's like, what am I supposed to do here? I'm trying to pull this over or something, but they even have the vision on that.
Yeah, he'll be able to come and contest that.
Couldn't even get it. Oh, that hurts. All right, I'm just going to hang out in this lane, I guess. That's Yamich's job for this game is Hakoda, DM, yeah, getting in there close.
Silence, no enrage for you. And has the enrage afterwards. Mira right on top, jumps in. DM still chasing, threatening, almost gets him, forces it out, now turns on to 2. It's 2v3. It's still not good enough for Team Spirit. In fact, GPK comes in with that DD, looks to the side, but not able to get him. Just barely escaping the Yadro.
Ow, that was a big old chunk of Tiebringer, wasn't it?
That's what a DD does. But GPK now wants to chase Claps. Oh, he went backwards. He didn't think he was going to find him there. And so after throwing the Torrent, connects on the Tidebringer, it is still a little bit tough to make that gank work without the Torrent, even though he has the boat.
Yeah, it's a bit much, even with the the threat of the rotations coming through from the allies to help out is certainly going to be an issue, but GPK is going to continue by trying to farm up in towards that BKB so that he can really be the frontliner of this game in combination with the Terrorblade and really give this space over to Ramsey. Something that's kind of important. Maybe he doesn't have to get a BKB as early, right? If he can get some proper spacing in these engagements, it doesn't feel as pressured.
True.
See if you can pump up that DPS a little bit. And for Team Spirit, though, the goal right now, I'm sure you're thinking about Roche. Not necessarily now, but you're planning towards that in the future, right? You have an Ursa on your lineup.
Just trying to get him some farm if possible. He is going for the Battle Fury. Down to about half HP, the sidekick. There for the turn with the Dispose. Toronto Tokyo makes the rotation with the Arcane Rune, and they punish one of those top net worth heroes, taking down DM.
Yeah, now right back to the mid lane, too, and if you can only get Toronto Tokyo here, unfortunately he has to run, and Miposhka.
The X is there.
Yeah, I mean, he still has a Grave, so.
Okay, Snowball used. Miposhka pops the Grave and just walks away, not opting to use it all. On the top side, Hakoda also caught on this Skywrath Mage, so Toronto Tokyo, they managed to find 2 kills with that rotation.
Yeah, Miposhka's still surviving. GPK, I feel like he doesn't want to feed, like he doesn't want to overcommit, and so he's not getting that full-on pressure onto these heroes, like not onto Miposhka in the mid, not onto Claps in the bottom. And I don't know, it feels like they kind of need these plays right now.
I mean, it's very scary with the potential for a Viper rotation. You know, if you're underneath that tower, you're not getting out as Kunkka, but like you said, they need it.
Well, they're going to smoke up. They're going to start making their way up top here. Yadro still vulnerable as he sits on the lane. They've got 4 heroes up here.
Mira trying to block the smoke from connecting onto the Ursa, but they might just get both of them depending. Actually, Outsiders, they're
going to double back. There is a TP as well here from Toronto Tokyo too, so if they do dive up there, he TPs in, it could go bad.
They want the rune. I think that's part of it here as well. Coda, silence, GPK, finds him, X, Snowball, tries to get away, stun is out onto both, but
the sidekick
Mira,
off
he just gets away. Dispose out, couple more punches is all they need, and doesn't quite find Mira, but they do eventually when they bring all 3 heroes.
Yeah,
Still,
they have to commit that way at the very least, so Yadro can't be chased down after. And they immediately just keep chasing.
All right, they run back top again. And they find him. Yadro thought he was safe. No longer the case. There is a TP coming in from the Viper, and they might have scouted that, so they give up for a moment, and now they run back in after the TPs have been canceled. They go in for the kill anyways. Oh, that feels real bad. Yadro's like, come on, you could have come to help me. Well, but no such luck.
Yeah, a lot of these other times where he's turned it around, he's had the sidekick, you know, so he can like chew his way back into it, and the Possessed Mask not really having the same effect here. So, yeah, unfortunate there. I don't know if Claps got canceled by someone else or if just didn't see the value in the rotation, because obviously if he makes the TP, they probably don't go again, and then Claps isn't farming, so yeah, he's still benefiting a lot by being out here. He now gets the Fairies Trinket, a fantastic item. For pretty much anyone, probably Toronto Tokyo. We're going to grab that one up there, but we'll see.
Well, I will say that from what we've seen from Spirit throughout the DPC, throughout a lot of their matches, they sometimes will drop down a little bit early like this and then make a rotation in the mid game. We'll see if they can make it happen again in this one, but Outsiders kind of running ragged over them over these last few minutes.
Yeah, Mira does go down there. It was trying to get the Fairy Trinket. Not often you get that as a support these days, but we have been seeing this trend actually a little bit more where the core players are taking the Arcane Ring. Because, you know, more mana is more farm a lot of the time. They figured that one out. It took them a while, but they got there, you know?
But the Spell Lamp, So nice.
You maybe just get later.
All right, fair enough. Outsiders looking to keep the pressure on. Tier 1 tower hit towards mid. Maposhka caught. Boat is there, and the finish. Now, Yadro runs in. Only a Perseverance to his name, but Toronto in the area, they might be able to make enough happen. Jumps forward, catching, but no, they have to run away. Yadro pops in rage, turns to fight, realizes he can't. Yemich, being slowly whittled down by Collapse, does die. And in the end, it's support for support.
Yeah, TM got pretty low there too, but so we talked a little bit about how like GPK like wasn't committing, like wasn't diving stuff, but you can see that he's super high right now in terms of the net worth, and the reason for that is because he's not taking these risks. I'm sure he just really doesn't want it unless it's super safe, because he can go back and he's still farm really quick, and he's taking up parts of the map that Ramses wasn't able to reach anyway, and so GPK is just really getting close to that BKB at an excellent timing right now.
Moves forward and they find him, and just like that, the caster curse is going to strike again as GPK dies immediately.
Perhaps not expecting that many heroes to stick around, it would seem.
Possibility.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, once Yamich dies, there's less threat of turnaround potential with the snowball, so a little bit less fear there from Team Spirit as they hop right on in.
Well played, well played. I mean, part of that too is you saw Toronto Tokyo, he had X'd, spotted the X mark and was able to sneak around there with the smoke. But Team Spirit, after losing a bit of footing, have found it again and are pressuring this mid tower. And it looks like they will get it.
And if Collapse finishes out this Boots of Travel, which he does indeed, yeah, he has purchased that recipe, so this is going to be a lot of global pressure right now from a Viper, who's probably the scariest part of the game, it feels like, this hero. You know, you build in that like next item, be it he's looking at a Hurricane Pike maybe, perhaps even a Scotty, he's getting all kinds of stuff. Doesn't seem to feel the need for a BKB quite yet. This is a true powerful moment right now for this Viper player.
Can he connect with it, though, and find the good fights? See Yamich TP out of bottom, and Yadro almost done with the Battle Fury. 14 minutes.
Smoke here. Nice Aether Remnant, though, to catch the stairs. They're going to find their way through this bottom half of the map, see if they can catch Yadro. And Maposhka looking to do his duty here.
He knows.
Yeah, he knows. He knows so hard.
He's just waiting there. They think that there's a ward even up on the
I mean,
high
judging
ground.
by like how he stood, it really did look like it.
Reading the map very well on Team Spirit. And they even checked for the sentry ward.
I would too. That's crazy.
If Maposhka tips him right now, then we got to do some investigating.
Yeah.
But Battle Fury done, and Yadro immediately over to this triple stack of Ancient, clears through it.
That was actually ridiculous. I can't believe he dissuaded a smoke just without even having the knowledge of it.
Yeah, really well done.
This is really all you have to do is 5 guys. And like, look, the cores are warding these days. They're taking these things. They're free. They're a little more open to the idea.
I mean, to be fair,
just keep them alive.
There's a lot of TI winners on his team too. I don't know if the 5s in the other games are going to be able to replicate that as well. Cores in your game walk up that ramp.
That's a fair point.
Dire's bottom tower.
But you can see this trifectas of cores, there's very little separating all of them. It's less than 1,000 gold. If a big fight breaks out right here, it's going to come down a lot to the timings and what all the stuff is completed at that point. And Kunkka building towards the BKB almost has it done for GPK with the Manta done on Terrorblade. This might give him enough confidence to make at least a defense if there is a Roche attempt.
Yeah, and so the interesting thing about an Ursa draft, like we talked about how there was this sort of early game timing that was possible for Team Spirit. They didn't necessarily hit that. I would not say that they like pressured enough objectives and grew this to something that's very threatening before Terrorblade becomes a real hero. And so now we've got this other idea of the Ursa. He's got the Battle Fury, and Ursa is a hero that no matter what happens in the game, pretty much, if you stun someone and control them, Ursa can't kill them. So that's always going to be an avenue back into it. But this window for them to really be dominant, especially with this Viper, is shrinking right now.
Oh, the stun. They find and kill Collapse. Only the Boots Travel, not enough. Toronto Tokyo jumps in, tries to bring down Hakoda. Mira living through with the sidekick in the Unleash. Yamich is going to die, so Team Spirit punish that aggression. Although, again, it's the 2 supports for the core.
Yeah, there's no smokes. I'm really expecting them to just like turn this into a Roche at some point. I don't know which kill it's going to be, but I feel like that's the sort of moment Team Spirit needs right now. They just need like kill into Roche and to go. Maposhka is closing in on the Shard as well, which is great. I'm certain that that's probably what he's saving up for here. They really need this move, and now they get the catch. absolutely massive on top here. They need the Sable's been used before Yataro's here, unfortunately.
They might just die on this if you go much further. Everybody from Spirit trying to chase DM.
Get that guy.
And they can't get him. He's just away. Okay, all right. Yeah, maybe a little bit better in thought than execution, but
to be fair, though, that's going to be a lot different now. Mira does now have the Blink Dagger here, so the raw Blink on Marcy. It's one of the best things about this hero is, like, sometimes the Aether build is still fine, sure. But I think there's a lot of games where you find yourself chasing in situations like this and you're just like, I just need Blink. Yeah. Like Brown Boots Blink. It's so incredible on this hero. It's just such a free initiation, and they're going to opt for it. And so maybe find themselves into a smoke and to find a kill, go to Roche. And how does the fight look good for them, though? Like, what is the best initial jump? Probably, like, hop in, Aether pull on one target, and perhaps even Yulesing up another one, so there's less turnaround potential. Maybe Yulesing up that Skywrath Mage or Tusk.
I mean, if they could find the Sky, that's always such a nice answer. But likewise...
But it's BKB time for GPK.
Yeah. They find Yemich. There's the Aether, but it's a little bit off the mark. GPK takes that one, but Poshka dead. Collapse has to run, but the X pulls him back in. This is not the fight that Team Spirit wanted, as everybody was there from outsiders, and with Ramsey showing up, this is going to be a tower and another kill.
I'd like them to Roche now. There's a DD. I think they go Roche with meta, right? Take this away from the Ursa lineup.
Oh, this is huge.
Yeah, get in there.
What a
go,
big
go,
turn.
Go.
I mean, do they think about coming on in to fight this, or even like steal an Aegis? It's too dangerous.
No, there's not even the shard on the Dazzle right now, which would be amazing in this sort of scenario, but they're not going to have it. And so, again, this window it's kind of getting slammed shut right now. I mean, obviously it's not over, but just so much of what they're looking for is being taken away by outsiders right now.
And you talked about that like initial jump, right? They kind of did two separate things. Mira went in with the Dispose, and then you had the Remnant, which was just thrown down right away, and then it ended up missing. So, a little bit of miscommunication between Spirit and outsiders, the beneficiaries.
It's also a very difficult spot to fight on the map versus Tusk and Kunkka, because it's like enclosed spaces, and they can sort of cut off a lot of the exits right there between the trees and the ramp, and so then the boat coming down, it was difficult to escape from a lot of that. And now a Brigand's Blade found, I believe, from outsiders. I guess he's more happy with the broom handle. Fair enough. And soon into the Chrysalis here, so big damage for GPK.
I mean, as much as that looked terrible, now you don't have the Aegis on the Ursa, I still kind of feel like Team Spirit's lineup has some stuff in it. If things go right for them, but these types of smokes, when they miss, it always hurts so bad.
It's tough because Yataro's in that moment where he really, really wants the BKB, and this is a game where it's so hard to ignore it. Maybe you can get away with it if you had to get the Aegis or something and then go for the Basher, so his own control is very limited. Means he's going to be relying on this Blink Dispose, and again, I do think that Dazzle Shard is still pretty huge. At least he has the Philosopher's Stone to get in towards it, so that'll help continue their Chain Stun from Aposhka, and getting Collapse damages in is kind of similar to getting Yataro able to right-click, right? Like,
yeah,
you can sort of slow them down and stuff, but there's a lot of these tools at this point of the game where you don't just get to like freely right-click someone.
And this moment right here too, outsiders spotted that ward, and Toronto Tokyo in a little bit of trouble. Has the Yule Scepter used? Can they bring him down? Has his own now to try and survive through this. Second round, jumps away, Grave is there, maybe a good fight. GPK gets jumped on, Yataro blows him up. DM trying to walk away from this one. Will Timber chain out as Team Spirit have a potential to chase this. They see everybody as Ramses walks forward, stunned up. Where's the follow-up? Do they have enough? Mira is absolutely obliterated as Yataro gets taken down low. TP's out, but the Yules is there. So no chance to escape as Team Spirit lose 3. And they saw Ramses walk in. They had that ward down.
I'm thinking they probably shouldn't have chased. I'm just, in Captain Hindsight here, looks like that might not have worked out too well for them because Ramses just went for the old turn and burn, and it's tempting to go because you see the run buff wearing out, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah, Kunkka's dead. Like, let's go here. And unable to turn it here with considering the situation too. Just it started out fairly well, right? You get this nice grave save here after his own defensive Yules. I think that might have been a miscommunication maybe where Hakoda didn't know that it was of their own Yules first.
Yeah.
And so he tried to throw that down instead, and then the run buff, it's ending, and that's what I think propels him into this chase. Because it's like, oh, we have Blink, we have Rebound, we want to fight into them right now. But yeah, Ramsey just shows up.
And once they were up on that high ground, there just wasn't an opportunity. Image making the control happen. And like when Toronto Tokyo dies, the fight's over.
Yeah, not much else to do after that, especially when the dispose happens and you can't even focus the Timber, right?
True.
That's sort of your one moment to get him down, and if you don't, he's just chaining, he's out of there, and you're in a lot of trouble.
So Outsiders, 6K gold up right now, 15 to 10. And the next couple of minutes here, Aegis, still a little bit of time remaining. We'll see if they attempt to make the push happen on that top side of the map, take down that tier 2 tower, open up the outpost. But another pause, and Kunkka finishing a Shadow Blade.
Yeah, he's working towards that Silver Edge, so grab that Shadow Blade first to help with your global initiation before you head off towards the Chrysalis. And that's one thing that isn't necessarily perfect for their lineup at this point, right? Right now they're relying on the Blink Tusk or just like reaching with an X, so now having that Shadow Blade gives them another avenue to open up these engagements in a positive way. And they currently have a great ward as well, directly in between 2 sentries in the mid. That's actually such a brutal ward. It is barely being ignored by these sentries, so catching a lot of these cross-map movements right now from Spirit could result in GPK running into some trouble, though, considering how many sentries are around it.
That's true.
If he actually went that way, but...
Well, you've talked a lot about this. The Dazzle Shard is done now, and they are still controlling that top side of the map. All Terrorblade illusions will die to it. Not the real hero, unfortunately.
Yeah, 2 seconds Hex doesn't sound like a long time until an Ursa's hitting you. You're like, wow, this is a long Hex.
Stuns, boat, everything dropped. And Collapse has just been food over the last 7 minutes. And Yamich,
all right.
Let him know how he feels about it. Tier 2 tower done. They're chesting high ground.
In his defense, he did pick Viper. I think you kind of deserve it.
That's fair. Gonna go and pulled back in. Eul Scepter to try and survive. That keeps him out of harm's way for the moment, with Metamorphosis still going.
20 seconds on this Aegis, and we're hitting high ground, huh?
It's pretty bold. Hex, Ramses continues to punch away at it. Has the Scotty, feels confident. I don't know if, I mean, they're not back on the Ursa, so they're going to take this tier 3 tower. No fight. No answer, no nothing.
I mean, there's no BKB on Ursa. It is very hard for him to get into these engagements right now.
Jumps on in. And with the Aegis expiring, they... Oh, do they get the ranged? Just barely. Not going to go down. 26 HE, although there's 2 illusions coming in. See if he goes on into micro that.
It's okay, they'll get hexed.
Nice.
Jeez. Look at that, 70 gold. This shard pays for itself, man.
I mean, I'd deny that, Rax. I don't care.
That is why you're up here.
Exactly.
And not down there. Please don't deny your Rax, guys. Please.
16 to 10.
Do you want super creeps? Because that's how you get super creeps.
That's true. That's a fair point. GPK has looked pretty good for the follow-ups here. God, they need BKB so bad on Spirit. Is that going to be the next one?
Well, the problem is they can't even afford to get them on some of these heroes. Like, it feels so bad, you know?
I mean, it's true.
Like, Toronto Tokyo, you think this guy's buying a BKB? I don't think so.
Yeah,
so then Yado's finally going to get one. And actually, they're really surprisingly close to collapse. That's good.
He didn't even have to go for the disassemble play.
Yeah, there you go. Gets the full one done. I mean, it does feel bad when you're Viper, especially. You know,
true.
It's like some heroes it doesn't feel quite as bad, but needs that range. Okay, so a new breath of life here for Team Spirit. The Aegis is down. They don't have to worry about a second life. They have BKBs. They have that great blink initiation there from the Marcy. Perhaps they can find themselves a good play, but Yamich, he is on the prowl. Look at this guy. He's sitting up on the pillar, shadow amuleted.
I mean, this tells you everything about Outsiders right now. Like, Roche isn't even capable of responding for another, like, minute and a half, but they know this is the key to victory. They're going to hang on to this side of the map, not give up that outpost, not give up anything. And for Spirit, they've got to find a way to pull them elsewhere. Maybe get some vision down at some point.
They need a late spawn. If they get a really late spawn on Roche, not that they'll of course know, so it's still very hard to play around these objectives in that sense, they need the timing to try and get this Aghanim Scepter done on Void Spirit, as well as the Basher done on Ursa.
Well, that is the plan at the very least, and it's going to take them a little while to make that happen. But for now, keeping these lanes pushed out and not losing any heroes in any random smoke rotations. Because that's the other thing. We've seen a couple of different times now where Outsiders have been able to find these pickoffs in moments where you not otherwise would have been able to. DM just walks in and they have no punish for that at all.
Yeah, and you got to be careful too because of the Silver Edge as well. That break, very good.
Dispose brings them down low. GPK, he didn't stand a chance.
No,
all right, they got what they needed. Now he's X to pull back in DM. He misses his chain. Everything is falling apart for Outsiders in the last couple minutes here.
Nice grave.
Mira saved for the moment. DM, BKB running down low. Yamich, they're right on top of them. Toronto Tokyo kills another. But can he find anything else? Yamich, almost gets him, but it's not quite there. Get the Yule Scepter, the lift up. Toronto Tokyo throws out the Remnant, gets the kill, dissimulates away, and Ramses also escapes. So we said an early spawn would be bad. Now it's really good if it's an immediate spawn. 45 seconds.
Yeah, at least they'll be back up on the side of Outsiders, though, so it shouldn't be too free unless they're like literally sitting in the pit waiting for it to spawn. But Team Spirit, that's all it takes with the bear. One person out of position. GPK, the backbone of this team, throughout a lot of these engagements, getting that run buff down, helping out all the allies, and he was gone. He was dead so fast, the replay doesn't have him in it.
That's unreal. And I mean, again, normally good to X your teammate to pull him back afterwards, but because he just got so locked down, it ended up being terrible. And oof, 6,000 gold lead gone very quickly as Team Spirit have found a way to pull themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it's all just about enabling that bear, getting that BKB up, and striking at the perfect moment here from Team Spirit, and that is exactly what they did. We now go back for the Tier 3 neutrals. Farm those up, but those big items, they're coming through. Basher will be done in just a moment. Aghanim's already done.
This is Danger Town, though, because again, Team Spirit, you really don't want to give up this Roche if you can avoid it. And for Outsiders, you kind of have to commit a meta, I think, to take it quickly. Things get a little bit terrifying otherwise.
The question is, how fast do they react when they suddenly get silenced by Void Spirit, right?
Oh, good scan.
Because, like, Hakoda has nothing.
Yeah.
So he can just go down. That's a huge aspect. And same thing with Yamish, because Yamish is this big blink save with the snowball. So targeting these two supports, they look pretty free for Toronto Tokyo in these engagements right now.
Double ward placed down there by Maposhka. A misclick. And I don't know if they have another one, actually, to drop on the high ground.
Unfortunately, it's an invis. Surprisingly, not that great here.
Jumps in, DM. It's the BKB. That's a good bait. If Toronto Tokyo gets out, they're fine with this. Outsiders use a BKB right before a pivotal Roche fight.
They smoke instantly again.
Yeah.
They know how important this fight is.
They are dodging away. They do not want to get caught out of position here.
Yeah, DM going to grab the outpost. Excellent, just in case they need a buyback moment here.
And up top, they actually are going to lose that Rax.
Oh, but here we go. Yadaro's going to hop in.
They're heading top. So this Roche is going the way of Team Spirit. They move on into the pit, going to claim this one. And Outsiders, I don't know if they're going to get back in time. Tries to bring it down, moving in, the shards. It spots some sad news for Outsiders as they lose the Roche, and they don't even get the top melee racks for the trouble.
They don't even commit to it with the creep wave being there just in case the rotation. So Outsiders getting a bit caught up here.
I mean, this is what we talked about. This is what has happened in so many Team Spirit games. They come out a little bit behind to worse in the mid game, and then late game, some of these decision-making choices have just really worked out for them well. And it's, I mean, obviously still anybody's game with less than 2,000 gold separating the two teams, but a big win there for Spirit.
Yeah, part of it is that Outsiders have a very formulaic way they want to take these engagements, and when someone like GPK just gets blown up, that's why it just completely fell apart. You know, like he has to be at the front, or there's just no way for Ramses to really play. Yamich is looking for them to spend spells so that he can make saves, or he just wants that first like blink burst of initiation, and he was just so isolated on GPK and blown up so fast by that Ursa that it sort of crumbled. Whereas that's something that Team Spirit have just kind of everywhere, right? This like blink dispose back, even just the hex from the dazzle. If you just make one tiny mistake, you're going to get annihilated between this Ursa and Void Spirit.
Now, there is also that danger of, as this game goes later, the strength of Terrorblade. And Ramses definitely is set up to become a monster. Top net worth in the game right now. And going next into Daedalus after having already the BKB done.
Yeah, and if they can keep those bodies in front of the Timbersaw and the Kunkka, you're going to try and give the spacing for Ramses, because he's already, well, past this scouting to the next level of itemization coming out here.
True.
And Yadro is always going to be struggling with that through the entire game.
Well, a bottled up DD. Basher in the backpack.
Smoke time.
Let's see what Team Spirit can manage to do with this. They need to push out that top lane. The frustration of having that, or rather, range racks dead, it's going to keep the pressure out.
I think they spent all their smokes as well in that Roche.
Really?
I think like global smokes are just down right now. We've got one on a Hakoda by the looks of it, but
premium.
Obviously not looking to make too many aggressive moves right now into that Aegis.
Silver Edge done for the Kunkka. You can see DM going in for the Shivas. You can see also Outsiders slight favorites right now. I'm assuming that's just because of that late game scaling that we've talked about.
Late game scaling, and I think also just the difficulty is these BKBs start to wear out of Plank versus the Kunkka, right? It's when the Kunkka just needs to hold you and he has an extra damage source, when that's not his reliability in a team fight, that's when Kunkka shines to me. Is that he just has to like get the water park going, you know, head on over to old Six Flags, light it up.
Dual Scepter, lift up, good save. Will it be enough though? Mira dead already. And very deep on Yatoro. The X is there for afterwards. Doesn't want to use his BKB on his first life, so that's Aegis down. Taunted. The moment Ramses, Yatoro just backs away, but the Scotty, the piercing BKB spell, and
the silence
immediately TP's away.
And Toronto got caught.
Oh, Maposhka's gonna die, but a nice play waiting for the Walrus Punch before he TP'd out.
All right, so that was really nice that they're at least able to save their Ursa, but Toronto was sort of waiting, right? Because I thought maybe on the revive he was going to go in and try and get a big silence to counter out the Tusk and the Skywrath Mage, but instead he waited until Ursa respawns instantly BKBs, and so he tries to come in after as the BKB's ending, and he was just so ready on Hakoda, got the instant Ancient Seal on him.
That is the danger, of course, of
and this was all
Scepter.
Yeah, all chasing a Timber, by the way. Because you have a DD, you understand, but that's what Yamich is waiting for, right? This is what happens when you don't get blown up right away, and Yamich has to start to play, and suddenly this whole idea of Team Speed being able to win fights just goes out the window. So you can see up top there, he's just waiting. It's fine, we're back in the game.
Perfect. Got some more action that's going to come around the corner. I mean, that's the thing, right, is that he needs to come up with an answer for that. And likewise, going on the Timber, if you can get him down and kill him, it's always great, but we can see what happens when it doesn't work out that way. Aghanim's done for the Kunkka now. So, as you mentioned, Torrent Storm ready to go. And that is so hard to play into once those BKBs are much lower. Has the Torrent AoE talent at 22.
I know a lot about these splash pads now, because you know, I got the kids. It's really hot out. Everyone's there, and let me just tell you that there is nothing but sheer panic at a splash pad.
Okay.
All right, from age 0 to age 99, you never know where that water's coming out.
Yeah, that's the same type.
It's terrifying. That's all this is. It's just a big splash pad for Kunkka.
It's emotional damage. It's dangerous.
And it's also really difficult to navigate as your BKBs start to wear out. And that's what's happening, right? We've got 7 seconds left on Yatoro. It's something that a Dazzle, you know, we used to talk about like Ravage a lot of time versus Dazzle. There's this big AoE, and so even if you're trying to wait in behind to save some target, when the Ravage comes out, you get Ravage too because it's so big. So imagine you're trying to navigate these fights as poor little Maposhka here got nothing, just a shard. He might have spy a Blink this game just to try and hang way back for a Blink Grave.
Something. I mean, it's tough. Like, when the fights become that chaotic, and also you can get blown up, but a Smoke Now and Outsiders, they don't have vision, but Toronto Tokyo, he is under reward, so Team Spirit would have perfect vision of all of this. They see it now, and that tells Outsiders that they don't want to fight there.
Yeah, only the smoke popping on GPK, though, as he was invis, too, as he runs around with this gem.
That was well done, though. And Team Spirit, realizing that there could have been something coming their way, they're going to hold their high ground.
Could I interest you in a third Roche, perhaps?
Exactly, right?
You know?
That's what it feels like. God, Sidekick is so good. Get a ton of damage out of that.
Well, when you're given the freedom to right-click people, it can be very good, but in this game, some difficulties there.
True.
Now a Daedalus done for the Terrorblade. We have our Timbersaw working on the Wind Waker, which is a great item to help save anyone in those precarious situations when they're trying to get this initial blow-up. Plus, already has the Shiva's Guard, too, so just continuing to kite this Ursa around these engagements.
Abyssal Blade is going to come out next. Might need to get in towards a Nullifier or something at some point, because, like you said, there's all those defensive options on the side of Outsiders. And Yatoro also going in for the E-Blade, so wants to be able to get more solo pick-off potential for himself.
Toronto Tokyo.
Toronto Tokyo, that's the one.
Not a Yatoro.
Not a Yatoro.
That sounds hype, though.
Dude, Bear E-Blade?
That sounds... That's like the worst anti-synergy I've ever heard.
All right, well, that's how it goes sometimes. Tusk is going to get the D-Ward there, too. And they're very much bullying them around the map right now. Outsiders, everywhere that they go, Team Spirit have to back out of there. Tier 2 tower is dead across the board. But on the side of Outsiders, they still have both their Tier 2s bottom and mid, as well as a Tier 1 up top.
And the question is, for Team Spirit, how can you enable your pick-off style draft? How can you actually separate Outsiders right now where you can find this moment to get this dispose into the Ursa blow-up that you had before? And unfortunately, I don't know if there's a really good answer for that. I feel like they don't have the creep wave pressure, right? They don't have either support that can do that. They have a Dazzle and a Marcy, so there's nothing weird that they can be doing to try and like force a hero back just for that brief second. Even if they had bots, right? Like that's the kind of window you just need for an Ursa to kill someone. But there's really nothing pressuring Outsiders to split up right now.
No, they can stay together on the map. GPK can play X marks games. Keep those lanes shoved
He
out.
can X marks. They've got Conjure Image. Like there's just no way you can match the lane pressure that they have. And so as the clock ticks on, you would think that it's going to continue to grow more and more in Outsiders' favor until Team Spirit can sort of snipe that tiny little window of annihilating someone.
Well, there will be another window that opens up here as 43 seconds till Roche respawns, but also the next Tier 4 neutral items about to spawn. And maybe you find a couple of answers in there, but it is looking tough to play the map right now on Team Spirit, and for Outsiders, just waiting for that Roche to respawn. Ninja Gear, it's pretty decent there for the Ursa.
Yeah, I feel like that's what they want on Outsiders. Oh, they definitely want Leveler too.
MKB done.
Quality Ursa item. It's versus these agi heroes, that is one of the benefits of Ursa in a lot of ways, is that they have a hard time going for butterflies because you're usually going to opt for that anyway. But Ramses wasn't heading that direction. Wants to give himself a satanic next. Starts buying out, selling. Doesn't quite hit it. His math was a little bit off, but there you go. Reaver's done now, so the rest of it flying under the courier. So now Satanic, Manta, BKB, everything here ready for this fight. They head into the pit. And they also have a ward up on that high ground.
And Team Spirit, do they know about this? Toronto Tokyo checking, gets the D ward, dissimulate on down to the low ground, gets the silence onto both. Mira catches, bringing down Yimage. Roche very low. Toronto Tokyo, he's silenced. They have the water park going. Ramses gets the Aegis, gets everything.
Yeah, Refresher share to GPK as well if they want to chase.
Can think about it. Yadro gets up to the high ground. Trying to get a little bit of separation from Ramses. They're fighting into the vision that Spirit have. Hex already out from Dazzle. GPK, BKB, catching Maposhka. Grave is there. TP's out. They have Refresher round 2, but Ramses, he's dead once.
They got Hakoda.
Can they do it anymore? DM, he's a menace in the backline. Toronto Tokyo gets the lift up, but can't escape. And on the other side, Yadaro wants to get on top of a couple more of these targets. Collapse is doing so much. Mira pulls him back in. Can they bring him down in time? It looks like they will, as the bash is there. Ramses in trouble. No way out.
Just in case he needed the perfectly timed bash at the end there for the kill. So take him down twice, but it was a costly couple of kills there. 3 buybacks across the side of Team Spirit. Only the 2 supports having to buy back on the side of Outsiders, but you will take that in the current game state that they had, and the fact that you're not going to have to contest with this Aegis Terrorblade approaching your high ground.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference. But look at how dangerous this Scotty is, and of course, a good play by Team Spirit. Have the vision there, pull him back into it.
Should they have chased up this high ground in Captain Hindsight?
I mean, for Outsiders, feels a little rough to lose that Aegis, for sure.
As well as the Refresher share, too, right? They also spent that, and all he got out of it was the 2 kills on the supports.
True.
Oh, actually, no, he got the kill there, too, as well. Toronto Tokyo. So you'll take that, right? Force a buyback on Toronto Tokyo with the Refresher shard. So, benefits, it keeps this game fairly even. They're not as forced back in their own base. They're not going to be as pressured on the map as hard by Outsiders had they just, not won this fight or not been engaged by Outsiders. But the downside is now that there are some pretty significant win conditions here for the side of Outsiders. If they manage to take down someone like Toronto Tokyo, it's going to be very difficult for them to hold that high ground.
Already having the tower down means 1 win and creeps in the base. You could potentially end the game off the back of Terrorblade being alive. So 40-minute mark comes around, and well, the rest of Team Spirit gonna TP out after pressuring bottom.
It's like the most they've gotten on the map in so long. They can't even get the tier 2.
I mean, it's rough. Hard to fight into this team that Outsiders has assembled.
Yeah, and this is just, it's classic just like lane shove issues. They just don't have the capacity to deal with this right now with these heroes.
There's one other thing, is the levels definitely get a big swing back into the favor of Team Spirit there, as 25 Ursa, the only one to have it so far.
Yeah, the one thing about running around as a group, of course, and with Illusion here, so they don't gain the levels as fast, because it's a lot of the images just clearing these side waves, and so when you're all running around as 5, even if you're growing more of a net worth lead, you might not get the same XP lead that you can get when you're dominating as hard.
Right.
And so and then when you win these comeback fights, that's when all that XP just suddenly pours back into Team Spirit's side.
Couple more items picked up, and we mentioned that there was actually another 25 there for the Kunkka, so he has the Ghost Ship fleet. These fights feel like an impossibility without having BKBs ready to go. Let's see what they can do with it, though. as Collapse heads on out towards mid. Penta Edge Sword, that's a nice one.
And they do have another gem now on Mapochka, so I believe they lost one at some point, but that's there. So gem to help out. We're going to have a unassembled Aeon Disc as well here on Toronto Tokyo. So prepped to make a big play.
Smoke on smoke. Where are they going to find each other? The smoke on the illusion, that breaks, so it tells them that they're in the area. Oh, that is big. And now Get the Vision down, jumps away afterwards. Team Spirit already in on the fight. The silence is there. Yule Scepter afterwards. GPK, he pulls Mapochka back in. Getting up onto the high ground, he's actually going to be stuck up there, gets obliterated. Skywrath Mage is also dead as Yadro tries to escape. Yamich in with the punch, in with the snowball. Collapse TP's out. Does he have a way to escape? He does.
Good read there, seeing the wall smash used to kill Mira. At least finds a way to survive, but Outsiders, they're just playing it really safe by targeting the supports down right away. You know, you don't want these safe plays coming up between like the rebounds and the dispos, getting tossed back, and the shallow grave. Somehow they turn it around. You already know what your win condition is, so get those supports out of the way, and that's gonna make it easier to bring down Toronto Tokyo. And yeah, that was a gem hunt right there.
Listen, when your heroes die, you still got
Toronto Tokyo's trying to make a desperation play here in the back.
BKB immediately and out. And they find any more. Collapse has to back away. He's in trouble though. DM right on top of him. Yadro actually jumps in and kills Yemich though. Maybe a chance for a turn. Toronto Tokyo lands. Do they have enough damage? A couple more hits. The bash, it's good.
They can't help.
Get the Sunder off in time. He does. Oh, Toronto Tokyo could not escape from it. Now Yadro in trouble. They have the torrent. The connection is there. It was so close, but that Yules, it interrupted. But maybe now Ramses, a second round of this. Hoping to get out, but won't manage. It did cost a buyback, but they got what they needed.
I feel like GPK DM had just given up. They're just like, he's dead. Let him go. Hits the Sunder, but then abandoned once more. As this time with no Sunder available, as he is so close to 25, by the way. Had he gone for that, that would have been kind of hype in the middle of that fight. And back out on the map, Yadro is feeling a bit peckish, it would seem.
Yeah, he needs to get something. That is one of those fights that I mean, if you get this kill onto Ramses, it changes everything. And the fact that you don't, and it costs the buyback after, actually, that's what really hurts.
It was such an excellent way. I mean, it's truly the only play that Toronto Tokyo has, right? He's like going that backline with the Invis rune that he had gotten out of the river, try and interrupt this siege as his allies are dead.
Man, what could have been. And after that buyback, GPK and DM just say, we don't want any part of this. Know that at least somebody is going to be dead. But 11,000 gold lead. It's been sitting around this area for a little while now, and every time it looks like Team Spirit are going to take a positive move, they get set back a couple spaces.
They have to do something crazy here. Oh, there's a scan into a pause.
Well, PC lag is the call.
Yeah, unfortunate.
SDM.
Don't want to be lagging right now.
Well, it's the disconnect.
So their best hope right now for Team Spirit is just to do something crazy and try and take advantage of the fact that they're broken up right now, right? Because there's no snowball save. So, like, you pretty much just want to jump high ground.
Okay.
I seriously think that's what he would be willing to do.
DM getting his space checked out there. You think it's worth just jumping high ground, potentially? I mean, I guess with Terrorblade dead, you know, you can force a buyback. Things get crazy. But yeah, the game is very hard.
Yeah, it's been a great game so far, though. I mean, talk about these like earlier timings where we thought that maybe Team Spirit wouldn't have much hope out of that, just in case things didn't necessarily swing their way with this these later abilities to just like control the waves and these big AOE spells from Outsiders. But they were able to get those key pickoffs from Team Spirit that allowed this game to sort of continue at a relatively even pace for a while until this lead was grown by Outsiders, and now it just feels like constant like comeback fights here from Team Spirit, but still certainly not out of it by any means. It's just always going to be an uphill battle for them.
That's right. Mapochka's not even looking at Toronto Tokyo. So mad. That's probably not it.
It's the armchair analysis. That's what I like to see.
Clearly. It's just playing at the angle. That's the PC
That's the look
cafe.
of someone who's been playing Viper.
Oh, yeah.
For 44 minutes. It's like, well, next game maybe.
No, it's really interesting. I think the dynamic between these two teams, like, it feels like they're both that younger generation within Eastern Europe that have really risen up, obviously, into highest levels and become a bit of a rivalry between them.
All right.
We'll see who comes out on top of this one as we're back into the game now.
Yeah, pause over, back on, headphones back on. Yeah, jump that base, come on! I thought he was going to go break for it while the Tusk was there, but yeah, they're not going for it right now. So back into the jungle, it's obviously a risky play. Pauses tend to lose your mojo. You don't have as good sense on everything, so play it safe, head on back. And now with the respawn here, Outsiders, they look like they're just ready to just run at him again.
There's a chance. That DD's wearing off. And almost level 25 on Ramses. You talked about that earlier.
Look what he does. He smokes himself in the fountain, and then he TPs in, and he sees that he's still smoked under the tier 2, and so he just conjures the images and keeps running through. So he knows they're not waiting there to gank him.
Right.
Because his teammates were also sort of close that they could have been running that direction.
Yeah, there's been a couple cool little plays there with the smoke illusions. That one that we saw mid where he...
The ninja gears are so crafty, you know, you can do so much
cool.
fun stuff. I mean, we've also been seeing Yadro do the same thing, right, when he was ninja gearing around as well.
Hex done. Swift blink for Yadro. The Hex will be big, and that blink dagger that you talked about for Dazzle, he has gone for it.
Yeah.
So Aether, blink.
He's so late on his purchases too. He's always making sure he's got that buyback, I guess. But I mean, he's actually still. I guess he's still taking into it at this point. But he's been holding a lot of cash this game. I've noticed from Aposhka.
It's true.
You know, he like farmed over his shard. He farmed over his blink.
Right.
But has determined that this is the time.
Aghanim Scepter done for Viper. And the setup for the next Roche fight. We'll see how long the respawn is in just a couple of seconds here. And it's going to be a very short one. Wow, 3 spawns under a minute in this game. Buyback status, Tusk, Timber, Terrorblade.
All right, well, we'll see if the Aghanims can get done there. The attack's
couple finishing more quickly here
as well. Oh, that's a quick one. Quick old Roche, huh?
Yeah. It's actually
how about another Ags?
I know, why not? Well, I was saying that there's also the respawns now. The buybacks are going to be ready for a couple other heroes.
Gotcha. Yeah. As we hit our 4th Roche. So everything's there. Come and collect your prize if you dare.
It's dangerous. Toronto Tokyo is going to have to show down bottom.
It's tough because the story hasn't changed much for Spirit.
Oh, they're not going to realize this.
They're still in lane problems, and the way they start fights is still very difficult.
Oh, and there's no way for them to check into the pit, and this is such a quick Roche. They would not have anticipated this.
I mean, how do you even fight this?
I mean, it's a possibility, but Outsiders, they're going to get it. They Timber chain in, and Roche goes the way of Outsiders.
I love just that little bit of play there, too, to stop any blinks or anything, right?
Yeah.
Putting the Shiva's guard up on the high ground there.
Aghanim Scepter, it is passed over to DM.
Yep, great choice.
This is such a
jump though.
big
damage.
burst. Damage. Taking some stuns, but
don't
they
have that
dissimulate
damage.
away.
Yeah, he still hasn't itemized Swords of Dispel as well, so he still is being targeted quite heavily by Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah. Only that disassemble or the assemble play available to him.
Oh no, I mean on Yamich.
Oh, for Yamich, yeah.
So you can just like jump on him. But he's also a very tanky guy, you know. He's got himself the Glimmer Cape too. He can help live through that.
So this is double Hex now, both for the Timber and then also on the Kunkka. And then the other issue is the Refresher Shard. I mean, this could get very scary for Team Spirit if they decide to push here, and I feel like they're coming.
Yadro's BKB wins this game. That's like their only hope right now, right? Like he has to get so much done during that BKB or it's going to be very hard for him to fight. Or if he gets a quick kill without the BKB using the Swift Blink, that could also be huge. They need a weird bait right now. You know, they're positioned over here. They're not even in their base. They're trying to find something a little bit funky.
And Outsiders, they're not going to give it to them. They just walk on forward. Gonna do some X plays there. Ramses takes down that tier 3 tower. Illusion's dead, but the rest of Team Spirit a little bit slow to show up. And look at this.
Oh, Mira.
They see him underneath a ward. Nah, but he's gonna TP back. All right.
Man, they were TPing so close to the base too.
Yeah. 18K. That Roche going the way of Outsiders really hurts Spirit. Is that a Scotty done also on the Viper? DM walks up high ground. They spot that there's no vision nearby. But Yamich in pretty far forward with the Glimmer Cape. He gets down a ward, but Yadro finds him. Snowball. Toronto Tokyo tries to get the lift. Over to the side, he pulls him back in, and, well, Outsiders are going to leave their Tusk for dead.
Yeah, that was a pretty greedy maneuver to make. I mean, they have 2 gems now.
Back towards
so
mid.
That ward's really dead.
They lose the range racks. But Getting the kill on the Tusk, not bad.
No, they desperately need that kind of a play. They need that kill on the Tusk because it makes the initiation a lot safer for Yadro to go in. And again, the pressure is there now, Team Spirit, to go out and make a move. You don't want to just like hold back after getting this kill.
Yeah, it's so hard though, like you say. They're smoked up. DM, they walk forward, Hex is there. Immediately assembles, stun, follow up. Do they have enough to bring down DM? He's dead.
Yeah, now get out. I mean, that's the pressure. When there's no snowball, like, sure, you can buy back and force it out of Yamich, but they get an excellent target. There's no save available. And now you're off foot, right? You're kind of a little bit tilted, one could say, on the side of Outsiders, because you're missing one of your heroes, and so you don't want to progress on the map without your Timber Saw, and he doesn't want to buy back for nothing. And so now you've just stalled out a minute and a half here, and, well, you know what? That ages. Not gonna be a lot of time left there by the time he gets back.
That's true. And the BKB, the sort of small price that you pay on the Ursa for being used, but it's not enough to make Outsiders feel comfortable going up and pushing for high ground.
And he understands the necessity of this BKB as well. That's why he's going for the refresher orb, next on Yadro as well. You have to have it.
If you can find any moment to make that work and get one of those key pickoffs, it's going to be a constant danger throughout the rest of this game.
Wow. Do you think we will be reaching the tier 5 neutral items?
I mean, I don't know.
Because I heard some jibber jabber.
Oh yeah,
about a specific one that refreshes your items.
That's
People
true.
Love that one.
That's a good one.
That one could be really good this game when you really need your BKB.
You're not wrong. I mean, that would be a huge pickup for Team Spirit if they could get it. For Outsiders, it feels like any mistake that Team Spirit make, you run down the lanes, you just start beating away at the towers, beating away at those racks, and it's going to be in the bank. But refresher done. Double BKB, double Abyssal Blade.
I mean, it's so impossible for him to fight without BKB that he just buys it out, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's better to have the refresher in his eyes than to have buyback.
And making sure that they can be ready for this next fight if it comes around. 30 seconds left. Aegis is not going to be used. And Outsiders, I don't know if they really want to like just make an attempt at a tower. Like, in a way, they can just keep on farming out the waves, put some pressure on with the illusions, but it's hard to walk high ground.
Everyone's just buying refresher. Every hero you click is just like another refresher. Conker's looking at it. Terrorblade's looking at it. All these other items are so good, I just want them twice.
Well, Aegis reclaimed. They still have the Refresher Shard on the Kunkka. And vision-wise, Team Spirit hanging on to this little area of their jungle. With all the Aeon Discs done. Oh, and that's an interesting one. Toronto, Tokyo, if he could get to this, he's queued up the Revenant's Brooch.
Dude, you sniped it in the draft.
I was talking about that.
He was.
The Revenant's Brooch against Terrorblade is insane.
I don't know why you want the game to go this way, but here we are. Congratulations.
This item is nuts. If he can get to that, that's another big way to
Tell me, Lyrical, why do I want it versus Terrorblade?
It's all magical damage. It makes everything terrifying. You can E-Blade him. You can
sounds
run
pretty
on.
good.
Very good. Also, I think that was a Wind Waker that I saw, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I believe Toronto Tokyo has one, and I don't think it ever got finished on DM. Although he's been hoarding quite a bit of gold himself.
We'll have to watch and see if Outsiders let them get to this stage, but right now these fights become... The 14k gold lead becomes much less important than any vision, any good opening, all of the rest of it, and of course buybacks.
The first jump. Blink cancel there on Yadro from the Tidebringer, so it doesn't have an option.
Still no buyback on the Tusk, no buyback on Ursa for gold. Same for Marcy and Dazzle. And Outsiders, again, hang out around this Eagle. They're going to push in those illusions on the bottom side, try and take the ranged racks. So this damage is good, but the melee ones are going to regenerate eventually.
Yeah, the fact they have all of their melee racks up too is actually kind of great, because it's not that easy for Outsiders to just like kind of go in and try and like YOLO for megas or something, right? They're too spread out at the moment. It's not like just like one single lane of racks. It's also not doing as much economical damage for them to be just sitting in their base at this point, and because the waves are still worth a decent amount of gold since they've only taken the range racks.
In fact, you get that nice bit of gold from the illusions.
There you go. They're making money. Keying down.
Gotta look at the positive sides.
All right, we got a Swift Blink now finished up here for Ramses. Inventory's growing here.
I mean, this is one of those classic games where it's just going to be, either one big fight and Outsiders lose it all.
You know why this game's kept going? Because we haven't played America's favorite game yet, despite there being 4 Roches. And so, Lyrical, I ask you again, when will this Roche be spawning?
I mean, if it's any indication, it's going to be early. That's what we've had, 3 times in a row now?
I think it's been 40-something seconds 3 times in a row or something.
All right, I'm going to say 50 seconds then. We're going up a bit.
I'm going to go with 42.
All right, I like this.
For it's the meaning of death this game will be Roche.
Price is right. That's what we're playing, those rules.
Dun, 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 dun.
I don't think we can sing that.
I just a couple notes.
Okay.
As long as I change the octave, whatever that means, I think we'll be okay. And it's a really long one.
It's about as long as it gets.
About 9 seconds to save there.
I mean, so this is also going to be a really back and forth moment.
GPK is going to be there a while.
That's true. He's going to be in the pit. But, I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? Because if you do happen... Ooh, just outside of vision right there. If they feel like they have to stay around this area, there's a chance they might just bump into each other, and suddenly that starts out what could be a game-ending fight.
And then, what if you get the Aegis, and let's say it's still even and there wasn't a big fight, then are you going to wait for the items?
Oh, vision down. Miposhka just outside of range. They see him there. The Hex comes out. There's the Aeon Disc, tries to survive. Good silence onto 3. Yadaro trying to bring down DM. He is left all alone. DM slowed down, and Ramses just jumps forward, blows up 1. The Hex comes out, but it's a bit too late. GPK down low, but the snowball save to keep him alive. Can he get out afterwards? It doesn't quite look like it. Invis, the cheese passover, and the eat. Oh, that was pretty. That was very pretty. Spirit, they lose 3. A buyback already on that Dazzle.
Yadaro's trying to chase.
Can they do it? It's so tempting. It's been early Roches. They don't know that it's not the pivotal fight right now. They can back out and still not lose out too much.
And the Hex there as well in Toronto, Tokyo. Just so many tools at this point available for Outsiders. So well played in that fight. And finally, Yamich gets his chance, right? He's been targeted down so many times in the later stages of this game, but gets in there for the snowball save.
Unreal. And yeah, Yamich not only the snowball save, but then passing over the cheese to the Kunkka in the midst of all that chaos. Very well done.
And then Toronto actually had Wind Waker there too, and didn't go for the save on Miposhka because he had it too. So I was like, oh, he's going to save his Wind Waker for some of his more important targets. But here we go, back in the real game.
Snowball right on top. There's the Hex onto 2. Toronto Tokyo follows up. There's the turn onto Yamich. Dead again. The boats come down. Yadaro tries to back away. He's slowed. The Grave is there. Has to turn to fight. Has to do something here. The Hex onto a couple from the low ground. Collapse doing some good damage. But the Torrent there for the lift up. Yadaro tries to back away the Enrage, but it's not enough. Dead for 2 minutes. Does have buyback. Toronto Tokyo jumps in again, Collapse, trying to bring down this big bad Terrorblade. Ramsey's running away.
He still has Thunder.
Hex, he does have it, but can he get it off in time? A couple more Hexes, but Toronto Tokyo's there. He had the damage, finds the kill, and a buyback.
High ground?
And on the high ground, they find him.
He caught him.
Jump forward, dead. What was that angle?
He just aethered him.
Oh my goodness. And Roche 16 seconds away. That long spawn ends up favoring Team Spirit here.
The buyback's getting forced out here now.
Yeah. They deward it. Oh, Roche, a couple more seconds is all they need. They buy back on the Tusk. 70 seconds on the Terrorblade. Okay. They need that one too.
Well, who's Collapse Viper? Why is he making plays on Viper, by the way?
DM goes in. Hexed. They didn't have vision here. Got him under control. Yadaro jumps forward, tries to bring him down, but there's the control. The Hex is out, misses on the chains. Yadaro, he's taking so much damage from the double chakrams, and the buyback already came from Ramses. They are not going to have the Ursa in this fight, as he drops with no buyback. Collapse wanting to escape, but actually will. There's no X, no nothing left.
Tokyo, he got Hakoda in the back as well. So no Sky, but obviously still looking very good for now for Outsiders.
Yeah, Miposhka goes down. Mira also caught. And Mira going to be killed. Yamich made the rundown happen. They reclaim the gem, and 3 heroes dead for a very long time.
And what is the call? Did you have the count here? Do you know, Outsiders? Did you count 5 bullets or 6?
Where are they at? Do you feel lucky? They buy back on Marcy. They need everything right now to hold on to this. And it looks like they're going to give up the Mega Creeps. But do Outsiders push for it all? They've gotten the racks. Do they want to just try and end it here? 59 minutes into this game. Will they take the chance? Ramses, he wants it. Wants to end it right now. Goes forward for the tier 4 towers. They dispose one. Try and bring them down. The Hex out afterwards. The fight looks pretty good so far for Outsiders. Toronto Tokyo not able to bring down anybody. Ramsey's being whittled down and has to Wind Waker away. They pull back and Collapse. He's in trouble. Collapse is dead. Has the buyback available. Marcy down 2. It's 2 against 5. The glyph is there, but I don't think that they have enough damage as Team Spirit can only look on, try and find DM. Maybe they can bring that Timbersaw, but the Glimmer Cape is there. They find Collapse again. And with that, only one remain. GG called. Outsiders, they hold out.
Well, Team Spirit certainly didn't make it easy for them throughout the latter half of this game, but Outsiders just proving that their draft in the end was going to give them a better chance for the success, I would say. Not only just, obviously they played really well, but this idea of just trying to break apart Outsiders, they couldn't find it from Team Spirit, right?
Right.
They just got to do whatever they wanted across the map. The waves kept pushing in their favor. Very difficult for Team Spirit to find a way back into this one. Despite some excellent ganks and the utilization of that burst potential of the Ursa, couldn't quite get there for the W.
No, and it was a couple of those moments where, neither team has all the information that they need to make the right decision, and it just starts getting a little bit too wild in the pit. Crazy game number 1. Oftentimes these things it can be tough to mentally reset, but Team Spirit, they've done that more than a few times. So we'll see if they can pull it back together. Jesus, there's so many Roches. We don't normally see that.
It was a good one to start one out for this series, I would say. So we'll see if the other ones continue like that, or if maybe we'll get something a little bit faster, like it looks like Team Spirit's Heroes we're imagining in the next one.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Well, one last time now. We're going to head on back to the panel, let them break down all that action.
Thank you so much, guys. So many Roches indeed, and so many impactful ones, just absolutely determining just the swing of the fight here. All right, everybody. Roche contesting, we talk about that, dire issues, perhaps the Ursa in play. It just seems like that has been the stage of the fight almost every single time, contesting that Roshan.
Yeah, Roche is big. It dictates so much. It dictates where you're trying to play on the map, all these smoke ganks. We see both teams smoking at the same time and going around each other. Every move is just thinking forward, forward, forward. When can we get that Roche? And that's where all these big fights came from.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, whenever you had a hero such as Ursa, Roche needs to be a focal point of the game, right? But it's not only, I believe it's with any single lineup at the moment that can take Roche easily. These two teams, however, the way they move and fight around the pit, for me was incredible. It's not even once the team fight starts. It's like a minute and a half, 2 minutes before it starts. The way they smoke, the way they take areas, they mirror each other's movements very, very well and very often. You could see smokes on both sides, even scans at that connect on both teams, right? They know what's happening. They know who's moving where. No one is showing on the map, and they know what's about to happen in that pit. The only question is who initiates first, who gets a better jump, and usually it was Outsiders because of the Timber, just Timber chaining in, right?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, I think their way to kind of start a fight was this take people in the front. For Spirit, they needed to kind of take these fights in a more delicate, precise way with this Marcy catching one and Ursa blowing them up. Because it didn't really feel like, as the game went on, they shouldn't have an answer for this TP, but they did still, stay so competitive because of how many pickups this Marcy kept finding.
Yeah, when Outsiders were in advantage state, it was so nice how they played the map. One of my favorite lead-ups to a Roche was, you see this line get drawn on the map. Kunkka TP's bot, starts pushing it out. The rest of the team smoke kind of through the edge of their own jungle into the triangle. They basically flush Spirit out of that area back towards top, and then they know where Spirit are, and then they make another gunning play for top jungle. It's really, really lovely seeing how they play map.
Yeah. I just still have a feeling that for Outsiders it was a little bit easier to execute with the heroes that they had from the get-go. The tri-lane on tri-lane situation on the bottom lane perhaps did not benefit them that much, but the top lane one-on-one with the Timber definitely did. Timber got a lot of levels. With those levels, with the farm that pretty much he got by creep skipping. He ignored the bear, that's it. He didn't poke it. He just ignored it behind the tower, and he farmed the small camp as well very often. So he got a level advantage, net worth advantage that he used extremely well in that mid game. But overall, I think that we have confirmation on Ursa versus Timber matchup when it comes to the lane, at least, as he's 19-2-13.
Now, I want to circle back a little bit here as far as how Ramsey's on the Terror Blade, and just even if you're tuning in like halfway through the game, you're looking at the scoreline, you're looking at the gold advantage on the side of Outsiders, but the game just would not end. And Team Spirit, besides the way that you said, I heard you all like say they're playing really well, they're itemizing really well too, but that Terror Blade was just really hard to contain on the late game, right?
Yep. The way I see it as well, the way Marcy jumps in, she gets eliminated instantly, right? On the other side, you have this DM that can go in first on the Timbersaw, which buys enough time for the Yamich Tusk to actually pick his targets, which usually was the Ursa. He jumps in, kicks the Ursa, doesn't allow him really, kites him, doesn't allow him to do his stuff. On the other hand, I just felt that Miposhka was always in danger, like at every single point in fights. It doesn't matter, he has Aether Lance, he has that high range, but he's always in danger.
Yeah, he even went a Blink Dagger.
And on this Blink Dagger, Aether Lance, that's telling.
If anything, to me, I feel like this game should have maybe been a bit more straightforward for Outsiders. Like, they come away with the win, but I feel like there were just some itemization decisions as well as just some of the fights than the way they took it, where obviously Spirit played great to win those fights, but I think this game went longer and was a bit closer than Outsiders would have liked.
Yeah, when people talked a lot about TI-10, I think the main thing Spirit were good at was warding and playing around their wards, and I did see that brilliance a bit in this game, like that cliff ward in their jungle towards their base. Yeah, they played around that really, really well. That was probably one of the best fights they got with Ramses having that Aegis. They just kind of baited Outsiders into overextending onto that cliff, killed him twice with the Marcy tossbacks, and kind of cleaned up, managed to split the team in half. And like that's like the playing around vision that makes them so formidable as a team.
Yeah, on one side you have wards, on the other side you have Yamich, who's just chilling on the cliff, right? Like they position his Tusk up there and just wait until anyone shows up.
A cuddly ward, so to speak. So I suppose we can find out soon enough if Team Spirit can rally after that Game 1 loss. It looked close, but not close enough this time around. So perhaps for game number 2, they can tie the series up, but we will find out after this break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant.
You stole my whole creep wave. That's what you got.
You got me, son, in this town. You'll drop it.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw Outsiders take down game number 1 against Team Spirit in this best of 3 of the upper bracket. Looks like we're going to try and see if Team Spirit can make a comeback here, take us to game 3. For that to happen, my lovely panel, what do they have to do?
I feel like, hello?
Hello?
I feel like
Hello?
one of the nicest things for them to do is put Yatoro on the last pick so that he can actually counter and not get countered, right? Like the issue that was thrown at them was this Timber Saw, and I think they reacted to it a little bit too much with a very early Ursa pick, right?
Yeah, when they picked it, they didn't see he knew his lane matchup, but he didn't know what the enemy carry or mid was, so Outsiders get the chance to pick 2 heroes that can be difficult for an Ursa to deal with.
Yep.
So.
Well, I mean, do you think that kind of comes into play here as we're waiting for both teams to do their picks and sides? Like, for Team Spirit, they started off in the Dire, so they knew that they were going to be getting first pick. Is that going to be a concern coming into this for this draft?
Are they second pick now?
I think, yeah.
Yeah,
because Outsiders was second pick last.
Obviously, it changes the draft a little bit, right? For both teams, the bans might be different as well. Mm-hmm. So we'll see how they adapt to it. Perhaps Marcy will not be first phased, and then they can combo it up instantly with Marcy +1. But I have to admit that was one of the weaker Marcys that I've seen in this tournament. I'm not saying that Mira is bad on the hero. On contrary, like he's really good, but in that specific matchup, it just didn't feel like it worked. He jumps in, he disappears before I even see him.
Right.
Sometimes the hero he would dispose would die, but he would always die.
Yeah,
that was like without guarantee.
And on the other side, you have this task that just feels better at what he's doing, right? Like he jumps in, he snowballs, he saves for long enough for the teammate to, I don't know, pop the cheese like the Kunka did, or get out safely. Meanwhile, Marcy, you jump in, that's it for you.
There's always this fear in the draft that like they might not take the hero you're prepping for, but if they had first pick again, maybe you could take the Viper first instead of the Marcy, and then you have more of a flexibility there if they do take the Timber again. Like I know Mira's a very good Rubik. You could always throw out the Rubik as a response to the Timber because you get way more damage, a bit more control.
Is Timber maybe, what do you think, Sheep? Is Timber something that they might even consider banning after this first game, or is it something that you are just thinking about possible answers to in the future?
I'm just thinking of possible answers. I don't know if they want to change things. DM is a flexible offlaner. His Timber is definitely one of the more fearsome things in his arsenal, but he's willing to play many other cheesy heroes. Like he's got a Lycan, he can play the Necrophos. He's got the Visage too. Like he's got a whole bag of cheese, all different types. You can't just ban one hero and be like, all right, we're good.
So he's your kind of...
oh, hell yeah, I love that.
Give the cheese out,
Yeah, I agree with all that, but I think the Timber personally is still worth banning just because these really good Timber players, which it seems to be DM and MR, they just can't be countered, it feels like, in these games. Like, doesn't matter what hero's on the other side. There's an Ursa, there's a Viper, and he still just has this huge game where he pops off, farms a ton, has a huge impact. Like, I think it's just worth banning. Make him play one of those other heroes. Like, yeah, he can play like a huge wide range of heroes incredibly well, but Timber is just, it's so hard with what it does to your draft because it forces you to pick certain things to deal with it.
And some teams versus OG, like you mentioned, have been banning out Timber, so...
everyone. I think he's had one game the entire tournament where he played Timber. Every other game it's been banned.
Some teams.
99%.
At the risk of banning out that Timber slot, right? You give up a ban slot, and we saw the Puck banned out like during the first game, so is that something that you're going to want to let through? Or perhaps the Tiny, or any other of these favored heroes coming into this meta right now? And is that maybe something you'd be like, you know what, we can deal with this more than we can deal with that?
I personally find Puck worse than Timber to deal with because he's just so much harder to catch on the side lanes when he's split pushing. Like we've seen Timber in unfavorable games where they're on the back foot a bit and it's like just way riskier for him to do so much, whereas Puck just always feels like he has the advantage over you.
So, but you got two bans, ban them both.
Two bans, hell yeah.
There's nothing else that's good in Dota.
And then just tell them to ban Tiny, and then you don't ban Tiny, Bristle, ban Dazzle for us, please. Like
could you just ban half the hero pool in the first phase? Yeah. I saw some discussion around adding the 3 bans at the start of the game back. I'm down. I'm sick of Puck. I'm sick of a lot of heroes.
For me, it's kind of team killing for some teams that have individual players that are really good at a couple of heroes, like 3 heroes. You ban all 3 out, and then you pretty much end their career and you force them into being a streamer. So,
who are you talking about here?
No, just hypothetical.
Just hypothetically, it's not real.
No, he probably saw it on like a TV show or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, like kind of speaking about like banning some of the heroes. I like when I was looking at the bans, I know that Spirit there was like a bit of a target on a lot of the heroes on GPK, for example, just because they feel like enable the mid or not enable GPK, but then you let a lot of the Ramses heroes through. You all talked about how strong Ramses has been on the Terrorblade, and strong he was. Early Scotty managed to just like contribute to the team fights and just get a lot of kills and farm those supports, I suppose.
Like you mentioned, he was really strong on the Terrorblade, but they also enabled him very well. Not only with the heroes that they have drafted that complement him very well, but also with the heroes that they've banned out. Like we mentioned, instantly Parker was, just before it was picked, he wanted to say Zeus, he didn't. But Ember as well afterwards, like all these heroes that can actually deal with Ramses' Terrorblade were out. So obviously he had a good game because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I suppose the question for this as we get ready for the draft, hear the nice fancy music. For Team Spirit, Are they just going to try to do another similar like timing thing, just play hyper aggressive as they did the last game, or are they going to try to maybe find a little bit of balance, like secure that late game, just because they did not have something that kind of went toe to toe to that Terrorblade that Ramses had, right?
Just start by having a good draft. Yeah. This time they have second pick, so they're going to get the counters on second and last phase, which is great for them. The bans are currently taking a little bit of time. I think Spirit are really just thinking about what they want, because when Outsiders have first pick, at the end of this first phase, they love to pick these Bat Riders and Timbersaws. I think this is the type of idea that Spirit is tossing up in their heads right now, and like what they want to leave, what they can potentially pick to dissuade one or have an answer to it when it eventually comes out. Yeah, Outsiders can really hurt you in the first phase if you're not careful, so I think that's why this ban is taking longer.
I like your just starts with having a good draft. When the first game started, I popped by as I was going to the green room. I popped by Team Spirit's room. Yep. There was silent inside. I asked him like, who do you think who has the better draft? And he's like, hopefully us. That's not something hopefully that's not something that you expect from these two teams, from these players, from these coaches. If they think that they have a better draft, like if you guys remember ours back in the day, even if they don't have the better draft, they'll be like, we got this.
I feel like 90% of the time you talk to coaches, they always say, we have the better draft. And it's like, you can't both have the better draft. Like, what's going on here?
And there it is, right? The Timbersaw is banned out, so it is the Tiny that comes through, and it's a similar opening to last time, but this time flipped around. It's Marcy on Outsiders.
So now you just have to be afraid. Are they going to Bat Rider? What else do they want? You have your pick of like Marcy combo. It's Bat.
It's like these four heroes is literally what I expected in 99% of openers at this tournament. Yeah. And we did get that at the first couple of days, but teams have moved away at least a tiny little bit.
Oh, and there's been a lot more, I think, ban priority on Tiny and Razor specifically.
Yeah. Now, you can see the Outsiders with their next ban instantly into that Queen of Pain. They're protecting the Batrider, makes it safer to kind of shuffle things around if necessary. Batrider can suddenly be a mid even, doesn't necessarily have to be on the offlane.
I think the idea earlier of the Shadow Demon versus the Bat Rider was so beautiful. I would love to see Spirit do that.
With the Dispel as well?
Yeah, like the cleanse that you get from the Shard, it's fantastic. And you have a Tiny who's going to handle your like initiations and stuff, so SD kind of slots in there nicely, adds your more like save. The disruption's so good because Bat's going to want to get that BKB and just kind of walk into the fight, lasso like Razor or whoever, and then bring them out. When you get that SD onto him, his move speed is slowed so hard, it helps save your carry or whoever, and it also gets him killed. Like you add some like physical damage hero that can just click him down, like a nice ranged hero, and that's like a really nice combo.
Look at all the heroes that they're banning on the side of Outsiders. Now a Void comes out as well. Just making sure that wherever the bat goes, it should be fine. But there's others, right? Like there's, what else is there? There's a Jug,
Weaver,
Life Stealer perhaps as well. Not as good as the previous
these are like non-meta heroes almost, but...
Oh. Yeah, the Weaver was like... Yatora really liked that. Was it Riyadh that he was playing it a lot? I liked it anyway. I think there's a lot of heroes you would like to ban, but these ones seem good. I think right now, I just want to look for a little bit of save on Spirit. And maybe Outsiders could just look at more of that physical damage to complement Bat, like TA has been really good on GPK and Ramses.
Yeah, because so far they don't really have a lot. They have a ton of catch, but damage, at least the physical one on Outsiders, is lacking, right?
Now, as far as like supports go, I know Outsiders, they really love to play their Dazzle with the Marcy here. Is that... I don't see how Spirit would like probably expense that on a ban for Dazzle. For the side of Spirit, would that be something that they're going to have an issue with then if they let that through?
If they let the Dazzle through? It has been done. Like the hero has been banned in previous series. Like Dazzle, like there's a reason why he has a high win rate, high contest rate as well. So if you think that if you've seen the hero picked with these two, and if it's something that Outsiders are comfortable with.
Yeah, the other option is you take it yourself, because Spirit get the first pick coming out of this phase, and generally this is where you just want to pick your 5 and reveal nothing. Like you get two basically last picks, two counter picks coming up. So picking a support here just reveals the least to your opponents.
I think it's really dangerous for them right now, though, because if they do take like a Dazzle or like a Shadow Demon type hero, you become very susceptible to getting Zoo'd. Europe East absolutely adore Beastmaster. It's not banned this game. Same for Lycan. These types of heroes could really like pick apart Spirit's lineup if they're not careful.
They get it, and I love your idea, Sheep, because they're not only great versus Dazzle, they're pretty good against Razor too. So something like a Lycan with the bat on the mid lane, for me, I would love to see that for outsiders.
And it's a style of play that they love. Like DM's really good at it. So if they don't pick it, I would be a little surprised on what their other ideas are.
I think it's a tricky position for Spirit to be in because you have to pick this. It's a support. You're picking it blind. You kind of just want to pick your support, leave your counter picks for your cores. You can pick, like, let's say a Wyvern in preparation of a Zoo, but then they don't pick Gozu. You pick the Dazzle because it's like a stronger laner, just better all around. And then, maybe they pick heroes that are good against the Dazzle. So
you can't cover all your bases, but you can't cover all your bases because you didn't expend any of the bans on these Zoo heroes, right?
True.
So that's already kind of a setup that didn't go in their way. That opens up this draft for outsiders to abuse.
Yeah, definitely the hope is that with that mid and carry last picks, that you can, get something that answers anything outsiders throw your way.
Nature's Prophet, that's a very favored matchup versus the Razor.
It's not necessarily full Zoo, but
they're trees.
It's good.
Yeah, they're little treants. They kind of count, little minions that follow you around.
I think like the strongest thing about Nature's Prophet is just this 15-minute shard timing. If you get it, it's very hard for most heroes to deal with how tanky they are and how much damage they do. You send that down a lane, someone has to deal with it, or you're losing your objectives, your towers, sorry. And outsiders, meanwhile, can just fight on the other side of the map. Also, they have amazing setup here. Marcy and Bat can both find and catch heroes, and Nature's is always going to be able to be there with the TP.
So now if you're looking at Spirit with their last pick here before the final phase, there's not a lot. I think they still have to kind of worry about, is this going to be, I'm expecting, is this a Ramses Prophet? Who he
most likely,
yeah. And whenever I see the Prophet that's most likely a position 1, it's still possible offlane. I think about Spectre. I think about these heroes that can get on top of him easily. That's not a Spectre, but it is a hero that also deals well with the Bat. If the Bat Rider is on his lane, Phantom Lancer should do fine against him. It's a decent combo with the Dazzle. Overall, do I like PL? I don't. I hate the hero.
But if there's a game for it...
If there's a game for it, this looks like a decent one.
Yeah, this hero has struggled when teams not named LGD have picked it. LGD opened the group stage going 2-0 with PL, and then they're like, yeah, we're done with PL. This hero's, we had to sweat a bit to win with PL.
They baited everyone into thinking that the hero is actually good.
I know Spirit's played it once or twice, I believe, but I don't mind the pick just because of what you see here and what you need to play. Like, this is the kind of game where PL makes sense. And then one of the big issues they had last game was just that in general, that late game scaling where they showed that they can't, like, Spirit are so good when it comes down to the high ground defense. It's something we've highlighted. So, like, we even saw that in game 1, but what were they defending for? They didn't have the better late game, so it just feels like they want to make sure they come into this game with that better late game carry.
I think, like, when I see this PL, though, it scares me a little bit because outsiders have not picked their offlane yet, and they also don't have last overall pick of the draft. So Spirit are meant to be using these 2 picks here to counter outsiders' whole draft, but now outsiders still get a lane counter. Well, in the offlane, there's quite a lot of different ideas. You have, like, the Underlord. You could see someone like Faith Beyond picking Koto offlane. Like, Koto core is pretty damn good against a PL. There is a lot of choice here for outsiders, so the lane matchups might not be in Spirit's favor.
I love your ideas, and you can see the Team Spirit, they are already trying to protect themselves from some of these, like Leshrac and the Doom. Leshrac more so than the Doom is amazing versus PL, but Doom as well. You itemize properly. You get that early Shivas, and suddenly the PL truly struggles to have an impact in that mid game. But I do like the Underlord. I do like something like a Tide, like you said. The Kotl is a bit wild and out there.
It's a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I would rather see a full frontline, kind of an offlaner, if that's what they're getting. A Necro as well was a decent idea.
Oh yeah, DM's very good at that one. Oh my god, it's a Darkseer, baby!
Okay.
Alright, Lyrical's gonna be so
right.
happy. Oh, this is fantastic. Yeah, like you're just going to be ion shelling your Mossy, your Bat Rider. They're going to be running in and doing so much damage. This wall has the potential to absolutely destroy Spirit. They don't have any disengage from wall. Oh, God, if they get hit by a 4 or 5 man vacuum, oh my God.
Yeah, right now for Spirit, when you're looking at this draft, what do they need? They need a playmaker from that mid lane. Spirits that are left in the pool, they go with the Pango instead, okay?
Well, the big wall teamfight combo comes down. You've got a Pango to maybe try and disrupt it. You know, I think it's a good pick, and it makes sense here, especially when you have a hero that can have a lane mid against the Bat Rider, even though it's the melee hero. You shouldn't be dying to the Bat Rider with the Swashbuckle out. So
it solves a couple of their problems as well. Most importantly for me is the Nature's Prophet split pushes, right? Like it's much easier when you have that Pango to be able to defend against the shard that Shippo has mentioned just a minute ago.
Right. Now, do you feel, final thoughts here, has Spirit addressed the holes from their first game to tie this series up?
Do you guys think that they still have problems, still have issues, and that it's much easier for outsiders seemingly to execute here? Like the PL versus the Nature's Prophet matchup is good, but everything else there that connects it is perhaps a bit weaker.
yeah, they've just gone a different direction. Like they adjusted based on what kind of caused them maybe to lose game one and said, okay, we're going to pick this better late game carry, make sure that your Toro can at least counter some of these heroes and not pick his hero too early in the draft. I think I'm okay with Spirit's draft. I think Dazzle is such a good lane secure that I don't think they're going to get run over by this Darkseer lane. But if that lane doesn't go well, things can look pretty bad for Spirit.
I don't know. I think if Darkseer and the Marcy are both shelled up and Marcy rebounds onto Dazzle, it's really easy to kill him, and PL's not going to be able to protect him. That's not what he can do in lane. So it's a bit scary for me. I'm just excited to see how DM does. It's kind of all on that for me.
Well, there you have it. It's going to be a bit scary, but perhaps if any team can do it, it's going to be Spirit. But for now, we have casters, Lyrical and Trent. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Nikki, and the panel. And we do indeed have the Darkseer again, kind of brought out by DM.
Yeah.
Gotta love this hero.
You do.
Also, I really love his, if you can see right behind Trent over there, his double thumbs up. He's like, hey, what's happening? Yeah. He's got a great
I got Darkseer.
Yeah.
Is that his mood with this hero this game? Is it a this Darkseer game, or is it like a...
Time will tell. I think that the panel was right, that it's going to depend a lot on how that lane goes and if they're able to make it work. I've seen it go well. I've seen it go bad. And DM definitely one of the best on this hero in the entire world. And can they try and shut down that PL? It's going to be something we watch for as we get ready to go into this game number 2. And again, so much on the line for these two teams here. If Outsiders win, it is a direct spot for them into TI. They don't have to play through those like really terrifying Eastern European qualifiers. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
Well, as every draft, you were calling for the Darkseer. Every time, the second this guy sees an Agi carry, they could Darkseer. Those are always the words out of his mouth. And this time he was correct.
Right.
But immediately you were saying, there are some issues here. Particularly the Dazzle can be kind of a frustrating. If your Surge is down, that can be bad, right?
In the laning stage.
Yeah, in the laning stage, you just get punched by the poison. But then you were saying that Shard, that's a big change to this matchup now.
That's right. And that's the one that's like the most painful, is that the wall is always so valuable. But with Dazzle, you just throw out that poison touch, you get the Shard, and all of the illusions are gone instantly.
So hopefully they're still standing in the wall. That would be great. then the Dazzle's helping you. But
exactly,
there's a chance you just lose all that bonus damage as they're making their way away from the wall.
This is the long con. DM, he already knows that they're going to be going to TI. He just believes in that team that much, and he's trying to get it buffed before TI comes around.
All right.
That's what's going to happen.
So someone else is going to tank another L for Darkseer's benefit. All right. Thank you.
No problem. But the other hero that we should definitely watch out for a lot is going to be this Ramses Nature's Prophet, as everybody heads on over to the side. The toss back onto his own team, and Image runs into all of them. Mira now in trouble. That is going to be a dead Tiny. So the toss back did not work. Outsiders, let them know how they feel about it.
Yeah, the tips have found. DM, the only one who's not BM. He tipped Bat.
That's good. Is that a misclick or?
That would be quite the misclick at that point. But yeah, Ramses Nature's Prophet. This is something that we did not get to see very often through the DBC. Because, once he just started showing off on it, because there was a point where he was being first phase banned.
Yeah.
Where you just did not want to deal with this at all. And traditionally, I don't know if they had some crazy lane idea or some sort of a concept that I was missing, but this is a matchup that most Razor teams would want to avoid right away.
It's true.
So they got Razor in the first phase, and then with all their bans in the second phase, they just left this in, assuredly knowing that he would pick it.
Yeah, I mean, this has been, it's no secret in the region, it's no secret from other teams not in the region, that this has been one of his go-to heroes. It's made so much happen, but maybe feeling like they've come up with an answer for it that just exists outside of just that lane. Time will tell as GPK facing off against Toronto Tokyo in this mid lane, stacking up that poison. You can see Miposhka already trying to get some punish here onto Marcy and has the poison touch. He has to TP out. Yemich down low, almost dead. Did go all the way home and has boots first, so we'll take not too long getting back out here.
On the other hand, at the very least, your support is tanking all that for you as a Darkseer, because level 1 can be a little bit tough for the hero. You don't have that many things you can do. Sometimes you're like double shelling the wave or something, so gets into level 2, and then of course level 3 is where you really pop off with that second point in the Ion Shell. And if you can, you would love to try and take Vacuum.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
No.
That is Dazzle in a nutshell. Super hard to play against. So we take a look back down bottom here again. 6-2 versus 6-2. So far, Collapse having a good time. Did start with boots there, as you can see the level 1 Ion Shell not doing a ton, but able to force back Miposhka while at the very least that spell is on cooldown. And both heroes just going to try and farm up what they can, because as soon as Poison Touch hits level 3, that starts to get pretty scary too. Or level 2 for the spell.
Yeah, so it'll be probably level 2 Ion Shell, where you'd imagine the kill would be up top for Outsiders. The mid lane, we got to be careful about a kill there at some point. From the bat onto the Pango, one bad swashbuckle, you could go down. So, and then the bottom lane, of course, there's always potential when it comes to tossbacks, and especially if you just go a little bit too deep on a Razor, perhaps, you could find some trouble. So definitely some kill options on all 3 lanes right now.
Nice job there. Throws out, heal, and now...
Oh, the value.
Oh,
the double
rebound
poison.
And Surge. So they get away, for now, from Miposhka and pull the wave all the way back to this tower here. But you can see just how annoying this hero is in lane. There's a reason this has been picked so early on consistently across every team, it feels like. And so far, so good. 18-3 for that PL. As down bottom.
He lost his Bassi. Might lose his life.
They won't go anymore for it. Too scary once they move on in with those treants.
Oh, he's got 72 damage now, Ramsey's careful.
That's true.
Can you fight me and my treants, though?
Yeah, they got a little bit more. And this pull that actually got off is going to be pushing the creep wave right into it.
Ramsey loves it. I mean, he's dancing away. Very pleased with the current situation.
They're going for the all-in here. Needs to back out. Oh, TM surges him forward, but the Doppelganger in the runaway. He spawns on the other side, throws Ion Shell on himself. And that is enough to get Marcy away, and Yadra also escapes.
Yeah, I think he might have convinced him there with that Doppelganger as well, so... Yamich has 3 tangos as well, so just trying to find the sentry right now. They do grab it. Oh, I miss tangoing wards.
Oh, it was nice.
It was too broken, though.
It was really good.
But it was a good time.
Back in the day. Toss back. Keeping Hakoda away from Mira and Collapse, but will still tank some of that liquid fire as the movement comes over, and Mira might pay for this, and in fact, gonna TP in with Ramses.
Oh, yeah.
Over and gets it.
Oh, Courier.
Oh,
yes! Oh, yeah!
Mira will take that. that was a good amount of value out of a death there for the Tiny.
And once again, I implore you, please don't report your teammates when they make mistakes, guys. Look who you're watching.
Exactly.
All right, you can all sit at home and say, wow, how did he just fly that career back up? But you know what? It's the chaos of Dota. It happens to everyone, all right? We got to be more wholesome.
That's right. We need empathy in this.
Yeah, at least until the game's over.
Yes, then you report.
Then that's fine. Just while they're still on your team, just try to hold it together.
Exactly. Meanwhile, GPK getting some chase there on Toronto Tokyo, has supposed to pull him back in, and the Pango has finally gone a bit too... Ooh, wait that one now. Mira makes the big move in, and GPK thinking about chasing, but it's a bit too far.
It's crazy how close they were, too. Just like tiny little plays in moments where maybe you get that bit of damage inside the chain stun, and you don't get given an opportunity to pop that big one that you're always going to have versus the bat. But able to try and find that kill option is pretty cool, where you're utilizing the rebound after the swashbuckle, because there's such similar distances that it's one of the few ways that the back can try and punish him, even though he doesn't have the punish on the swashbuckle at that point.
Right. Well, in level 6, I mean, having that all happen before it would have been a great moment, but now you know, Toronto Tokyo at 6, it's a lot harder to find
Mira.
that
Mira's going to get found here. All right. Oh, actually, I'm not sure if they saw him.
No, just out of vision. GPK is 6.
Oh, yeah, they know.
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
They definitely know. Might even be able to get the deny there.
Oh, yeah, there was an ops. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Throws out the Avalanche, secures the rune up top. So Mira, doesn't get the dispose. Still unlikely that, they're going to be able to get away from that one. So GPK finds a kill. 3 so far for Outsiders as DM in trouble in the lane, ran down Poison Touch. It's going to be enough to finish him off. And without the support nearby, it's a little bit too tough for him.
Yeah, you've lost your ability to really punish on this lane and chase after Miposhka with the help of your support. You're not getting the best start. He's the lowest on last hits of the cores right now. And, you know, Darkseer's a greedy guy. You know?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, you can make some catch-up plays in the jungle or possibly with a good rotation, maybe playing around with its Batrider or something, but they're definitely going to need to get active at some point if things don't want to go their way. Unfortunately, they're going to lose the Nature's Prophet also. Mira dead, but you'll take that one for a core kill every day of the week.
Yeah, he's totally okay with that situation there. Just hands a little bit over to Hakoda, and we'll go on his merry way. So Mira, utilizing this combination with Collapse, you can see the weakness that the Nature's Prophet still has in this matchup because of that. As Yamich getting a very deep ward down in there, so kind of showing that they want to keep an eye on this PL once they can sort of force him into the jungle, right? Because at a certain point, it's just more efficient for PL to make his way through here instead.
True. They
want to know what's going on. There was a dire ward in the area, so I'm not sure how much that caught what Yamich was up to, depending on his path, so then they might have an idea there's a ward in that area anyway. But that's a pretty unusual spot to go for early, so you still might dodge a couple sentries.
True. And at least for now, the pings are coming out.
Yeah.
They're checking.
Yeah, misses him with one.
All right, does he find the second? Does not look like Miposhka's going to. Yeah, so both missed, and some pretty good warding from Outsiders. Throw in Spirit for a bit of a loop. Yamich makes the move towards mid with an Ion Shell on him. Won't be able to find Toronto Tokyo there. And instead, it's Mira, caught by the Ice Path, rebound in, chase on forward, and dispose if they needed it, but didn't end up happening. Toronto Tokyo has the haste, thinks about going in for the ulti. Yamich, does he get pushed up to the high ground? He does. So Yamich able to escape from that. Nicely done. Toronto Tokyo, the rebound out.
All right, he's still level 4 swashbuckle though.
Does he guess right? He's not going to go for it. Realize
wow,
the danger
Toronto Tokyo, you've changed. I remember the old Toronto Tokyo. He goes for that.
Oh well. It's what happens.
I mean, to be fair, that was also a Rolling Thunder to try and kill a Mercy at that point. You know what I mean?
That's true.
That did not feel very good at the beginning, and then she gets away. So double plus not good here for Toronto Tokyo. And here's that help that's coming to DM's lane right now. A surge onto a bat. Go!
With an Ion Shell on him, there's no way he's getting out of this one. Toronto Tokyo, they even dropped the wall on him there.
He's just making sure. He's like,
wait. Yeah, they get him.
It's not worth the risk.
And rebound in means
the preemptive tip.
Keep chasing. They know Miposhka's over here, and he has nowhere left to go. DM and the rest of Outsiders going to show up for this. See if they force out anything, as it's just going to be some...
Always dropping the items.
Yeah, he's ready right there on top of him. Down bottom, they're going to find a Koda kill off that, so they do get a little bit of turnaround. And GPK shows up, Ramsey's TP's in. Is this going to work, actually? He held the lasso that entire time. Razor dropping low, GPK dies to him and collapses.
I want 5
tips. Barely getting away. Where's the tips?
I want 5.
They gotta come out soon. Ramsey's pops the ulti, wants to find anybody at all, but is it going to be enough? No!
The Wrath of Nature misses Collapse. He goes back into the fog as well. How are they out of tips? I have no explanation.
That was sick.
All right, so yeah, you saved your last the whole time, and unfortunately get a mega punish down there. So, Outsiders. That one's a bit painful, but, nonetheless, you did manage to force out the PL with that kill there. You're getting pressure into the tower up top. Your Nature's Prophet has still purchased his Midas, so he'll be happy at the very least. And they're going to keep this continued pressure onto the bottom tower. Dire scan, see if anyone's going to be here, because the Nature's Prophet had just respawned, so they scan behind the tower to see if he's coming in.
Right.
They notice he's not, and they can just keep pressuring this tower as they lose their top to DM.
The other thing I noticed there as well is, the PL was holding on to a whole bunch of gold, and suddenly it turned into a Hand of Midas himself. So
I tell you,
Hand of Midas.
Every game, it's either, for Outsiders at least, it's always either Ramses or GPK who's Hand of Midas these days. So they put him on bat, trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah, probably.
But we're all about the Midas at the Major, huh?
It's the one. It's the mode for it.
One could say.
2,000 gold lead so far for Spirit. And we'll see if Outsiders try and put some more pressure back onto this mid tower now that they've already taken top. Already heading in with a bunch of treants.
This is our.
And GPK instead is going to TP down bottom to pressure out that tower, showing on that lane, but smoking up with 2 more.
Yeah, they're going to link up as he pressures that wave. They're scanning as well. They want to know, are they going to try and gank our Batrider? Are they setting up and prepping here? They might not know exactly where Mira is as well, of course, because that's sort of the one who'll be hunting. Now, Mira and Miposhka run over a Radiant Ward along with Toronto Tokyo, so all visibly heading top right now. DM should not get caught by this. And, well, again, into this ward that's still surviving, by the way, by the outpost as well. So just so much knowledge. Oh, and now they're even checking the pillar. Oh,
dude,
he threw him for a loop with that ward.
As is he inside of his brain. Like, jeez. Miposhka doesn't know where to go. I mean, it's not often that you see that type of warding going on where it makes that big of a difference. And GPK, TP's back towards middle. They know that they're all over here.
12-minute rune.
Jumps in, finds Miposhka. I mean, they have to know that he's under a ward right now, but he feels bad. TP's out. They use the vacuum, cancel it. And the Dazzle dead into some tower pressure.
Yeah, keep that Firefly up there to pressure in, force them back, and no chance to defend this tower. So Yadro continues to Midas in the triangle. But they're not getting that offensive push that you'd be hoping for from your Pangolier. He needs some help from his supports. And, well, Tiny needs a little bit of time before you really feel like you can do much.
True. As Spirit still with the gold lead, but do lose out on some of the map movement and objectives in this game. We'll see what they do besides just trying to buy some more space for the PL. It feels like that's pretty much the game plan at this point. Vanguard fully completed on Darkseer now, so he can tank through a lot more of the damage.
And I wonder, because he had the Vanguard, and he had Blink queued up. I'm like, is that really the end of this game?
Right.
Like, is that the pacing that they need from this Darkseer? I would prefer the Aghanims. But we'll see. He might change his mind back again, just depending on how these next couple minutes go. Like particularly maybe like around the Roche pit, if they feel like they need to advance themselves a bit further, if they want to try and contest that. But for now, everyone's just farming on Outsiders. Even the supports, you can see GBK is taking an Ancient stack right now with Batrider, so trying to get into that BKB so they can give that space to Ramses, because Ramses, I'm sure after this Maelstrom, will probably just be going to a BKB himself.
Yeah, it does kind of have the feeling of both teams willing to go the distance, make it go as late as possible. And Agoda throws on down that ice path, but Yadro right on top in the big heal bomb afterwards from Miposhka. That's some nice little synergy they got going there too.
Yep, bit of a classic between those two heroes.
So we will see. DM moves on in, looking for the team where Mira stops and says, hey, come give me a high five. And DM will not give him a high five. In fact, he's very upset. Surge, Iron Shell, heads off across the map. Wants to farm up for him for some more.
He's back on the Blink too. He's just
yeah.
I mean, it would be a little bit greed, I guess, if you went to Aghanims as well, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough.
It depends on the timing of the Yamach's Blink too, I think. You know, maybe if Yamach can kind of a fast blink, you might feel like you can have a little bit more space for it, but the counter initiation potential of the blink on Darkseer is just so ridiculous. Mira trying to get that farm in the dead lane.
Tiny is insane.
Yeah, I mean, pretty safe when you're under that tower.
Yeah, Yamach in trouble now and tries to unleash to get out. Toronto Tokyo, he does have a rebound. Back up again in a second. DM, he gets caught now also. As he tries to surge away, Miposhka has the poison touch. 4 points in surge gets him out.
That is why you take 4 points. You don't get greedy with vacuum.
Manages to escape. But a big rotation up top side. I wonder if also part of the reason for the blink is, you know, feeling like they need to make these moves happen with the Midas PL and just the danger of the late game scaling that Team Spirit has.
Yeah, I could see that. As well as maybe even thinking that there's going to be some push here from Team Spirit at a certain point and hoping to punish that, but there's going to be these moments where, like, obviously PL doesn't get a BKB early, so you're always going to be able to get, like, a good blink vacuum on that target, but Razor, very early BKB buyer, it can be difficult to target Toronto Tokyo since he's going to be in the Rolling Thunder so much of the time during this game, so even then, it's not exactly like a high-value blink in some ways, and yeah, he's switched back to the eggs again.
Yeah.
This is my favorite game. This is even better than America's favorite game of guessing Roche. It's what will DM buy first. I'm voting for... Oh, I'm voting Ags. I think he buys
so.
Ags.
I mean, GPK is also finishing his BKB right now, so that's kind of the problem, I guess. But you can also get a lot done with just that 4 points in Surge and running them into buildings and heroes as they pressure out mid a little bit. And Spirit willing to absorb this pressure, keep the gold lead very small, and just get that PL as farmed as possible for Yadro.
Where's my smoke with Tiny Blink? This is unacceptable. I've watched a lot of Tiny games this major.
There have been so many of them.
It's coming, I'm sure.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
there you go. Toronto needs to take a couple swigs here. You know, he's low on mana.
True.
Oh, and there's a BKB. Okay, this is the time.
Yeah, they're ready.
Do we get any wards? Wards would be great. See if they can get some inside that Dire Ancients area. Try and control up that space. Maposhka, he's got one ward. They're itching for a smoke right now.
Keeps on looking for anywhere that there has been some vision, but it is down below. Remember, he died there, Maposhka, earlier, and he's going to see that ward expire right as he heads over this direction.
Oh, it's painful.
Yeah, there it is.
Painful.
So, well, that's where it was.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And they saw us all stand here, so with the smoke in the back.
You guys still want to smoke? Or? The other wards do come out as well, so it's still the mission right now, and there's going to be a smoke get set first. They're going to find the PL.
Danger, danger. Do they spot the real one? He's over to the side. They're sending one away. Do they go for the last one to him? No. They will hang on to that and finally go for the kill, but Toronto Tokyo runs in. Has the spin, back and forth, wall down, backs away, DM, vacuum connection, grave, but collapse, in trouble. BKB tries to survive. A couple more punches is all that they need, but the slow is there and they can't connect. Abba toss, they run back in again. Toronto Tokyo gets a good swashbuckle, but there's not quite enough damage there for the final finish. So 2 for 1 is the tally.
Nice aggressive play there from Outsiders to get up to the high ground and catch the PL. And so overall, the gold lead does go in favor of Team Spirit, though, with a quick response as well as the XP. Downside, your PL's not farming, but Darks, you're going to have a hard time getting towards that Aghanims. And the Aghanims, in a sense, is almost like a Midas for this hero.
As you can see, this was looking pretty good for them. But then that jump in and the response time, how quickly...
Watch DM, too. He gets stunned, he gets tossed up, and then there's just a rolling thunder. And it's like, okay, I just can't do anything. He just throws down a wall, but even then, that survival, by the way, of the BKB after was crazy. That was really close.
Yeah, and then Miro with the counter initiation here. Just perfect angle. Avatos dead. And it would have been potentially worse if they didn't have vision.
Another smoke as well. Not the most reliable duo of a Jakiro and a Marcy, but they're making it work in the aggressive plays here. They're all under vision right now, though.
Thinking about it.
Get the D ward down.
Can't find the right target. And so, Outsiders, are they going to go for any more?
They have Blink on the Marcy as well as a Lasso, so...
Dispose them off the high ground there.
Yeah. Guess I'm not ganking for 14 seconds, okay.
Yeah, so again, very steady. 9-9. Trying to get towards finishing the Darkseer's item, and that means that Outsiders can't really play aggressive, and for Team Spirit, they're still confident just hanging out for now. The blink done, they could make a move, but they're still a little ways away. Manta just now completed for PL. And the next couple of items really changed the face of this game for him.
I think one thing that's really interesting as well is Toronto Tokyo's itemization here. Going for the Lincoln Sphere after the Diffusal. How many games have we just seen nothing but Diffusal Blink on Pangolier, right? But Toronto Tokyo is someone who certainly likes to go his own way on a couple heroes. And it's an excellent Lincoln's game, of course. You're going to have Lasso, you're going to have Dispose. Those are the two big key initiations that they're looking for on the side of Outsiders. So he's the potential to turn around entire fights because of this item. Downside, he's going to be missing out on that initiation potential of the Blink Dagger. So he's going to be very reliant on Mira getting these good tosses like he did last time.
And I don't remember if it was Outsiders or if it was Spirits, but in one of the DPC games against this type of initiation, it was specifically against a Marcy, the team picked up 5 Lincoln Spheres.
Yeah, just like stacking them like crazy.
And it can just be so good when that is your main avenue of starting a fight. Arcane Rune picked up. You gotta ask, when are they gonna go for it? It's Team Spirit that make the smoke play. They don't have Razor in it. Collapse out a little bit in front of everybody else.
Yeah, he was actually still hitting creeps as they smoked up behind him, so he's really trying to bait this out here. And it would have to be the Marcy who gets caught first, of course. Yamich being goaded into this.
Do they drop down a ward up on the high ground? Yamich is the one that's blocking the path forward.
Everyone's pinging each other. Jeez, they just know exactly what everyone's up to right now. Potion's going to ping the high ground. He wants the ward. There's no vision up there either, so they don't even know about this. Huge for them.
This is a really big pickup. I mean, if they can get this done with Toronto Tokyo right next to him, Yadaro punching away, they smoke up. Everybody from Outsiders heading over. GPK, he spots everybody but the Avatars, and then the roll right on top. Yamich pulls back one. GPK, BKB down, but Collapse has him linked up, and DM. Back and forth they go. DM, I don't know if he can do enough here. He gets bashed, he gets stunned, he doesn't have a vacuum. Oh, it feels bad to be a Darkseer. Feels real bad. As they chase up to high ground, Mira finds another ultra kill for Yadaro as Collapse has Ramses in his sight. Better use your Midas because you're going to go back to the fountain in a second.
That's one way to get there.
Another, dropping his items in front of him.
Wow.
And back to Roche.
I guess DM really wants those buffs, huh?
Whew, that's the truth.
He gets into that fight. He has the Aghanim, sure, but it's just obviously it's a little bit too late as he gets there at this point. The BKB being there as well, this big body of Collapse in the way, and just brutal.
Was it a bash or did he just get clipped by something? I couldn't quite see. Regardless, oh man, in the midst of all of this, you're waiting for the moment. It just doesn't come.
I mean, he just runs in, he just gets ran into, comes back in, ran into again, slowed poison. He's like, do I cast my spells? Oh, he went for it right there, but
it's too late.
Yeah, nothing there. They were trying to combo with the Ice Path as well near the end of I think, the BKB, so it's like maybe that magical moment happens and you get something, but not quite there. And on the other hand, though, he does have the Aghanim Scepter now, so of course this gives you multiple charges on your Ion Shells, which is pretty ridiculous. So increase the duration, you can help split push these waves quite a bit. So his gold will increase, he's going to get that Blink Dagger a little bit faster because of it, but he still has to deal with his BKB on Collapse.
And that is no easy answer. The plus side, of course, is not only with the multiple charges, you can get a bunch of them, which will burn through PL pretty quickly, but PL has an Aegis now. He's going to a Heart next. I mean, this game is really starting to look a bit grim for Outsiders.
And with the reliability of Mira, like needing him to get these big initiations, he has Blink and Force Staff. So you see someone like this, oh my, I cannot believe he just lived. Great Force Staff by Hakoda. I thought he was getting tossed back to Mapochka for sure.
Tiny is just so strong. There's a reason this Heroes just gets picked up in the first phase all the time. You get so much out of it. Repositioning, team fight breakups. Very low cost initiation, and look at that. They found another. Don't need to go all the way in for Hakoda. Is he going to be in trouble though? Dispose. And a couple more punches. Mira will get punished.
Yeah, one of the benefits of Jakiro, very tanky support, harder to deal with when you run into him right away in the jungle like that.
Do they lasso for this? They decide to.
They need everything. They just want to keep them split up, right? They have the agency on the other side. You can't really get that aggressive right now anyway, so take your free kills when you got them, and now if you want to go hunting, they're 3v5. You might not need to use the lasso to still get some kills.
Wow. Look at that. Team Spirit, 90% right now. After a disappointing game number one for them where it looked like they had an opportunity but weren't able to close it out. Now in very comfortable position. You can see PL has picked up the Shard on top of everything else and almost completed the Heart, along with that level 20 talent coming up soon.
And it's not even just Yadaro that I think gives you such problems this game. I really do look towards Toronto Tokyo and just like, how do they deal with this Pangolier? It's got off to a great start. I feel like Pangos have been floundering a bit in this tournament, at least in the games we've been casting, where they've been really struggling to get outside of that like Diffusal +1 item and keep scaling. And now Toronto Tokyo, he's third on net worth. He's the Basher coming out right now, so his control elements are just getting increased. But DM has the magical item, the Blink Dagger.
What can he do with it?
What dreams are made of.
There you go, absolutely.
And nightmares, when you all get caught by that enemy Darkseer and you think about it late that night, you're just like,
Feels bad.
BKB'd.
Well, and I mean, the problem is that they have a lot of BKBs. They've got some answers. It feels like, again, this is going to come down a lot to who has the vision advantage. And I feel like that is one area where Outsiders do have some good stuff going for them. You've got the Treants going. Bat Rider, obviously great for maintaining that vision. Going to need to make the most of it. But 25 minutes in now. And does not feel good at this stage of the game to see the PL at the top of the net worth chart.
No, and he is continuing to keep this bottom wave cut off as much as he can, let his creeps catch up, and he wants to see if he can push down this tower, I would say, with his Aegis, right? So this is a multiple plays on the map right now, attempt here, as they're all smoking top.
A minute left on the Aegis. And they're going to head up here towards Yamich. Ramsey's in
They're
the area.
baiting the fact that they're like behind PL bottom, but now that's why Bat's so scared to come out.
Good blink away, but Mira finds a target afterwards, saving the avalanche and dispose. TP gets away. No, wasn't going to happen.
It's cute though.
It looked good.
Much like Ramsey stealing their ancients.
Yeah.
You know, you got to find what you. Oh, they know.
Get out of there! Run away! He does escape. Treants.
He's gonna think it's warded for sure. I thought it was warded when I saw that TP.
Oh, and good job blocking the ancients after.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, he pings it immediately. So 25 seconds left, and it should be noted, not a ton of structural damage done. Team Spirit did not push their luck with this this Aegis this time around.
Yeah, instead they kind of tried a riskier play where they went for that kill. I think they needed PL to stay on that bottom wave just a little bit longer to really sell the fact that they were down there protecting to pressure that tower. I think that's the play they were going for. It's like, oh, we're all here like hiding behind PL, not smoking up top to kill you.
Right.
But they were a little bit out of sync on that one, and so they managed to escape on outsiders other than Yamich.
And still, they are all over the map. The only area is down bottom where outsiders are pushing it in. GPK on this Batrider, looking towards Nocturne Core. DM nearby. They throw the Ion Shells on these creep waves, and that is one thing their lineup does pretty well, shoving out those waves constantly.
Yeah, most certainly. Nature's Prophet, Batrider, and double Ion Shell.
Team Spirit farming up this next set of neutrals. Titan Sliver done along with the Blast Rig. And even without the Aegis, they feel confident enough to walk on into this Tier 2 tower and start to clean it up. I mean, it is so hard to imagine a way in which Yadro dies at the start of this fight, particularly with Miposhka nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, are they just going to go high ground without Aegis?
I mean, the illusions are at the very least.
They're thinking about it.
Okay, Mira's doing the big play.
Okay, waiting for people to TP back. They have vision with the illusions.
This is a 15-second setup. It gets a little risky, especially versus a GPK.
A Batrider.
Yeah. And a
GPK,
Jakiro.
they're TPing in, but they don't quite have vision. If they pop that Firefly, they'll spot the Tiny. Hakoda reveals himself. Avalanche toss. Somehow it manages to work. They do lasso on the PL, though. Get an illusion for him. Vacuum round 2. Yadro down to about half HP. Meanwhile, Yamichi can't get the dispose. To pull back into dispose. He pulls him into the macro fire. It's enough. No, Yadro, he gets Grave. Runs away, and they don't have the damage. He hides off to the side. GPK gets the pushback. A couple more punches is all he needs, but they know that's all he needs. They can't find him. DM hopes for a dream.
He's trying.
Labs, it's not quite there.
He got graved again.
Again, he survives. Up at the top, Yadro running, hiding, and DM has to pull off the pursuit.
All your friends are dead.
Oh, DM blinks out, but that one hurts. The PL was so close to dead.
He went for it all, and the double graves by Miposhka.
I mean, that's one of the things when there's just this like centerpiece of a target, and he's the only one that needs to grave. It's a pretty good dazzle game.
Oh, they took such a risky route on that fight too by going all in for the PL and almost worked. But the problem is, like, if you try